I will call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanash, Nani Bueda Migweche Wendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of the Honorable Mark Garneau, Lasmila Gonzalez Burgos, Alaya Hogben, Sandy Stagg, Gavin Stark, Ron Taylor, and Marvin Tepperman. Thank you. Please be seated. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. And I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we have a presentation this morning to recognize the one-year countdown to FIFA World Cup 26 in Toronto. I would like to call upon Mayor Chell to give the presentation.
Soccer, football. It's a game we all love. Few days ago, on June 12th, we marked the start of the one-year countdown to the FIFA World Cup. Thousands of people gathered at Nathan Phillips Square to celebrate the first ever soccer day in Toronto. They were so excited because the world's largest single sporting event is coming to our city. Soccer Day celebrates our city's vibrant, dedicated, and growing soccer fan base. It was so great to see so many people, and they were lined up, it was packed, and on Nathan Phillips Square, even on the walk, what do we call the podium above Nathan Phillips Square, they had the best jersey, now from many different countries, many different nations, but they all proud Canadians. On June 12th, 2026, Toronto will hold its first match of the FIFA World Cup, and Canada's men's national team will play their first World Cup match on home soil. We are not just hosting the games, we are making history as one of the 16 host cities in North America for the biggest, most inclusive World Cup ever. And we're ready. We are the world in the city. We don't just embrace diversity, we celebrate it. No matter what teams play in Toronto a year from now, it will feel like a home match. I am delighted to welcome Dave Murray to Council Chambers today, the illustrator behind Toronto's beautiful host city poster. There's some Cubist element in it, yes, some Picasso style, Cubist, and there are many Cubists. Its striking design captures the energy of the game and of our city. And this was very popular, and Dave was very popular at the event 2 weeks ago. I think you were signing hundreds of posters for fans. They were long lined up. You're being swarmed. Dave, could you please come up to the podium for a quick photo with this wonderful poster, please? Come on up. And we have our city photographer ready. I'm going to move this so we could see it better. What's that? Yeah, do you want? Oh, you're going to move it forward, even better. Thank you, Dave. We are proud that your artwork will represent our city on the global stage. Now, while she's not able to be here today, I also like to acknowledge Hill Kokotis, the award-winning producer behind Toronto's Sonic ID. Hill captures Toronto's cultural and artistic diversity in the track, with influence including rap, rock, jazz, world music, and more. You will also recognize the familiar TTC subway chimes. How brilliant is that? It will be the sound of Toronto leading up to and through the tournament, and it's very catchy. We're not going to play it. Okay. You hear it often enough. The FIFA World Cup is more than a game. It's bringing lasting legacy, and it has a lot of positive impact and benefits for our city, including the arts and culture, as the Toronto artists recognized here today have which they proved. The excitement of FIFA World Cup 2026 is growing every day. And I want to thank councillors that have been working. I know Councillor Peruzza, Deputy Mayor Cole, Councillor Nick Mendes. You folks are not here. There are some councillors that are, Deputy Mayor Osman Malik, of course. Many of you participate in the various committee. The budget chief, Sherry Carroll, keep an eye on the budget. So it's a team effort by a whole lot of councillors, especially councillors that love soccer. So we want to thank you. We are 26, we are Toronto, and we're ready to welcome the world. Now, I'd like to invite you to watch a video that showcases the very best of what our city has to offer, featuring a familiar face, Toronto's very own Will Arnott. Enjoy.
I'm so excited for people to come here from around the world to see how kind and polite Canadians are. Would you stop moving? My name is Will Arnett, and this is Toronto. I'm so stoked. I have no fear. I can't wait to get up there.
Can you help me ride below? You want to see all the way to the ground?
I don't really, no.
I'm just going to kind of keep it up here.
Toronto was such a great place to grow up. I was lucky enough to kind of grow up what you would consider to be downtown.
I grew up right over there.
This is the highest you can get in Canada. Well, yeah, I'll just stick with that. The fantastic CN Tower, that was amazing. Toronto's such a great mix of very sort of urban environment and really in the city, but also felt like a small town. Like you know people and you run into people all the time on the street. How you doing? I have so many memories of taking the ferry over to the island with my dad. I'd come here with my dad, it would be something to do, like just go over the island and spend the day with the family, and having my own kids come back here and my dad, their grandfather, take them over to the island, and looking back and seeing the skyline of Toronto is so embedded in my mind. I mean, look how much is going on. You got the whole city, you've got planes landing, you got sailboats and water taxis and ferries and the CN Tower. Yeah, I literally was just up there at the very top, not the very top, and not the one right below, but the one below that. On the bottom, it was very high. I'm the captain now. No, that was an actual question. Am I the captain now? I'm really excited to have a couple things come together that I really love. Being from Toronto and football. And for Toronto to host is kind of like this crazy dream come true. Having been to the World Cup myself, and seeing the throngs of fans from the different countries, and to think of that happening here in Toronto and in Vancouver, there couldn't be two cities more well suited to host that experience, I don't think. What makes me proud of being from Toronto? It's such a great environment and community to grow up in. It's so multicultural, so ethnically diverse. It's such a great mix here in Toronto of so many different things. Any sort of success that I've managed to have in my life, I probably owe a lot of that to growing up in Toronto. Now, when I say I'm not going to pay you back. The more I start to talk about it, the more things come back of all the great things you can do in this city and how great it is and how beautiful it is and how great we have it. There's just such a great positive vibe in this city. We are Toronto, the world in a city. This is my city. This is my home. This is Toronto.
Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minute? Moved by Councillor Morley. If you can read the motion out when it comes on the screen. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't put your mic on. Sorry.
Okay, you got it right.
Thanks. On favor? Carried. Sure. Mayor Chow, point of
Yeah,
personal
just
privilege.
point of personal privilege on Pride. this is the Pride weekend coming up. So those of you haven't gone shopping for what you might be wearing or that you have, or get your boa, whatever it might be. Last night I was at the AIDS Visual. It was a beautiful event. Tonight there's a Starry Night, the fundraiser for 519. And of course the Pride Parade, the highlight is this coming Sunday. The City of Toronto will have a truck, something of that nature. Councillors are invited to be on it, and I believe a lot of our city workers are going to be coming, and we have a beautiful truck, so do join us on the Pride. And this entire week is, well, this month is Pride Month, but the week is also Pride Week. So do have a fabulous time. And we are a city, yes, believe in diversity. So no matter who you love, who you are, please come show your pride.
Thank you. Okay, before we continue now, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Bradford? Yes. You had a problem getting into the garage, and I know that you wanted to make some comments on a condolence motion.
Yes, I do. Two, if I may, Madam Speaker. The first one, if I can, I just want to recognize Marvin Tepperman. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the passing of a truly great Torontonian and city builder, Marvin Tepperman. Many of you in this chamber know him, know the work and the legacy of that family in building across the city. You're going to recognize the name. And I think it's the Tepperman wrecking ball. The orange signs have become synonymous with Toronto's growth and with the transformation and our ability to continue building and reinventing ourselves. Marvin was a pioneering figure in the construction and demolition industry here in the city, and it's really formed a legacy for the entire family that continues to build here in this city. And it's not just the skyline that Marvin was involved in transforming, but the lasting impact that he's had on the city's growth and identity. And may his memory be a blessing for all of us.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Bradford?
Yeah. This one's actually very personal for me. This is a condolence motion. It will be coming in shortly, but I wanted to rise and speak to it right now. But I wanted to take this moment to recognize the passing of a personal friend, Andrew Moore. Andrew was a visionary leader. He was a friend of mine and many others who has left his mark on Canada's banking industry as a fintech pioneer. Andrew's work as president and CEO of Equitable Bank was built on the belief that all Canadians, everybody, deserves better access, more choice, greater fairness in their financial lives. Under Andrew's leadership, EQ Bank played a critical role in our fight to solve the housing crisis, including by supporting the dream of home ownership and getting shovels in the ground on affordable rental housing projects right here in the city of Toronto. Beyond banking, Andrew was a champion of innovation, a mentor to emerging leaders, and a dedicated philanthropist through his work with the Le Domestique Cycling Club, which is how I got to know him over the past 7 years very personally. Spent a lot of time on the bike together. I was actually out riding with him last Friday. So this is quite a shock for all of us. His legacy will live on, and to his wife Mags and his children Kat, Dan and Sarah, our hearts are with you right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Morley, you wanted to say a couple words?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just a very quick one for my colleagues and for all of us here. I'm on snack duty today and want to acknowledge and thank Councillor Cheng for ongoing organizing of us as members of council to support bringing a little something extra to get our day started. So I just want to advise there's coffee from Jimmy's, some breakfast sandwiches from Good Day, some bagels from Mimico Bagel and Coffee, as well as some breakfast cookies and muffins from Birds and Beans. I hope everyone will indulge and enjoy and make use of them. Let's have a good meeting. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce Councillor Burnside?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a condolence motion. The sad passing of Dr. Ron Taylor. Ron was a
No, but
resident.
It's
before the clerk, yeah.
Oh, we have it?
Yes.
Is it one that we've already passed, or is this a new condolence motion?
I just got done last night and I want to say a few words.
Do we? Oh, okay, sorry, Councillor Burnside, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Taylor was a resident of Bennington Heights, the area I used to represent, and he was also a legendary baseball player, pitcher for 11 seasons, from 62 to 72, with the Cardinals and the Mets, helped them win the World Series. And then after his career in baseball as a pitcher, he went to med school, became a doctor. And after that, he was the team physician for the Blue Jays for over 30 years. And so he had a huge impact on not only baseball, but on the city and in the community where he lived. He was in the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame, Canadian Sports Hall of Fame, and the Ontario Sports Hall of Fame. And of course, before he got into baseball, he served in the Air Force. So really sad passing of a great Canadian. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about their reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow.
That the report from meeting 24 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. It was a very productive meeting. We consider a number of important items to help make our city more affordable, including a report on taking underused parking lots and building more housing on them. And we are also making life more affordable by helping to reduce grocery costs of families with a school food program. We've also considered a new paramedic service multi-year staffing plan, which will be my key item today and allow us to make sure that there are paramedics there when people need them. And it will hire 362 more paramedics, including 112 of them this year. I look forward to considering these items and others from our agenda from that meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
I do, Madam Speaker, and good morning to you. That the report from meeting 25 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. It has been a busy first half of the year at Toronto Public Health, with more than 2,000 confirmed cases of measles in Ontario this year alone. The team at TPH has been hard at work implementing a public health tool such as a contact tracing and public education campaigns to prevent an outbreak here in our city. As the majority of cases are occurring among unvaccinated people, much of this work focuses on promoting vaccine uptake, especially in our schools. This has been a priority for TPH since vaccination rates fell significantly during and after the pandemic. It is thanks to these efforts that we had only 7 confirmed cases of measles in Toronto as of June 2nd. We have also requested that the Ministry of Health support our work by developing a comprehensive provincial strategy to increase vaccine confidence and vaccination rates for measles. We have before us today a report on the Downtown Homelessness and Addiction Recovery Treatment Hub, a project which staff have been working diligently on for months. It feels like years, quite frankly. Unlike any other initiative in the city or province, the Downtown Heart Hub represents a unique collaboration across city divisions and external partners. Earlier this year, it was approved in principle by the Ministry of Health. Council approval will allow us to move forward with our interim and permanent plans to deliver a full suite of wraparound supports for people who need them most. as soon as we receive a formal funding agreement from the province. Again, we haven't received that. And finally, I want to say happy Pride to everyone here in Council Chamber and across the city as we celebrate the diversity, vibrancy, and accomplishments of the 2S LGBTQ+ community. This month is also an opportunity to highlight the work ahead to foster greater inclusivity and equity in all realms of our society. Public health plays an important role in realizing these goals. At the population level, preventing HIV/AIDS remains a priority. While HIV/AIDS activism began in the 2S LGBTQ+ community, we know that the advances we have fought for have had far-reaching impacts. We've come a long way since the 80s, but the prevalence of new HIV diagnosis in Canada is still rising. I'm pleased that at our meeting earlier this month, the Board of Health approved the 2025 Toronto Urban Health Fund allocations for new and continuing projects, several of which focus on HIV/AIDS prevention. And that's my report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the corporation's nominating panel report.
Yes, I do, Speaker, and thank you. That the report from meeting 18 of the corporation's nominating panel listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. And had a very good meeting, a whole number of things that we discussed, including the automated vehicle pilot. And I think the clerks have a motion to send out earlier, in particular, while it's going ahead to look at the facial recognition technology that's being deployed there, and asking the privacy commissioners whether or not, how that fits into Canadian law, and of concern as to how that would be used and where that might be sent as into the United States. Our parking framework, lots of discussion on that one. The Vision Zero upgrades around pedestrians, including new crosswalk specifications and where traffic signals can go, and authorizing a whole number of new traffic signals.
Councillor Fletcher,
Sorry.
you're talking to the wrong committee.
What am I doing? Oh, I'm sorry.
Right now, you're at corporation's nominating panel. Infrastructure is coming up
I was going
later.
so well on that. Can
Okay.
we just use that one again? Okay.
Okay, so you just want to move the motion for
Yeah.
the nominating?
I'm holding them. No, I'll just hold them there. Thank you.
No, I mean, but you
I
already
did
introduced
read
it.
that.
Yeah, you
I read
already
that.
introduced it. Thank
I
you.
read that.
So I'll call you up. I'll call you when you're, for your next one. Okay. Councillor, okay, where are we? Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do, Speaker. I move that we, I move that the report of the meeting 21 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listing on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee.
I do. Good morning, everybody. That the report from meeting number 22 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to introduce that. Report from meeting 22 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I'm going to assume everybody heard the first three. I'm just going to continue. I'm just going to continue on the rest of the list. That being the vehicle and parks, in determining apparently it's our own parks vehicles, solid waste, and then hydro and others. So really getting a handle on how they're ripping up the turf. Gardner closures, Brain Week, and triathlon. The Net Zero Strategy 2024 report. Thank you to our staff for all the work they do on Transform TO. Accessibility, pedestrianization, and the Accessibility Committee wanting City Council to realize that while we're pedestrianizing, we still need pick-up and drop-off for people that have accessibility needs. We'd asked the TPA for security issues regarding their parking lots, and we have that in front of us, and then really looking to minimizing the salt that's going into our rivers and lakes. Thank you. With that, I'll move
Thank
that.
you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report?
Yes. Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 22 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes, Speaker. That the report from meeting 23 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report from meeting 24 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Although I'm holding the item and we'll talk about it later, I wanted to bring Council's attention to North York 24.2. This is 1350 Shepherd Avenue West. It represents federal lands that have a development application with the building of a range of 1,400 to 1,700 units with 20% affordable and a backdated Section 37 agreement of $7 million to contribute to a community center that's to be built across the street. It also has embedded the ingredients of building, in an aspirational sense, a seniors village that will provide a supportive seniors living and affordable opportunities. This represents the first application before Council under the Downsview Secondary Plan. You will hear over the next 30 years numerous different districts coming forward. At the end of the day, I'm not sure how many people on Council now will be on Council 30 years from now. Madam Speaker, I don't even buy green bananas anymore. But we're looking at building a city within a city with about 115,000 people, about 42,000 residents, and of course about 42,000 workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting number 23 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 23 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce a new business from city officials? Moved by Councillor Thompson. Would you like to read?
Thank you. My mic. Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. That new business from city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed of any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Okay, I don't see any. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Okay. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by Council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 31.7, review of the order paper. If Council adopts any amendments to the order paper, it will also be posted with this item. We have 3 deferred items before us today, items NY 2328, DM 31.1, and DM 31.2. The mayor has designated item EX 24.6, Toronto Paramedic Services Multi-Year Staffing Plan, as their first key matter and first item of business today. The mayor has designated item EX 24.3, a vision and strategy for universal school food program in Toronto, as their second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold, and I will now go through the items to take additional member holds. I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Okay. Deferred items. Pardon? Oh, sorry. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold NY 23.28.
Okay, well, we're at deferred items.
It's a deferred item. It's a deferred item.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Okay.
Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm referring it back to North York Community Council. The motion's not quite ready, so I'll hold it and then I'll do a quick release.
Okay, so you're going to still continue to hold it?
I'll hold it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will now go to, Councillor Holiday?
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, DM 31.2, securing a dedicated school location to support Toronto's film industry. I'll simply just ask for a recorded vote on it. I can't support the motion as written.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday has asked for a recorded vote on DM 31.2.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Burnside, may we have your vote verbally, please? In favor, thank you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. The item carries. The vote is 21-1.
Executive Committee. Councillor Holiday, Executive Committee.
Thank you, Speaker. There are 2 items I'd like to hold. The first is EX 24.2, which is the assessment of city impacts from Bill 17, Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act 2025 and provincial budget. The second item is EX 24.4, leveraging city-owned real estate to support City Council objectives, long-term financial plan update. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further holds on executive? Any further holds on executive? No? Okay. So our next one is Economic and Community Development Committee. Any holds? No? All right, we'll go to general government. Any holds on general government? No? Infrastructure and environment, all the items are held. Okay, planning and housing. Councillor Fletcher?
I'd just like to release IE 22.5, which is the authorized vehicles in city parks, review of operating procedures and policies. I think that's already got a motion. Oh, sorry, you have a motion? We'll keep holding.
Okay.
And I will also just release the 22.11, pedestrian streets policy and guidelines development, which has been sent to staff with the accessibility committee's recommendations to come back to us. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher is releasing IE 22.11, pedestrian streets policy and guidelines development. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we'll go to planning and housing. They're all held down. Councillor Perks? Councillor Perks?
Yes, Speaker. I'd like to attempt to release a few items. PH 22.6, which is the Housing Action Plan, incorporating low-rise residential lands into zoning bylaw 596-2013, North York District Final Report, Ward 6, 8, 15, 16, 17, 18. And again, for members, this is just cleaning up language in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so Councillor Perks is releasing PH 22.6. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to release PH 22.9, advancing housing sites, supporting housing construction on public lands at 26-7 through 27, or 275 Merton Street and 610 Bay Street and 130 Elizabeth Street in wards 11 and 12.
Okay, Councillor Perks is releasing PH 22.9. On favor? Carried.
Next, I would release PH 2210, the 2025 Toronto Heritage Grant Awards.
Okay, PH 22.10. On favor? Carried.
Just evidently excited Councillor Ainsley quite considerably. And PH 22.11, property included on the City's Heritage Register, consideration of objection for 1751 Bayview Avenue.
On favor? Carried.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So on the Etobicoke York Community Council, I would like to hold 23.3. Are there any further holds in Etobicoke? Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm holding 23.23, but I can do a quick release. There's just a quick technical amendment from staff that the clerks have.
Does the staff have it? Okay. Okay, so on EY 2323, Councillor Morley has an amendment on that.
It's just an update to the dates related to this item.
Okay, there it is on the screen. The amendment by Councillor Morley. On favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Yes? Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to request a recorded vote on the item as amended.
Okay, recorded vote on the item as amended.
Deputy Mayor Malik and Councillor Fletcher, please. The item as amended carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, thank you. North York Community Council. Oh, Councillor Perks?
Yes, Speaker, I would like to hold EY 23.28, 420 Dundas Street West liquor license application.
EY 2328?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, North York Community Council. Pardon, Councillor Holiday?
Skip me.
Pardon?
You did skip, there was an item I wanted to ask for a recorded vote on.
Which one?
I'm looking for it. EY 23.16, Torbury Road, Judy Scrow Avenue.
23.16?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Holiday has asked for a recorded vote at EY 2316.
Councillor Fletcher, please. The item carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, we'll go to North York now. North York Community Council. NY 24.4 is here without a recommendation. Can someone hold that down? Councillor Pasternak? You want to hold it? Okay, thank you. All right, are there any further holds in North York? Oh, Councillor Chang? Okay, just one sec, please. Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to also hold 24.5, 234 Shepherd Avenue West, and 223 Harlandale Avenue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further holds in North York? Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold NY 24.18, Garrett Boulevard, heavy truck prohibition. I have an amendment.
Thank you. Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Candeval?
I'd like to hold SC 23.1 and SC 23.2.
Okay. Councillor Ainsley, Scarborough?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SC 23.4, I have a technical amendment that I can move it now.
Does the staff have it?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so we can put the amendment on the screen.
Yep, so it's basically
23.4.
deleting the recommendation number 1 and replacing it with the wording on the screen.
Okay, on SC 23.4, Councillor Ainsley has an amendment. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. All right. Now we'll go to Toronto and East York. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, just to hold TE 23.23, use of Nathan Phillips Square for various events, October 1st, 2025 to April 30th, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further holds? Councillor Sachs. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
TE 23.29, Ontario Line construction update. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Just got what I needed, thanks.
Pardon?
I just got what I needed.
Okay. All right. New business. Any on new business? Anything on new business? Councillor Cheng, new business.
I'd like to hold CC 31.7, 7-17 Nipigon Avenue, and CC 31.8, 4696 Yonge Street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further holds under new business? Councillor Candavel.
Hi, Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold CC 31.4.
Can you read it out, please, the item?
Oh, sorry. 708 to 712 Kennedy Road, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing request for directions.
Thank you. Any further holds? No? Okay. Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended? Oh. Okay. Okay. Are there any timed items at this time? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Speaker. I'd just like to time NC 18.1 and NC 18.2 for tomorrow morning after the mayor's key item. I'm just working a few things out with the staff on that. Thank you.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Councillor Pertz.
So I have two items. Let me just get the correct titles. So I would like to move PH 22-3, expanding housing options in neighborhoods multiplex monitoring, as the first item after the mayor's key item today, and PH 22.4, housing accelerator, expanding permissions in neighborhood for low-rise sixplexes, as the second item today after the mayor's first key matter.
Thank you. On favor? Carried. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion here to time an item, and I would like to request that we handle my member's motion, MM 31.18, reopening King Street for business, keeping Toronto's downtown core and Canada's financial district moving, as the third item following the first mayor's key item today. And while I know that this is unusual, members, the request of the member's motion on the first day of council, it's unusual, but it's not unprecedented. And I've checked with the clerks and the speaker. And confirmed that this is in order. And I'll tell you why, if I could just speak to my colleagues here. The reason I'm making this request is it is my sister's wedding tomorrow. And so I will not be here in the afternoon for members' motions. So if you could come with me on this, I'd like to consider it when I'm here in the chamber with you today as the third item after the mayor's key item. That's why I'm doing this. It's because I'm going to be at her wedding in Aurelia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, members, so we'll take a vote on waiving referral, recorded vote. Yes?
If we're going to do that, then I think it would be very helpful to have both of those. And I didn't make this motion because I didn't know you were doing that, Councillor Bradford, which I'm sure in order to accommodate what will be a beautiful day for you and your family, to also add in MM 31.17, which also has to do with King Street traffic movement and everything. If we could put those together, then we could have that. If we could bring that forward at the same time, we'll have those together, Speaker.
Bring both, so we have to waive referral on both first. Yeah. So we'll wait. Recorded vote to waive referral on the two motions. Okay. We'll put it on the screen. We'll put it on the screen. On the screen is MM 31.18. And then we'll put the other motion by Councillor Fletcher on the screen. Oh. Okay, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Okay, we're moving. We're taking a recorded vote to waive referral. 18, and then we're doing yours. Yes. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Prusa, how do you vote, please?
This is to waive referral, Councillor Peruzza. No. Yeah.
In favor, thank you.
Okay.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 19-4.
Okay, now we'll do the other member's motion to waive referral. So this is MM 31.17. Notice this motion has been given. This motion is subject referral to the Toronto East York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Bill 617 has been submitted on this item. 670. Communication's been also submitted on this item. Recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Prusa, how do you vote, please? Councillor Prusa? In favor, thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, so now we'll have to time Councillor Fletcher.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, just one sec. Yeah. Councillor Fletcher?
Just to make sure that we're hearing those together. That was the idea, right?
Yes,
They're as one.
So now we have to vote on timing the item.
Timing, yeah.
So Councillor Bradford, you wanted to time it?
Yeah.
Okay.
My request is that I guess it'll be the third item after the mayor's key item today. So Councillor Perks has 2, and then after that.
Okay, on favor, carried. Yes, and we're combining the two motions, yes. On favor, carried. Councillor Pasternak, timed item.
Your mic's on. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must admit, all my slots have pretty well been taken. Maybe there's something around midnight tomorrow night we can squeeze me in. But I was going to ask for DM 31.1, commencing public consultations for communities impacted by new shelter locations. I was going to request that after the mayor's second key item, and I don't know.
You can do it tomorrow.
It would follow that.
Tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it'll be the second item after the mayor's second key item tomorrow. That's fine.
On favor? Carried. All right.
I'll get some coffee and start hitting.
All right. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items, Councillor Fletcher?
Well, I've just spoken to councillors to see if they want to hold these two items, and I think we might be able to just release two more. Would you like to do that before we do the order paper?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's IE 22.15, minimizing salt pollution that poisons rivers and streams. I think that's been cleared up, and I'd like to release that.
Okay, just a sec. I didn't hear the item number. What was it?
Sorry, IE 22.15.
22.
Salt pollution.
Just let me find it here. Okay. So you're releasing?
Yes, please.
Okay, IE 22.15. On favor? Carried.
And then I will release IE 22.13, which is the Toronto Parking Authority Security Approach and Framework, which we all have a copy, including the confidential. Assuming we don't want to go in camera to discuss that, then I will release that today.
So IE
22.13. Toronto Parking Authority Security Approach and Framework that we asked for. We have a confidential attachment, which I'm sure everybody's had a look at, and it came from the Parking Authority Board here to council. So assuming we've all read that, I'd like to release it.
Okay, on favor, IE 22.13. Carried. Thank you. So listen. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper.
Sorry, one more.
Councillor
Then they're
Fletcher.
done. And I've spoken with Councillor Sachs, and she says she did everything she needed to do at committee, and she did a great job on that. And that's IE 22.9, Transform TO Net Zero Strategy, the 2024 annual report. So we had a good discussion there with great input by my colleagues. So I'll release that as well. Speaker, please. IE
22.9.
Yes,
on
please.
favor?
Thank you.
Carried. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Diane.
Okay. All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. Carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide. Can I have some quiet, please, in the council chambers? It's difficult when I'm speaking and everyone else is speaking. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn, council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I've agreed are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's first key item, which is EX 24.6. which is Toronto Paramedic Services Multi-Year Staffing Plan. Do we have questions to staff? Please put your name on the screen. Questions to staff? Any questions? No? Okay. Oh, Councillor Cheng, you have a question. Councillor Cheng? Go ahead.
Where are the chief? Oh, there they are. Yes, thank you for this report. It is encouraging knowing that we heard many deputations during budget about concern about the capacity of our paramedics. And I'm just wondering, what is the approach in terms of sustainability of the work? Because we know that many paramedics have reflected that due to the type of hours that they work and the load on them, because it has been understaffed, there's been some challenge in terms of
Councillor Chang, I'm going to cut you off now
sure.
because apparently I wasn't aware, but there's a presentation first.
Okay.
Okay?
Great, thanks.
So we'll get to you after.
Okay.
So let's do the presentation. Sorry, I didn't know. Are we ready? Okay.
Thank you, Speaker.
1, 2, 3, action.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you to members of council. I'll just be providing just a few of the highlights from the multi-year staffing plan that's before you that was requested of us by council back through the 2025 budget process to address hospital and healthcare system pressures, rising call demand, and increasing response times. And this was to be informed by the detailed staffing analysis, which is also appended to the report before you. So, as the report outlines, emergency call demand continues to go up every year by 3%, and emergency call demand is expected to increase by 11% by 2028, which is the life of the staffing plan. In hospital, wait times have increased by 11% since 2019, and this accounts for paramedics spending about over 700 hours every day in hospital, and all of this has led to increasing response times of 15% since 2019. These pressures are driven by an aging and growing population, lack of access to primary care, long-term care wait lists, difficulty navigating the healthcare system, and of course, the drug toxicity situation. This particular graphic is borrowed from the Auditor General's report, where she conducted an operational review of our service last year. And as you may recall from this particular graphic, it very eloquently shows the driving factors behind the pressures that we experience every day. As I mentioned, the unavailability of primary care, the aging population, and so on. It spells it out quite well, where ourselves and the hospital emergency departments now become the safety net for much of the healthcare system. This particular graph is really central to the staffing plan and to our request. The graph basically depicts the number of daily hours where the number of available ambulances fell below 10% on each day. As you can see, when we started out in the pre-pandemic time, the number of these instances was low. And then through the pandemic, it was very low. And then as things started to open up again, that's when the incidence of low availability increased dramatically. And in fact, the incidence of low availability has increased by 300% since pre-pandemic times. So in terms of our ask, it's 362 staff over the course of the 3 years, plus the remainder of 2025. And this includes the addition of 331 frontline paramedics. And this was based on the detailed staffing analysis, which is included with your package. And as we've stated here, these numbers reflect our ability to hire these staff, but also to meet our operational needs. And speaking of hiring, we're continuing to hire as we go along. We have not stopped. We've already taken in 3 classes this year. They're already on the streets serving the public, as well as 3 additional classes scheduled for the remainder of the year, and 2 additional classes in early 2026. In terms of the financials, I just draw your attention to the bottom right of the chart, which shows the net expenditures of $26.3 million, and this includes accounting for the 50-50 funding, cost share funding that we have with the province. I'm in constant contact with the province, and I've had no indication that funding arrangement will be ending. And in terms of the outcome and what we expect, we're anticipating that ambulance availability by the end of the plan will go up by as much as 20%, and this will help to reduce response times for those critical calls. And in terms of supporting our staff, it'll help to mitigate staff fatigue, burnout, balance their workload, support retention, improve morale, and also, of course, reduce our reliance on overtime. And in the end, it's about really supporting our staff's resilience out there, especially when things get very, very busy. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We will now go to questions. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Chief Chawla, for the presentation and for the ongoing hard work that you and your team are doing to ensure the ability of our paramedics to respond in important ways in our city. I'm wondering, what is the current response time in the city for Toronto paramedics? What is the metric?
Speaker, the current response time is about 14 minutes.
14 minutes?
Correct.
And so after this multi-year implementation, what is the 20% reduction?
As I mentioned in the presentation, we expect that the number of available ambulances out on the street will go up by as much as 20%. It's hard to put a hard figure on what the response times will be, just because there are so many factors that influence response times. But we do expect that response times will come down as a result of that.
And what is the goal for response time?
The goal is to get it to around at least to what we had pre-pandemic through this plan, which was around 12 minutes at that time.
So trying to shave off 2 minutes. And what are the measures in this report, in this plan, that address well-being and sustainability of the workforce? Because we do hear that it is quite stressful to be a paramedic and is resulting in burnout for some.
Speaker, the plan itself, just the mere addition of the additional staff, will help to balance workload out on the street for our paramedics. They work incredibly hard, and this is something that's been badly needed for some time in order to help not only address the call demand and work pressures from the healthcare system, but also the workload of our staff. And so just having these additional staff will add additional ambulances out on the street to balance their workload. As the report also spells out, we're doing a number of things to improve opportunities for our staff and improve retention and morale and those sorts of things. One is, a number of training and advancement opportunities we're offering to all of our staff. Investing in updated equipment and technology to help them do their jobs better and deliver better care to the public. We implemented a couple of years ago in consultation with our union partners, 416, to implement a harmonized shift schedule to increase the team cohesiveness and cohesion amongst frontline staff. We're also working with, we started working with P&E, and we'll be working with the union to look at how we can improve our recruitment of paramedics and also how we can improve retention and morale. We've already started that process for our dispatchers and call takers with success, and we're looking forward to doing that going forward. And we work with our union partners as well on a regular basis to discuss various issues of mutual concern.
And how is the well-being of your staff monitored? Are there surveys done to establish how people are feeling about their work, as well as to take in suggestions of how things can be improved?
Yeah, we have conducted employee engagement surveys in the past, as well as the corporate employee engagement surveys, and we do conduct exit interviews on people leaving the service to find out what we can do better, what's been going well, and again, to where we can make improvements to make life better for our existing paramedics.
Would it be helpful as we enter into this hiring plan to do another survey in order to set a benchmark so that as we monitor the hiring and we kind of look at how people are doing over the multi-year plan so that we can see if these investments are garnering the outcome that we hope to establish?
We would be open to that, yes.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you. So this is a staffing plan to hire, but I'd be interested in understanding the turnover rate or the attrition rate of current paramedics and what happens or what the mechanism is that causes people to leave the city and take work with other municipalities or other jurisdictions.
Speaker, the current exit rate amongst paramedics is around 6%, which is about half that of the cities.
So I've heard anecdotal comments, though, that paramedics are leaving more and more to take jobs elsewhere because of a variety of factors. One of them is just, travel and congestion, because many people live outside of the city that work for us. And so, there's a change in quality of life to go elsewhere. But that's also coupled with the work. As exciting as it is to work in a big city, in a dynamic city like Toronto, it eventually stacks up and wears you down. And you can make money here, you can make money elsewhere, maybe with a little bit of a different profile of a job. And I just wondered what paramedics has done to analyze that, whether that's true or whether that's a rumor that's circulating.
So what I can tell you, Councillor, is that in terms of the number of people leaving the service, we have through the pandemic there were people leaving, and that's true, and that was a pressure. But from 2023 to 2024, the number of exits from Toronto Paramedic Services actually came down 14%.
Okay.
The other thing I need to point out is that we have hired for at least, I'd say, for the last 7 to 8 years, we have hired more paramedics than have left the service.
Okay. So do we have information about other services with respect to the comparability of wages, the comparability of benefits, the comparability of working conditions, which I realize is kind of a broad or a soft category, but do we know how we stack up against other opportunities?
To the Speaker, I would say that in terms of our compensation, we are certainly comparable with other services. Our paramedics are definitely well compensated, and we offer, unlike other services, because of our size and scale, we also offer many training and advancement opportunities, probably more so than other smaller jurisdictions.
Can you tell me a little bit about what the rules say for a paramedic to work in this jurisdiction and in another jurisdiction simultaneously? I understand that does occur from time to time because people become certified at a technical level, and then there is that opportunity to work in two places. Could you tell me what the rules are on that, and whether or not that leads to circumstances with people working here and then exiting to go elsewhere?
You're right, Councillor. There are paramedics that certainly work in more than one service. They may work in one service full-time and another part-time or both part-time. That does happen. We haven't really examined that to determine whether that in and of itself leads to people exiting the service, but we don't have that particular sort of data set.
What would it take to dig a little bit deeper on the issues of, I don't know if you call it brain drain or skill drain, but the city of Toronto having a fantastic workforce and a great group, but we tend to leak a little bit out and lose good people to other jurisdictions for a variety of factors, maybe even things that really aren't the city's fault, but are just about life in Southern Ontario. What would it take for us to get a little bit closer to the heart of that and figure out if there's an issue and whether, just again, in the context of a staffing plan, if we can keep an eye on that to say, in addition to hiring, we want to make sure that we keep people the good people that work here.
That was your last question.
Yeah, and Councillor, we would be happy to monitor those exits and also work with our colleagues in P&E to figure out a way to closely monitor that and see if there is a correlation between the exits that are happening as well as the number of people that may work outside of the service, all of those sort of factors, and we'd be happy to have a closer look at that for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
So Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that there is a little bit of struggle with the technology right now.
Yeah, I was just going to announce that, Councillor Holyday, we're aware.
I appreciate it.
I want members of council to know we are having issues, so if you want to speak or ask a question and you're having difficulty, please come up to the clerk and we'll add your name on and until we were able to resolve those issues. Now, the next three councillors to ask questions is Councillor Thompson, Councillor Coe, and Councillor Matlow. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to the Chief. Chief, offloading and wait time has been an issue for many years with respect to your service. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
So you have in recommendation 3 here, which basically states that Council reiterates its request to the Ontario government to consider establishing a provincial mandated target for wait time and offloading of patients. What has been the issue? Because as you've just indicated, rightly so, this has been going on for such a long time. What is the problem?
Speaker, so the issue of in-hospital wait times for paramedics has been going on for some time. We've got 13 different hospitals in our city.
Speaker, I'm having some hard time hearing him because
Can
of the
we
noise.
keep it quiet, please? A lot of noise.
Thank you.
And amongst those 13 hospitals, there are many different processes for handling patient flow through those hospitals, and so that's part of the challenge. The other challenge is that our call volume continues to go up every single year. Right. That is also adding to the pressure. And while we're trying to work with our hospital partners to encourage them to release our patients faster, we also know that our call volume is going up, and inevitably we have to transport those patients to hospital. But I can say that we've seen some marginal improvement over the last, I'd say, 2 to 3 years from our hospital partners in terms of offloading patients, but we're still higher than we were pre-pandemic.
So thank you very much for the answer, but in your answer, I don't reflect or hear what exactly is the issue from a provincial perspective. You've talked about the hospital, number of hospitals and the wait time and so on, but what exactly is the issue with respect to the province themselves in terms of mandating and responding to the issue? Because I don't think you've addressed that, please.
Sure, Councillor. Yes. So from the provincial perspective, we don't have a mandate when it comes to requiring hospitals to meet a certain time target. And hence the correspondence that the city manager and I sent earlier this year.
Speaker, I'm actually having a hard time hearing him.
Okay. Please, there's too much noise. Quiet, quiet.
Everybody else. You guys are good.
Okay, go ahead. Councillor Thompson.
Chief, did you need me to
I know,
restate the question, or? I think we were at about 2 minutes and change here, Speaker. Chief, did you need me to restate the question, or are you okay with the question?
No, I'm good.
Okay, good.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so from a provincial perspective, yeah, there is no current mandate to, in terms of a timeline that hospitals need to meet in order to offload ambulance patients. Hence the correspondence that the city manager and I sent earlier in the year, and then the motion that was made at executive committee to reiterate that particular correspondence. So to answer your question directly, Councillor, no, there is no provincially mandated target.
You would agree with me, though, that this does endanger and put the public at great risk. Would that not be the case? In as much as your staff do their best and hospital staff do their best, but does it not put the public at risk? A growing city.
In certain instances, that may be true. Yes.
Okay. So, Chief, let me understand. You've made your presentation here today, but I haven't seen in that presentation reflecting sort of the diversity of the city in terms of reflecting that within your FTEs and the ambulance services. Do you have a plan?
Councillor, yes. So as part of adding these additional staff, one thing that it will actually help us to do is to add more, just by virtue of the number of people that we're adding, just to add more ambulances out on the streets. And one of the things that was highlighted last year by the Auditor General was around the inequitable distribution of ambulances across the city, particularly in the periphery. And what this will enable us to do is add more units out on the street and help to bolster those numbers out in the periphery. As well, we're looking internally at how we deploy our ambulances day to day to see if there is a better way that we can distribute our ambulances on a day.
Sorry, Speaker, just one word. I think I'm not getting the answer from the chief. I'm not talking about ambulances. I'm actually talking about people, reflecting the diversity. So maybe the chief did not hear my question, and if that's the case, I'm happy to restate it, but that's not the answer that I'm looking for, because it's not reflecting the question that I'm asking.
I think I understand what you're getting at now, Councillor. My apologies.
Thank you. No problem.
Yeah, so in terms of the people, we are working on recruitment and training initiatives that will prioritize diversity and ensure that Toronto's paramedic workforce reflects the communities that we serve. We will be equipping our paramedics with anti-racism, anti-oppression and cultural competency training.
Fair enough.
And to enable them to deliver patient-centered care.
So how many people, what's your diversity numbers now? What's the stat looks like? How many people of diverse background actually work in your organization, apart from yourself, of course?
I don't have that data in front of me, Councillor, but happy to get that.
I appreciate having that. And then finally, through you, Speaker, Chief, I understand that there are some complications within your system, that even though someone of a diverse background may make it through the ranks, there are rules and regulations. Some of it has to do with union rules that prevent certain individuals with respect to experience from ascending through your organization. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of those rules. I'm not aware of, I mean,
So I'm happy to speak to you offline on that, because there are some issues there, but I just wanted to publicly ask if you are aware of those issues.
I'm not aware, I mean, other than, I mean, obviously seniority is something that comes into play. That's certainly part and parcel of many of our opportunities, but anything beyond that, I'm not aware.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chief, as you know, at executive, I've moved a motion asking that we restate our request to the province of Ontario to do something about the hours and hours of waiting that our paramedics do in our Toronto hospitals. As you know, they spend 60% of their staff time waiting in hospitals to offload their patients. I would like to ask, when did we as a city last ask the province to look at this wait time backlog that occurs in our hospitals every day?
To the Speaker, Councillor, the City Manager and I sent a correspondence to the province earlier this year regarding requesting a provincially mandated time target.
So it's been, 6 months that we've asked for an urgent request to deal with this critical situation in Toronto, and the province has not answered in all these months? Do we ever call them, get on the phone to the Minister of Health, or tell them this is an emergency situation with our paramedics wasting hours and hours waiting around in our hospital emergency rooms?
That's not something that we've done of late, but that I do correspond regularly with my ministry counterparts, and I received no indication that of that being actioned.
So maybe we should ask the mayor to get on the phone to Doug Ford or say, listen, we've got a problem with all these hours being wasted in hospital waiting rooms while we need to deal with our increasing call volumes. You think that might help to have the mayor call?
To the Speaker, that may help, yes.
I have another question. One of the phenomena that has occurred recently that I think we need to pay some attention to, I wonder if we can, and that is, you know, with the proliferation of cell phones, whenever there's an emergency situation, which occurred in Lawrence Heights there a few weeks ago, we had multiple people calling about where the shooting occurred from different locations. So our paramedics were unable to point to the exact location of the injured persons because of the multiple calls. How can we deal with these multiple calls all coming in at once with different locations?
To the Speaker, that's an instance that we're still looking into and we're reviewing, but you're correct that we were receiving many different location addresses for that particular incident, and hence why some crews were getting theirs before others. But we're certainly happy to keep reviewing it and work with our city partners to see what can be done better to facilitate a quicker response.
And is there a process in place whereby the calls going into the Toronto Police at the same time are coordinated with the paramedic attempts to locate the actual location?
Yeah, to the Speaker, we do work with our police partners every single day. We work with them very closely. When it comes to these types of incidents, we do check with our police partners to see if they've made any progress in reaching the particular incident. And we are also working on various technological improvements to improve that flow of information to help us get to the scene sooner.
And one final question. Are there other jurisdictions in North America that have the same wait time issue than the hospitals like we do in Ontario and Toronto?
Absolutely, Councillor. There are actually jurisdictions in Ontario, across Canada, that are in some cases doing better, but in many cases that are doing worse than us.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Chief, I was wondering if you could just state your position about the complement of dispatchers you have, and if there was a scenario where we could ask and receive funds by the province to increase your complement of EMDs, would you welcome that? Would you support that?
To the Speaker, yes, we would welcome that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chief, to you and to all your paramedics and all the great work that they do. Torontonians really appreciate it. I know that people up in my community always tell me the phenomenal work that your team does in terms of response time and the care they get from pickup to hospital care and so on. Which, first question I want to ask you, Chief, is looks like you have, it says here in the report, 362 new hires over the next 3 years. And you may have already been asked this. Is this a net new hire? Or is that?
Yeah, to the Speaker, that's correct. These are net new.
However, that number could change over the 3-year period because you can't predict, people taking long-term leave, or you can't predict what happens to individuals during that 3-year period. So that number could very well change during that course of time.
Well, this is what we're outlining in our plan that we predict that we would need. This is based on our detailed staffing analysis, and we feel confident in these numbers.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And so we're also losing paramedics to what it says here: better equipped and higher paying neighborhood jurisdictions. And it's always difficult when that happens. So what are we doing to close that gap so we lose less people for those two particular reasons, and particularly the part of, better equipped? I want to speak to that in a moment. I have another question with respect to that, but what can we do to close that gap, Chief?
Yeah, to the Speaker, as I was speaking earlier, we're, in addition to, working with P&E and trying to improve our recruitment, retention initiatives, we're also, like I said, we're offering training and advancement opportunities to our staff, investing in updated equipment and technology. We've improved the scheduling. We've worked with the union to improve the schedules that have been used by paramedics, so they're all on one schedule, increase that morale, team cohesion, and also working with our union partners to discuss any issues of mutual concern.
And Chief, when it says here better equipped, what equipment would you say, in terms of the top, if you have this information now, the top, say, 1 or 2 pieces of equipment you feel Toronto paramedics needs desperately now to keep pace with our surrounding municipalities?
One of them, Councillor, would be new vehicles, having state-of-the-art vehicles. Yeah. And I should point out that we actually did have the input of our union and staff into the new vehicles that we expect to receive later this year. So that's one of the big things, and also having the, the right patient care supplies and equipment, such as stretchers,
Right.
so that they can deliver the best care possible.
Okay, well, thank you so much for making your first point, the new vehicles. Chief, I think in the past, you and I have talked about that. Our current fleet, maybe not all of them, but a vast majority of them are old and are not in great shape. And taking a ride in an ambulance right now, if you've got somebody you're picking up on an emergency situation, it doesn't help the individual riding in that particular ambulance. We need more modern vehicles, Chief. How?
And your question is?
My question is.
Your question is?
My question is: are you submitting in your next budget extra numbers that will allow you to do that?
Yes, we are, Councillor. We will be doing that. Every year we request through our capital plan the addition of 7 new vehicles a year. These are new vehicles. And then we also are expecting an entire shipment of vehicles to replace the end-of-life ones as well.
Thank you. Last is Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, and thanks for your paramedics who are doing heroic work across the city, saving lives. But I do have a few questions. Now, it was touched on by Councillor Cole. This drop-off at hospitals is a requirement under the Ambulance Act?
Yeah, that's correct. To the Speaker, when paramedics respond to a patient and the patient requests to go to the hospital, we are required to go to the hospital. There are certain provisions for other types of models of care, but we need specific approvals from the Minister of Health to do those. But by and large, yes, we're required to transport to hospital.
So we've been asking for years for amendments to the Ambulance Act so that we could accelerate the transfer of patients from EMS to an emergency doctor or nurse or bed. It sounds from your earlier comments we really haven't made any progress with that.
I would say that we have made some progress in the last 2 to 3 years. There have been marginal improvements in hospital offload delay. In addition, the province does fund 100% the recruitment or the hiring of what we call dedicated offload nurses. And those are stationed in all of our hospitals across the city. And their sole job is to help expedite the offload of patients from hospitals. So without those particular nurses, we would actually be in worse shape. So I would submit that some improvements are being made, but it is still a persistent issue. There have been some improvements over the last couple of years, but we're still higher than we were pre-pandemic.
I've seen emergency wards with half a dozen ambulances and their patients backed up, waiting to be admitted. That's just anecdotal. Regarding dispatch, there are some who say that ambulances are going to dozens of non-medical calls. In other words, where an ambulance is not really needed. Is that through the 911 network? And are they properly screening calls to ask whether an ambulance is necessary?
I don't have specific examples in front of me, Councillor, and I don't have the exact data in front of me. But what I can tell you is that, as you know, 911 calls, they come through the police call center first. If an ambulance is requested, then that call is transferred over to us. Now, in the case of very low acuity ambulance requests, we do have a program in place to transfer those calls to what used to be telehealth, now 811 it's called, and the caller can then receive advice and guidance from a nurse on the other end of the phone. And if the nurse feels that an ambulance is required, then they'll send the call back to us. But in the majority of cases, those low acuity calls do end up going just to the nurse, and they receive guidance. In terms of when an ambulance is not required at all, I'd have to get that data. I just don't have that in front of me.
So everyone who rides in a ambulance is charged a regulatory defined fee of $45?
If memory serves, I believe that's what it is. We're not involved in the billing process, so, but I believe that's still the case.
And is that payable to the city or the province or the hospital or?
It's payable to the province.
To the province?
Yeah.
To the destination hospital?
Yes. I believe in all cases it's collected by the hospital and remitted to the province.
I see. Has EMS looked at, rather than transporting to hospitals and going to emerge for non-emergency issues, have they looked at the treating on the spot model? And I know other jurisdictions are doing that, where if it's a minor injury, that you don't have to take them to emerge. You could treat them on the spot and send them on their way?
Okay, that was your last question.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. We actually do have a program in place that has been for about a year now. We call it treat and discharge. And that's one of those particular alternate models of care that I mentioned that require specific approval from the ministry, which we implemented, like I said, just over a year ago. And for certain types of medical conditions, we can actually treat the patient on scene. And as long as they meet very specific medical criteria, so, it's being done safely, then we can release them on spot.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Before we go to the speakers, is there anybody that had difficulty on putting their name on the list to ask questions? No? Okay, we'll go. Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
So, Speaker, I would like to raise a point of order with you about this situation with the speakers list. Our procedure bylaw is predicated on a system that allows people to put their names down, and as we all understand, the outcome of the debate is contingent on our position on the list and our ability to be aware of where we are on the list. My point of order is that we are actually becoming disorderly with the inability to do this, and I would urge you, the Speaker, to either break early and get this fixed or pause the meeting, because I am concerned about the outcome of debates if it continues in this manner.
Councillor Holyday, I have been identifying the three members of council that have questions or speakers in advance. So thank you. We'll pass that on to staff. Thank you. Let's go to speakers. If you want to get on the speakers list, please come to the clerk's portal. Mayor Chow to speak.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, the city of Toronto, this wonderful city of ours, is the fastest growing city in North America. We have 240,000 people that have moved in between 2023 and 2024, within 1 year, 12 months. So we are growing. And you and I know, when we call 911, we need a paramedic showing up. When they show up, you feel totally relieved, right? So I've served of that experience when my mother, who I lived with me before she passed away in the mid-90s, called. She broke her hip and in great pain, and thank God the paramedics show up. There was an occasion where my dad could not breathe, and he had serious pneumonia, and we waited on the phone, because the 911 operator was very kind, and we were waiting for the paramedics to show up. And when they show up, there's this big sigh of relief that finally help is on the way. There will be someone that's carrying us. And no matter what is the situation, paramedics rush towards danger, a known situation, resolve the situations. They they are interact with Torontonians in critical moments, and the patients are usually very scared or in life-threatening occasions. Every second counts. And paramedics offer a caring and helping hand. They figure out what's needed, and sometimes they in fact do that themselves to save that life. And they urgently get people the care they need or to the hospital where the health care is available. So Torontonians need and deserve a paramedic service that is quick and respond to emergency. A service that would be there when they need it most, with high quality of care, not burned out, deliver the emergency support that everyone needs. So every year the demand for paramedics grows. You and I have heard that it has grown by 11%. It will grow by 11% in the next few years because we have a growing city. We also have an aging population. So the emergency rooms are very full, and it is taking a long time to offload some of the patients. So what we have here is a multi-year staffing plan with hiring 362 frontline paramedics, superintendents, and support staff over the next 3 years. And this year alone, in order to make sure that they lower the wait times, we are hiring 112 more paramedics. And yesterday, there's a graduation of paramedics. There was, I believe there were 19 of them. They were very proud. We are bringing in more frontline officers and frontline responder. In this year, because of the budget, we are also hiring 52 firefighters, over 350 police officers, and 90 more 911 operators. And we are also bringing in more mental health crisis workers through the Toronto Community Crisis Services. So together, we have a team of first responder, and that is the staffing that this city of Toronto desperately need. And together, we will have a safer and more caring city. So I ask you to support the multi-year paramedic staffing plan that is in front of you today.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. This multi-year hiring plan for Toronto Paramedic Services is excellent news for the people of Toronto. This is a plan to attract, recruit, and retain staff, and we need this service. Everybody in Toronto, when we call 911 and we need a paramedic, we're in a situation where we're either in fear for our life, fear for safety, fear for health, and they show up and they come and they provide a high quality of care and support. This is a way to show that we are committed to paramedics, hiring 362, 112 new paramedics to make sure that we're actually reducing those wait times. This is excellent news. It's a way to create a safer and healthier Toronto, and I just want to congratulate the chief for this accomplishment. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, I just want to say that because we're having issue, just one sec, please. I have to say a few words first. Since we're having issues, when we're at committee, if a member of council wants to ask a question or speak, they put their hand up. So if anybody wants to speak, just come up to me. I'll write your name down and we'll list you. And once you have your name on the list, you can't put your name on and off the list. So until we resolve the issue we have, that's what we'll do. So if anybody wants to speak and they're having problems, come up to me and we'll put your name on the list. And we'll find a way to display it, because that is That is the way we'll have to manage for the rest of the council meetings. And we do this at committee. At community council, if you want to speak, you put your hand up. The chair writes down your name. So we'll continue doing that. So Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. I want to echo what has already been shared in the chamber on this item. We know that paramedics help support Torontonians when they need it most, and we need to support them to be able to do their work. And I'm very happy to support this staffing plan. Really grateful for the leadership of our paramedic services, of Mayor Chow, of the chair of our committee as well. And it will make sure that Torontonians get the care that they need when they need it, reducing wait times and making ambulances more available. And it will support our paramedics for the long haul, making sure they get time off, have more balanced workloads, and can be even more effective in the critical work that they do to keep our city safe and to make our well-being in a crisis their priority. Thanks to everyone who has worked together to bring this forward, and to each and every one of our paramedics alongside our emergency services who work every day to make our city safer, more responsive, and ultimately healthier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, you're up to speak. And just also, members of council, if you have any other names to speak, please come up because that's the last name on the list.
Sorry, Speaker. I've been working on a motion with Chief Chawla and folks at PNE, but it's still in flight. Can I get a couple minutes? Or could we hold this item down for the motion?
Speaker.
Okay. I just need can we take a 5-minute recess, please? Because it takes a while to cook a delicious stew.
No, so, Councillor Cheng, please, we can't take a 5-minute recess. So, does anybody want to speak on this item, please? Please let me know.
Well-being survey, anonymous well-being survey to set up so that we can measure the progress.
Councillor Cheng, we can't take a 5-minute recess in the middle, and you're the last speaker.
Can someone speak, please?
Did you want to continue to speak, Councillor Cheng? Okay, go ahead.
So the motion is... Sorry. I really need a moment, Speaker. That we've been working for the whole time on this motion, and so please, Councillor Myers wants to speak. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I made it very clear. If you want to speak, to please come up to me and put your name on the list. This is not a free-for-all. Okay, Councillor, anybody wants to speak, please come up to the speaker so I can put your name on the list because we're having difficulties. Councillor Myers to speak. Point of order, Councillor Holiday.
So, Speaker, having the ability to see the list and know what it is.
Okay, Councillor Holiday, we're going to give you the list.
Can I ask that a piece of paper be put up on the wall with the speaker's list so we can all see it?
But I did say that, Councillor Holiday. If you heard what I said, that's what I said.
You said that there was a speaker's
Councillor
list.
Holiday, Councillor Holiday, we're showing the list. Councillor Myers to speak. Once I get the list.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I'm rising today just to offer my support for the multi-year staffing plan for the Toronto Paramedic Services. I remember when we dealt with an Auditor General's report back earlier, I think it was last year, just talking about the crisis that we were having staffing our paramedic services, and the paramedics actually issued a poll or a survey of the members called Code Red, and it was talking about just some of the issues that they were dealing with, whether it was burnout, whether it was the loss of paramedics to other jurisdictions, or whether it was just the difficulties of being a paramedic in a major metropolitan city such as Toronto versus some of our other cities. So I'm very, very pleased to see that we are making good progress on these recommendations. I'm very pleased to say that we are finally getting to the point of really dealing with the issues that have been a lot of the heart of the staffing crisis, and really trying to work with our paramedic partners, the unions, to make sure that we have adequate resources to ensure that when someone calls 911, there is someone on the other end that can quickly send help. We've all been in those types of situations, and I think this is a great first step, and I'm looking forward to working with our union partners, working with the chief, working with fellow councillors to see this plan really moving forward and to continue providing the type of services that Torontonians need, and especially on days like this when we're dealing with a public health crisis in the heat wave. It's always good to have these types of services available and to make sure that our departments are adequately staffed to serve the needs of Torontonians. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to repeat it again. We have no list, Councillor Holiday, so if anybody wants to speak, please, Councillor Ainsley, please, I need everybody's attention here. If anybody wants to speak, please come up and say you want to speak, because we don't have a list. So, Councillor Holiday, if you want to speak, walk up here and put your name on the list. No. Anybody else that wants to speak, please come forward. Put your hand up if you want to speak. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to act as the role as filler while we wait for Councillor Cheng's motion, which I'm very excited about. I haven't read it, but I'm sure it's exciting. Look, I support the report before us. We absolutely have to add staff to our EMS complement. I have seen many of these professionals in action. They are wonderful, supportive professionals who are helping respond to emergency calls across the city. I think under most difficult circumstances, whether it's capacity to emergency wards or the traffic congestion to get ambulances through, they do the best they can in moving people who are in medical crisis to our hospitals. At the same time, I believe we need major revisions to the Ambulance Act. The major one is, of course, the offloading of patients, transferring them from the ambulance team, from the EMS workers, to emergency intake. I have seen on several occasions, it's anecdotal, 4 or 5 ambulance stretchers lining up at emergency, waiting to transfer their patients to an emergency doctor or nurse. Now, the problem with that is you're tying up resources. These dedicated EMS workers, instead of answering their next call, are standing in a line trying to transfer a patient that might need urgent care. And only through amendments to the Ambulance Act can we do this. Now, I understand also under the Ambulance Act, the minister can set up what's called an advisory council. I don't even know if the City of Toronto appears at that council or whether it exists. But I'm not going to move a motion, but I think under a staff undertaking, we should see whether that advisory council exists, whether the city participates in that advisory council, and make it clear that we need amendments to the Ambulance Act to ensure that our EMS, our dedicated EMS workers, are not standing in hallways, in lines at Emerge, but they're out answering calls. The last point I would make is we have to focus very, very clearly on whether we're sending ambulances to non-medical calls. We see these ambulances with their sirens and their lights flashing, showing up to something that doesn't even look like a medical emergency at all. And this is something that I think we need better screening on the 911 intake. We need better direction to the crews on the road. And that way we can answer those calls of people really in need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, you'd like to make an introduction at this time?
Speak on the microphone. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I absolutely do, and thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I would like to just let my colleagues know that with us here this morning, we have the students of the grade 5 students at the Elms Junior Middle School and their teacher, Christopher Nadell. Please give them a big welcome. Speaker, I had the pleasure and honor of attending their class with Amanda just a few weeks ago. To be part of their grade 5 civic class. And I got to tell you, they were an amazing young group. They were all attentive, very inspiring young people. So welcome. Thank you for coming out. And I also just want to mention, Speaker, if I may, one more second, they also gave me this beautiful little card that says, thank you for attending. And it reads, thank you for taking the time to visit our class and to share more about Toronto's role as municipal city. We are looking forward to our visit to City Hall. Well, thanks so much for coming, and you can see what fun we're having here today as well. So, thank you, Speaker.
Maybe a few of the students want to come and sit where the councillors are sitting? Well, maybe we'll have some quiet in the council chambers. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion, and this is a motion that is about the well-being of our paramedics. We know and we heard from several people who attended our budget committee deputations that burnout is real, the pressure is real, and we just want to ensure that we're collecting the data and analyzing it as a benchmark as we move forward with this plan. So this motion that we worked on with Chief Chawla and PNE, that we will launch this next employee engagement survey, and through that survey establish a benchmark that monitors our paramedic staff well-being, and that report will be included with the effectiveness of retention strategies as directed by the Auditor General Report 5.6. So this is, I think, an important measure that will help us monitor and ensure that these investments are helping us get towards better retention and better well-being of our paramedics. They are serving countless hours, going to the edges of their own capacities to ensure that we are safe and healthy in our city. So we thank them, and I look forward to the results of this survey and the report back. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Please put your hand up if you want to speak. Okay, let's go for the vote. Okay, on Councillor Cheng's motion on her amendment, it's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Our next timed item is, just one moment, Mayor. PH 22.3, expanding housing options in neighborhoods. Councillor Holiday held it down. So open up for questions, but Mayor Chow?
Yeah, doing routine order, I missed an item. It's CC 31.2. It's an appeal. A staff appeal.
579 Glencairn?
That's right. CC 31.2. I need to reopen it and defer it for one round. The staff has no problem with that. I forgot to move it.
Okay,
So a motion to reopen and then a motion to
defer to the
defer one round.
next
That's right.
council meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, so on CC 31.2, Mayor Chow is asking that we reopen the item. On favor? Carried. Okay, so Mayor Chow is moving to defer it to the next council meeting. On favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. So on PH 22.3, if we have Councillor Perks.
Yes, on a point of order. Given the problems we're having with the list, I just wanted to alert you my intention is to speak last on the item as the committee chair. Oh.
Now we're at questions. Does it, can you please come forward if you have any questions? Okay.
Do you want me to do some quick releases? No? No, we're okay? We'll wait.
They're just trying to fix the system for a minute. Yeah. Okay, members, if you want to ask questions, if you can please put your name on the list now, because we believe we've resolved the issue. So if you can put your name. Okay, it looks like it's working now. Okay, anybody want to put your name up? Okay, and okay, so we have resolved the issue, so if you want to put your name on the list. Mayor Chow, you said you had a couple of quick release? No?
No,
okay.
I'm fine.
All right. So we'll now go to questions for PH 22.3, which is expanding housing options in neighborhoods. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Of order before we begin.
Okay.
Could you put me on the speakers list because I cannot do that? Thank you.
We're going to do a new item.
Questions of staff. Thank you, Speaker. So this is a monitoring program. Can you tell me approximately how many multiplexes have been established in the city since it was created?
Madam Speaker, we monitored a period of time through building permit data from May 2023 to November 2024. And in that period of time, there were approximately 1,200 plus building permits issued for multiplexes, or 1,200 new units, representing 750 net new units, and those exist in about 450 new buildings.
So can you walk me through, just generally, not every calculation, but how it works? You said there was 1,200 units, 700 applications. How many sites is that? And then how do you handle the calculation of deducting the original housing unit that was there? Like, you can't double count that when you talk about new units.
No, Madam Speaker, that's correct. So there were about 450 building permits in total that were issued in that period. That represents about 450 sites, one building permit per site, generally speaking.
Right.
And there were multiple units in those building permits because these are multiplex dwellings. And so staff counted the number of units in those various permits. And they also, therefore, deducted the number of existing units so that we had a sense of how much net new housing was being produced through the multiplex bylaw, and that we wouldn't double count units that were being renovated or perhaps demolished in order to construct the multiplex.
Right, and in some cases, there was 2 units to start with.
There might have been some cases. Generally, that wasn't the case, but there may have been some cases.
Because when I did the math, there wasn't a linear relationship. So I'm assuming that staff knew where there was, say, a basement apartment and a dwelling, That takes 2 off the market, it might put back something, and it might result in a net plus. So our net plus is a reduced number.
That's right. That's a correct assessment.
Just so we know, there were 400 and change permits. What was the approximate breakdown of duplexes, so 2 units, triplexes, and fourplexes?
Approximately 40% of those 450 permits were duplexes, and in total 60% triplexes and fourplexes.
And how many of the triplexes and fourplexes, how does that break out of the 60%?
About 35% were triplexes, and the remainder were fourplexes.
Okay, so the multiplex program is resulting in 2 and 3 units, and a duplex is similar to a basement apartment situation. Am I correct? Excuse me.
In our monitoring, we filtered out proposals that were a primary dwelling and just a basement apartment. So the numbers that we're presenting to you as duplexes are things that we would commonly call duplex, of two self-contained dwelling units, not one subordinate to the other, but 2 meaningful dwelling units. One might be below grade, but generally both would be at least partially above grade.
So in the Planning and Housing Committee, although it's not in front of council right now, you had a report called Neighborhood Intensification Research Bulletin. And you told the committee through the report a lot of forecasts about where the multiplex program may go over time. Could you tell us what that refers to, or what that suggested number is on an annual basis? What's the yield of multiplexes?
Yeah, Madam Chair, that report was an assessment of what the outcome of our current multiplex permissions could be over time. The research team looked at a number of different factors to consider what uptake they might predict of these permissions over many years. I think generally they expected about 1,200 units per year would result from the multiplex permissions, and around 160,000 units in total over the next few decades.
Big difference from performance to date, though. Big difference.
There is, I think, an anticipation that over time there will be continued uptake of these permissions as builders become more comfortable with them, figure out design solutions, and figure out financing solutions.
Okay. So the final question was, you brought us a whole bunch of stats in this report, the number of bedrooms, the sizes. Did the report go back into what the community feedback was? So things I hear, there's a lot of concern over parking. There's concern over where garbage goes. There's concern about privacy, overlook, shadow. All of those external factors to the development of a site. Does this report go into that more subjective side of the equation? You brought me statistics here.
Councillor Holyday, that's your last question.
Could you tell me about where the part is about the subjective components, about the feedback?
Madam Speaker, the team on the multiplex monitoring did undertake community engagement. There were meetings that were held both virtually and in person across the city. There was also a survey that was conducted. They collected that information, and you will see that reflected in the staff report of the types of issues that were raised. And Councillor Holyday has just summarized those, I think, fairly, and has assessed those where relevant and considered them in the recommendations that are in front of you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I hope my questions don't overlap, but the presentation that looks at the multiple items is attached to this item, so I may end up overlapping. I'll try not to. But it does give us an overview of what's in the pipeline all the way to high-rises at the moment. And I notice that 2 and 3 bedrooms are increasing across the pipeline, even into high-rises. Is that the case? That's the case across the map, anywhere in the city? 2 and 3 bedrooms are increasing.
Madam Speaker, I believe the pipeline report looked at large projects that were so significant they went through site plan approval. And yes, I think that I don't know all the details, but the team did generally find that builders are more commonly building 2 and 3 bedroom family-sized units in those large-scale projects than they were several years ago.
Okay. So whatever happens today, we are seeing the market go looking for family units across all housing types.
I think we're seeing a time of market unpredictability, and builders are responding in a number of different ways, exploring what future options are going to be for the development industry.
Right. Okay. So the update on fourplexes, it's frustrating for me because the map that you give us ends in November 23 or 24, I should say, and I think that the applications that were finalized in my area start just after that. So my ward, for instance, has nothing in it in the way of fourplexes, a couple of duplexes, but when we're looking at that map doesn't tell us completed and occupied. It's simply applied for permits.
That map shows permits that were issued. There are other permits that have been applied for that haven't been issued yet that were not represented on that map. And as you have just observed, there are some permits that were not issued at the time that map was produced, but may have issued since then.
Okay. So in terms of looking at the monitoring of these and how they work, it was a frustration for some of the community members that I consulted with that the lookbook is entirely within the TEY area. We do have applications and we see construction on a couple of sites, and yet in terms of lookbook, I guess in the lookbook attached to this item, you wanted to show us completed buildings, not drawings, but they are entirely in the TEY Community Council Service District.
Madam Speaker, in fact, the lookbook does have examples of multiplexes that are built in other districts as well.
Well, maybe I'm thinking of another lookbook. I'm thinking about the picture book.
That's right. So
Davenport,
staff wanted to
University,
illustrate.
Rosedale. I can't find a single North York example. And the reason I'm asking that is my question is it because none of them is fully constructed and occupied? Is that why we couldn't include them there at that time?
Sorry, I'll ask Mr. Kolominsky to cite a couple of addresses.
Through the speaker, so we have a number of other multiplexes within the photo book in Ward 5, York Southweston, Ward 3, Etobicoke Lakeshore, Ward 18, Willowdale. So there are examples of multiplexes that have been constructed across the city outside of just Toronto and East York.
Okay, and if I could clarify, I'm asking the question, but I'm hearing a sidebar question. Am I on the right item? There is a lookbook attached to each of these items. I'm on item number 3 right now. Am I not? Am I asking questions on the appropriate item?
Madam Speaker, the lookbook is part of item 3. It was meant to illustrate multiplexes that have been built.
Thank you very much. So are there, of all the applications, albeit a much lower volume than in the downtown core, in the area of fourplexes, I'm only talking about fourplexes now, is there a completed and occupied one?
21 multiplexes have been completed and occupied. Many others are under construction, as you can
Right.
kind
Yeah,
of
I
see
have
from that.
construction at this point in my area, although you're aware of the one that's somewhat problematic. Okay, and if I have any time left, I wonder if you could speak to your improvement on capping the number of bedrooms. Is that challengeable from previous applicants, or if we adopt today, we get control of the total number of bedrooms on site? Is that legally challengeable, or we're confident we can adopt that today and it is the law going forward?
Madam Speaker, the recommendation before you would put a cap on the number of bedrooms in order to make it more difficult for builders to abuse multiplex permissions in order to create an MTH that would not comply with zoning or licensing rules. And
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through to staff, so fourplexes, can you explain to me, so I understand the whole licensing regime around fourplexes, but the difficulty I'm having in a number of communities in my ward is people are complaining about houses being turned into a fourplex or rooming house multi-tenant. And so do they apply for a building permit with the city before they do the work or after the work?
Madam Speaker, I think it's fair to say that in order to comply with all the rules and regulations, any property owner should obtain their building permit if that building permit is required before starting that work. And when they apply for that building permit, they need to be upfront about the land use, whether it's a multiplex or a multi-tenant house, so that so that buildings can properly assess the zoning rules and make sure that the permit is issued appropriately, and so that if a license is required in the case of a multi-tenant house, that the applicant can proceed successfully to obtain a multi-tenant house license.
So they should be applying for the license before they put a shovel in the ground or do any renovations to the home in question?
No, they should apply for a building permit before the shovel goes into the ground. They don't need a license before the shovel goes into the ground, but we do want to make sure that they're not setting themselves up for failure when they go to apply for that license.
Right. And then since we've legalized multi-tenant housing citywide, has there been an increase in complaints about illegal multi-tenant housing?
Madam Speaker, I'm afraid I would need to consult my colleagues in municipal licensing and standards about complaint volumes related to multi-tenant housing.
Okay. Is there somebody from MLS here that can answer that? I'm behind you. Sorry, can my clock stop? No, I'm waiting for MLS. So, Mr. Grant, the difficulty I'm having or I'm trying to figure out is that since we legalized multi-tenant housing citywide, I have monthly community meetings. I just had one about architectural guidelines in the south end of my ward in Guildwood, and I'm having people complaining, you know, they have 2 to 3 purported multi-tenant housing units either constructed or open or being used on streets. So I'm trying to understand, since we've legalized multi-tenant housing citywide, have the complaints gone up or?
I would say they've stayed the same. However, in this version, we have a pathway to legalization, and we have a pathway to understand and to bring them into compliance and educate what you can and cannot do. In the past, when it was responding on a potentially an illegal rooming house, then it was very challenging. But I would say the complaints are consistent. These are different for different parts of the neighborhood and different parts of our communities. And with it going citywide, it is something that we are monitoring closely. But we review each of them carefully, and we visit each of them and investigate, and then work to bring them into compliance, which does take time.
So when you say the complaints are level or consistent, is that citywide, or could I say in my ward? You would say the same in my ward, for example, the level of complaints about illegal multi-tenant housing are been consistently the same?
I think so. In Scarborough, there are a number of different communities in Scarborough that have neighborhood activists that closely watch this and are closely bringing these to our attention. So I'd say it's consistent. If anything, it'd be a slight increase.
Okay, and then the legal tools that you have to enter a unit that you suspect is illegal multi-tenant housing, have those rules been changed at all, or is it still the same difficulties getting into a unit that you've had before we legalize them citywide?
So legalizing it citywide, it's still to get permission to come into the unit. Because it's legal now, we are seeing a better response than people being scared to let people in, people being scared of being dehoused, and as a result, they wouldn't let people into their homes. Now, when there is a pathway to become legal, and you can get licensed, and we can direct you to the appropriate fire,
building areas that need to be introduced. We want to ensure that people living in these are doing so in a licensed regime and in a safe housing.
I think my time's up.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. This was really kind of a non-issue in my ward until the last 72 hours. So the timing of this is actually pretty good. When it comes to the process of moving forward with the construction of a multiplex, is there any legal obligation to give public notice within 125 meters, 500 meters, any kind of notification requirements?
Madam Speaker, no notification is required. The permissions that exist now are as of right permissions, so a proponent can obtain a building permit. If they want to propose a multiplex that does not comply with all of the zoning requirements, then they would need to apply to Committee of Adjustment for minor variances. And as you're aware, that does entail notice requirements.
So under these rules, I guess the existing rules and what we may adopt today, can two multiplexes be next door to each other?
Yes, under the rules that exist today, as well as under the changes that are proposed in this report, two multiplexes can exist next door.
And has there been any discussion about preventing that? You can't have two.
That's never been staff recommendation. The intent of the multiplex zoning bylaw was to enable them broadly across the city. I think our experience generally with zoning rules is that when we make one property contingent on what their neighbor builds or hasn't built, we're really giving zoning permissions inequitably, because a property owner is always dependent on what their neighbor has chosen to do in the past in order to have zoning permissions. So we try to grant zoning permissions more evenly across neighborhoods.
Well, in your report, you do raise concerns about infrastructure supporting these. Wouldn't two multiplexes next to each other create the stress on local infrastructure?
The stress on local infrastructure, I think my colleagues in Toronto Water would say, is going to be dependent on the circumstances in each location. That's why one of the follow-up actions is for us to work out a detailed building permit process with Toronto Water and Toronto Buildings, so that we can manage situations where concentrations of multiplex proposals might be putting more stress on our sewer system than we're quite ready to deal with.
Now, in the case I'm referring to, without giving out addresses, it's two multiplexes with apparently, we're looking into it, with garden suites in both. Now, is that kind of intensification allowed under these rules?
The existing rules do permit a multiplex to be built and a garden suite in association with those, with a multiplex. So that permission is in place, and there's no proposal to change that permission in the report before you.
So you could have a street of multiplexes and garden suites. Let's say it's a small street of 30 houses. You could have a whole street of multiplexes and garden suites without any restrictions?
The zoning bylaw would not prevent that, apart from ensuring that each of those multiplexes complies with the performance standards that are included in the bylaw. I will say our experience is that this kind of neighborhood change happens incrementally. And we have neighborhoods in the city where multiplexes have been permitted for decades and decades, but that has not been the pattern of development. Instead, what we've seen in those neighborhoods is a variation of building types and housing types.
So someone could take two residential lots, or they could take one residential lot, go to committee adjustment to sever, and then build two multiplexes.
Madam Speaker, that scenario is possible. Of course, those multiplexes and the lots would need to comply with all the zoning rules, or they would need to seek special permission.
And that's the only time the public would really be notified about any kind of changes to density in their neighborhood.
The public would be notified, correct, as you say, if there were a proposal for either consent to sever, or if there were a proposal for variances to the zoning bylaw.
So there's no affordable option under this plan. It's market rent. If the owner wants to discount that, that's his business. But we have no leverage to make
2 or 3 of the units affordable or below market, or I don't know, how do we stand on that?
Madam Speaker, the multiplex bylaw, as you know, is one of the expanding housing options in neighborhoods initiatives. And what we have always said with those is that it is about enabling housing permissions. It's not an affordability program. Over time, there will be more housing options and opportunities, and that may affect affordability, but there isn't a practical way to secure affordable units as defined by policy and bylaw in these proposals. I will say these bylaws will benefit nonprofit builders in the same way that they benefit private sector builders.
Thank you. Councillor Morley, questions.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, I want to pull the thread that my colleague, Councillor Pasternak, started in on around the impacts to infrastructure around the proposal before us. It states in the report that the impact of greater building footprints and reduced permeable surface area hasn't been assessed and could contribute to increased loading on our storm system. I've recently hosted a basement flooding and protection event in my ward and had a lot of concerns raised about the impact of potential multiplexes. How can we tell our residents and assure Torontonians that these changes won't make their issues worse if we haven't assessed the impact?
Through you, Madam Speaker. One of the recommendations that you see in the staff report is about creating a new system of communicating between Toronto Building when an application is filed and Toronto Water, because this is outside the Planning Act. It won't be reviewed for stormwater management purposes. However, we do have to assess sewer capacity. We have that right under the City of Toronto Act. So that new process, we will be linking up the data we have on existing sewers and information that we have on surcharge conditions tied to our basement flooding studies.
That's perfect. Thanks for that, Lou. And through the Speaker, with the data that we do have at our disposal through 311, flooding reports and information like the basement flooding prevention environmental assessments, this is something that we will have the capability to investigate, and you mentioned that it is going to be part of the go forward. Fair assessment?
That's correct. That's the intent of the recommendation that staff put forward. Perfect. Is for us to refine that process, make it timely so we can engage with the applicants early to let them know that we're reviewing it, and if we have concerns earlier. So there's a lot of work still to be done to put that system in place, but we absolutely want to have that in place.
Great. And I am going to put forward a motion, and thank you to yourself and your staff for working with me on that, just to underscore and ensure that that's crystal clear. And just shifting gears to our tree canopy, how significant of an impact have the multiplex permissions had with respect to the quantity of trees injured and removals as part of our tree canopy growth goals?
To the Speaker, our monitoring of the impact is that it is not having a significant impact. It is consistent with what we would see related to other types of development across the city.
Great. And just to confirm, we do have a report back coming for Growing Space for Trees report to look at additional measures for us to improve and protect the tree canopy, correct?
That is correct.
Awesome. Look forward to supporting that. Thank you. And just a couple of more else I'll get in here. Of the 451 or 52 multiplexes in the monitoring program sample, what was the approximate breakdown of fourplexes, triplexes, and duplexes? And apologies, I know you covered this with Councillor Holiday a little bit. I missed it.
Through the Speaker, in terms of the breakdown of the 452 permits, 40% were duplexes, 35% triplexes, with the remainder being fourplexes.
Got it. Thanks very much, Daniel. And based on, how frequently were multiplexes accompanied by a laneway or garden suite?
Through the Speaker, we tracked this within the first 222 multiplex building permits, and about 19% of the 222 had a garden suite or laneway suite for a total of 43 sites.
Got it. Very helpful. Thank you. Roughly what percentage of the units in these multiplexes are family-sized units? I guess we've kind of covered that a little bit, so I'll skip that one actually. And in terms of the overall unit sizes, we heard about the importance of family-size units and the market demand for that. What have we seen with respect to the average unit sizes in multiplexes?
Madam Speaker, the average unit size is not regulated by the bylaw, but the way that these buildings have been built, those units tend to be larger than what the larger development industry is producing. So we see larger units, we see more 2- and 3-bedroom units, and that seems to just be a natural outcome of the demand and how builders are responding.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I just confirm 24 occupied units? Is that how many have been occupied?
21 fourplexes have been built and occupied. Of all the multiplexes, it's 100 and change.
Okay, so 21 fourplexes have been occupied since this policy was put
That's
forward.
right. And another 80 other duplexes and triplexes.
Right. So how long would it take us to actually have meaningful data to be able to have a fulsome understanding of the impact of fourplexes? Because we're still fairly early in implementation.
Madam Speaker, I think the report before you does give you a lot of meaningful information. I think, as you will observe from the staff report, we also think, staff think that the landscape on multiplex is still evolving, that builders are still wrapping their heads around how to take advantage of these permissions, and potential end users are also thinking about that. So that's why we've recommended ongoing monitoring, at least for the next couple of years, in order to continue to get a sense of how this type of development is evolving in Toronto.
And when would be the next report back?
Next report back will be by 2027.
2027. And what are we doing in terms of monitoring on impact of school capacity?
Can you address that?
Through the Speaker, the Toronto District School Board and Toronto Catholic District School Board are direct commenting partners or partners within the multiplex monitoring program. So as we continue to collect more data, they will be shared all of that information to evaluate capacity impacts on schools across the city.
So in the 2027 report that we'll get, will there be a section that actually delineates the impact where what the local schools are commenting, especially in the areas where the clustering is happening?
Yeah, I think that's going to be up to the school boards, Madam Speaker. I think they will continue to work on this. If the multiplexes and the way they're playing out and the impact they're having on communities are raising issues or positive benefits for them, they will feed that into our conversations, and that will be reflected in the report.
Is that something we can proactively request instead of just waiting for them to, if they have something to say, they offer it? Can we ask them to provide that information?
Councillor Chang, I'm just going to put you on hold.
Yeah.
Let's have a quorum call. It looks like looks like all the councillors up there getting interviewed, but we're in the middle of a council meeting, so can you please take your seats? Quorum call, yes. Members of council that's up there that wants to be interviewed, I think it's time you come back to the council chambers and do your interview during your lunch break.
Members of council, the vote panel is open. Please use CMP to indicate your presence in the meeting.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it's just.
It's so exciting when they
Members of council, if you want to do interviews, do it at your lunch break. Councillor Candavel. Councillor Candavel, please come to your seat.
It's often public health. MLS gives you.
Madam Speaker, there are 20 members present.
Okay, Councillor Cheng, do you want to continue? You'll be
Sure.
the last question because
Sure.
seems like there's some members of council that just want to be interviewed and not speak to council. Go ahead.
Sure. So we know that across the city, there are areas where there's TDSB schools that are shrinking capacity. They can't fill their classrooms. But there's other places where it's beyond maxed out. And what in this policy, in terms of monitoring, will help us to better understand the impact, given that at this point, the province doesn't really invest in new school capacity in our city, and we have many challenges in the areas where there's too many students.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, just to reiterate, staff did engage TDSB and TCDSB and the other school boards as part of the monitoring, reached out to them, had conversations. The school boards do not flag any concerns at this time, but we will continue to communicate with them through the next phase of monitoring. And if concerns arise or issues that we need to address, we will then problem solve around those when we know what those issues are.
So we're doing it reactively. If a problem arises, we're not going to prevent in areas where we know problems could arise.
I think if the school boards had identified those areas that were emerging in concern, they would have flagged those to us and we would address them and we would think about that. But right now, that's not the case. Right now, the clustering that we've seen, particularly in the west end of the city, has not caused any concerns for them to flag to us.
How many fourplexes have been refused at Committee of Adjustment?
I don't know that I can specifically speak to fourplexes. I know of multiplex applications that have gone to Committee of Adjustment. About 75% have been approved and about 25% have been refused. I don't know the breakdown of fourplex versus other proposals.
Okay, thank you.
Recess to 2 o'clock. And I want to remind members of council, during a council meeting, please don't go up and be interviewed by the media when we don't have quorum in the council chambers. And Councillor Holiday was complaining about the not having issues with IT, and now he's up there being interviewed. if you're able, and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Andrew Moore. I do have an urgent motion to add, but unfortunately we don't have 18 members. So at this point, what we'll do is we'll take the release of holds. If anybody has any releases, please put your name on the list. So if we can clear the screen, okay? Councillor Holiday, you have a release?
No.
Oh, your name's there. Huh? Oh, okay. Okay, if you have a release, please put your name on the list. Anybody? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, sorry, I'm just finding it because it's actually, you're holding it, but because you're in the chair, I will release that.
It's EY
23.3, 13 to 21 John Street and 40 South Station Street, official plan, zoning bylaw amendment, application, decision report, approval, Ward 5, but I have a motion there to build a fantastic cultural center through the CBCs from all of those addresses.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Does anybody have any other releases? Oh, item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Any further releases? No? All right. You have another one, Councillor Fletcher? No? Okay. All right, so we'll go back to the item, PH 22.3, and we were asking questions so we can put, Councillor Bravo, you're up to ask questions. Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Speaker. My first question has to do with the kind of percentages for participation in multiplexes. Is it accurate to say that Davenport has 15% of new multiplexes?
Madam Speaker, Davenport Ward 8 has about 15% of those 452 building permits that were issued.
Ward 9, but pretty good.
Oh, sorry, Ward 9.
Yeah, so that
Davenport.
and the second one would be 9%. So Davenport is really leading the pack here, correct?
It has the highest percentage of all the other wards.
And when we look at a multiplex, is it often that we're replacing a single dwelling with 4, sometimes a 5th with a garden suite? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And has there been previous direction for staff to look at some of the other dimensions of land use implications? For example, parking. Has there been any direction to ask for how we treat permit parking in an area when we're adding so many different dwellings?
We haven't had specific requests to look at permit parking. That's not part of our land use planning regime. That's part of how the city manages its rights of way through the municipal code.
Right, so it's like a corresponding challenge of land, is that while we're adding density, which we want, we can't make more land to park cars, correct?
That's correct, and I know Transportation Services does have in their work program a parking strategy, but again, that's distinct from land use permission issues that we grant to private property.
Right. So as we consider multiplex expansion, and certainly what we're experiencing in Davenport, we can assume that if people are allowed to have 5 units there, and you stay silent on whether there can be 5 applications for on-street permit parking, that's a possibility that all of a sudden you have where you had a request for 1 vehicle, now you have for 5.
There could be, those residents could apply if on-street parking is available in their neighborhood, they could apply for an on-street parking.
So when we think about intensification in this way, which is very positive, we know that these compared to condos, the apartments are per square foot more affordable. They're good. It's good for housing supply and for neighborhoods to have that population. But we really need to start to talk about a change of transportation mode. That we can't be intensifying with the same set of assumptions that people are going to drive. We should be thinking about how to encourage transit use and other cycling, et cetera, correct?
Generally, I would say that's correct, and I think that's consistent with all of our official plan policies around how we coordinate land use decisions with our transportation system and a long-term vision for this city in terms of how we grow and how we continue to move.
So finally, would it be useful to have direction that looks at how to limit the on-street permit parking that would come alongside when we're considering these neighborhoods that are changing quite significantly through multiplex intensification?
I would say that council has one of its many responsibilities is to think about how to manage that right of way in terms of parking. And there is an opportunity here to think about those two things together.
Thank you. I'll be moving a motion to that effect.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. So I just wanted to ask some clarifying questions. So regarding the issue of parking, is there any differences that we're noticing between parking permits or requests in the suburbs versus the old city of Toronto?
Through the Speaker, I think we've observed a couple of things about parking. First of all, I think as most councillors are aware, the bylaw does not require a minimum number of parking spaces. Nonetheless, the 452 building permits show that builders are providing parking on site, generally 1 space to 2 spaces, and the areas that we typically call suburban areas in Toronto are more likely to be those properties that provide the 2 spaces.
2 spaces.
The other observation is that where on-street parking is permitted, sometimes that generates, there seems to be a bit of additional uptake of requests for on-street parking permits.
And have you seen an uptick in, for example, requests for parking pads either in the front yards or the backyards, particularly with the multiplexes in the suburbs?
It doesn't seem to be a very high amount, and there's quite a rigorous process to obtain a permit for front yard parking, so there are a number of hurdles to that.
Okay, and just for clarification, multiplexes are allowed as of right on single-family home plots, but that doesn't mean that every single-family home plot is appropriate for a multiplex, correct?
I think that's correct, and that's why we have performance standards with respect to setbacks, landscape open space, et cetera, that any multiplex building, any building needs to meet.
And do you know roughly what that percentage of buildings that are acceptable for a multiplex generally?
I think that varies across the city with lot fabrics.
Okay.
And so different areas with larger size lots are going to have an easier time meeting those standards. Areas of the city with narrower lots are going to need more creative design solutions or perhaps seek variances. But we have tested them. Like we do understand from the modeling that we've done that there are design solutions on a wide variety of lot dimensions.
But it's generally fair to say the bigger the multiplex, the less likely it is to be suitable as a right, just because it requires more space versus if you're doing a duplex, for example, a duplex versus a quad.
Generally, as the size of the building grows, it might run into issues meeting some of the performance standards in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to go around the communication. So what was the communications for the multiplex pilot in terms of letting people know that this was happening? Like, how did you actually do those types of communications? Because I keep hearing from people, we didn't know this was happening, we didn't know this was happening. but I see from the studies, we've been looking at this since, I believe, 2019 or 2020.
That's correct. In fact, we first started studying multiplex prior to, in around 2020. There was very wide consultation when the multiplex bylaw was adopted.
What does that mean, wide consultation? Does every house get a mailer, for example?
Not every property receives a mailer. That would be impractical and cost prohibitive. We undertook very extensive advertising through social media. We reached out regularly to councillors' offices so that they could incorporate it into their own communications. We would attend community events where there were opportunities to connect with the public. We held virtual meetings and we held in-person meetings and open houses. And we conducted online surveys as a means to not test public opinion, but in order to garner feedback, input, and ideas around how multiplex could be fit into neighborhoods and what things we might do to mold our bylaw in a way that would meet the needs of Toronto residents.
Do you have a sense as to roughly how many official meetings were had on multiplexes in particular?
And for clarification, for the entire process or for this monitoring program specifically?
For the entire process. Or even just for the monitoring program?
The monitoring program specifically, we held 2 virtual meetings with residents associations, a citywide virtual meeting, 5 in-person open houses, and we held a couple of ward-specific meetings when requested by councillors. That's in addition to, I'm sorry, I don't have specific numbers anymore on all the consultation.
And do you have a sense as to roughly how many people attended those meetings?
That was your last question.
There were several hundred. I think we know our advertising reach through social media made hundreds of thousands of impressions, but of course not everyone who taps on something or sees a social media feed necessarily then attends a consultation or fills out a survey.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Ward 22, how many applications do we have out of the 450?
Of those 452 permits, 2 were in Ward 22.
2 were in Ward 22. And for Scarborough and in the areas where we had the pilot projects allowed, how are we mitigating traffic and the parking situation?
I'm not sure I can answer that question with specific reference to Scarborough. I think, as I noted, generally we're seeing parking being provided on site, generally 1 to 2 spaces, and our suburban districts are more likely to present 2 spaces. It's ultimately the decision of the builder. And we have heard concerns about parking, and we're balancing those with the city's desire not to impose parking minimums and to balance our transportation needs more broadly in association with future growth.
Okay, let me just give you a scenario and you can comment on it. So we build a 6-plex where we can build up to...
Councillor Mantis, can you look at me rather, because
Sure.
we can hear you,
Sorry,
you're not
Madam.
speaking
Yes,
at
Madam
your
Speaker.
mic.
Yes, Madam. So through you, Madam Speaker, on a situation where we have a 6-plex, where we can build up to anywhere between 18 to 24 bedrooms, which means 24 individuals. How many of those would have a vehicle, knowing that on a common home with 4 people, you usually have about 3 vehicles? So would it fair to say that out of the 24, you would have had about 20 vehicles that would have to be accommodated on the street?
I'll first say that this particular item is not contemplating sixplex development. That's the next report that's before council.
Okay.
I would say I think we also see vehicle ownership rates very costly around geographies and household types. I don't assume that every person or every bedroom is going to generate a vehicle. I think, in fact, we are seeing vehicle ownership rates decline across the city generally. And I think there will need to be a match of expectations between people who choose to live in a newly built multiplex dwelling and what type of transportation choices they're going to make.
So through you, Madam Speaker, seeing that we have developments and intensifications in other cities around the world and seeing how they're accommodating with their parking situations, is it fair to say that we need to design a program or a method where parking is accommodated either on the street or various parking structures that would be in the community?
Through the chair, I think we need an overall transportation system that accommodates a wide range of modes of transportation. Vehicular parking is just one part of that. And there are different ways that Toronto can meet its parking needs, and that's why Transportation Services does have on their work program a broad parking strategy for the city.
So in areas where we don't have a robust transportation system, let's say we don't even have a subway system yet, how are we going to accommodate parking knowing that everyone drives?
My response to that is that we tend to build transit in association with much higher density. That's one of the reasons why we have a policy regime that looks at major transit station areas and expects minimum and fairly high maximum densities in those areas. And the scale of density that's proposed with multiplex development and that we've been monitoring with multiplex development is a gentle density that fits within low-rise neighborhoods, and we would not expect the same scale of transit investment to occur in all neighborhoods with multiplex development.
So in the northern part of Scarborough, through you, Madam Speaker, we could say where we don't have transit or adequate transit yet, how are we allowing for the intensification to happen without the transit that is needed?
Madam Speaker, again, the gentle density represented by multiplex development is not something that we would typically expect to be contingent on investment in higher order transit.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Mr. Knack, first of all, I want to just pursue the line of questioning that you were just answering there. Can you remember for me, in broad terms, how many units are currently in the pipeline in Toronto total? Or maybe the chief planner?
Yeah, so through you, Speaker, the development pipeline report that we presented at the last planning committee had just over 800,000 units in the pipeline.
Sorry, 800,000?
That's correct. Within the overall development pipeline, some of those would be already constructed units. So I believe it was around about 740,000 unconstructed units within the pipeline.
Okay. And again, Mr. Kneck, you were saying that we've approved or have in the pipeline how many units in multiplexes?
The monitoring has been for 452 building permits issued between May 2023 and November 2024. There are additional permits that have been applied for and not yet issued.
Would I be sort of in the ballpark to say that's like 1,000 units?
Ballpark 1,000 to 2,000 at this point.
Okay,
that's
realistic. About 1.4 or 1.25% of all units that are in the pipeline right now are multiplex units.
In fact, I think the calculation would be less than that as a percentage.
Less than that. Okay. So just to put a finer point on it, I've got 60 applications in my ward for either a tall building or a mid-rise building. 2 or 3 of those would be as many units as we are seeing citywide for all multiplexes.
Through the chair, I think that's a fair comment. If we look at the ward which has had the most multiplexes to date over the past year and a half, it's probably equivalent to maybe a single mid-rise building.
One single mid-rise building is how much we're contemplating here in the busiest ward. Okay, that's helpful for understanding the impact on communities. There were some questions earlier having to do with what's as of right. The as of right height, the as of right side yard setbacks, the as of right front yard setback for multiplexes is pretty much the same as the as of right for a detached dwelling. Is that correct?
That's correct. The only difference in the building envelope for multiplex is a bit of additional building depth permission for lots of certain sizes and dimensions.
For larger lots? Yeah. Okay. So from the street, it just looks like a house in terms of the, I mean, the window arrangement and door arrangement might be different, but the height and width and all of that, you're walking along the street, it's pretty much the same as what you could build as of right for a house.
Madam Speaker, that's correct, and that was always part of the premise of our multiplex bylaw, is that it's a built form that fits within the low-rise context of Toronto neighborhoods.
So we're seeing that it's not very many people. It's like in the busiest ward, the equivalent of one mid-rise building. It's not a very different built form. This isn't really that big an impact on a local neighborhood.
Madam Speaker, I'd say that's a fair characterization, and I'd also say that what this does is it has opened up opportunities for housing types that will allow communities to evolve.
Yes.
Whereas historically, communities have been limited to just detached house as a permitted building type. And
Right.
that has limited their ability to
So this idea of having multiple different kinds of dwelling types in a single neighborhood, I mean, some people have said we need to pilot it. Would it be fair to say, we've piloted this in the downtown Toronto for about 100 years?
There are neighborhoods, in particular in downtown Toronto, that have permitted multiplex for many, many decades since the first zoning bylaws.
Okay. To the city manager, there was a suggestion that somehow doing this creates a problem with school capacity. The City of Toronto has no authority in terms of school capacity vis-a-vis development. The province controls all of that. Is that correct?
Yes, in Canada, education is a provincial responsibility.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few questions. Is staff's opinion the 452 permits is sufficient data set to extract conclusions from?
Madam Speaker, I think those 452 building permits it's a very healthy data set. Mm-hmm. We've made lots of interesting findings there. I think there is still room to continue to monitor, and that's why one of the recommendations is that we continue our monitoring of the implementation of multiplex, particularly as we've suggested some adjustments to the bylaw to improve implementation, and we're going to want to understand whether those are playing out well or not.
Some have shared that there would be more value in and looking at a bigger, more fulsome, citywide, greater data from more wards before enacting any reforms or changes. What's staff's opinion on the reality and the value of a bigger data set?
I think that we've got a strong data set here. I think it's given us lots of lessons, and it makes sense based on the information and the work that we've done to enact these improvements in all parts of the city to ensure that as multiplex development continues to become more prominent, it's working under the best practices that we've been able to develop.
Gotcha. Earlier you mentioned, you'd shared that vehicle ownership is on the decline. What were you basing that comment on?
Just a general understanding of transportation policy here in the City of Toronto. I'm sure my colleagues in our transportation planning unit could
I know, I think that's an important statement. I think it's important we have data behind it, so it's perhaps something we can venture to acquire, but for clarity, we have no data on vehicle ownership decline and whether it's by geography, by district. We don't have that data, correct?
When Council adopted the changes to our parking requirements a couple of years ago to remove parking minimums, there was extensive analysis of transportation behavior across the city as part of that.
Right, but I think it's fair common sense to acknowledge that vehicle ownership will vary by geography in the city.
I think Toronto's a big place. There will be variations across the city. Our work is to provide a zoning bylaw that's going to balance all of the needs across the city.
Thank you. I think that's a critical piece as we continue on this journey of multiplexes. As part of the monitoring, can you speak to the depth that parking impacts were studied or not?
Through Madam Speaker, the monitoring team collected information on building permits, and they reviewed those building permits very specifically, particularly the first 222. So every one of those 222 building permits of the first set of monitoring was reviewed to count the number of parking spaces provided, because we wanted to understand whether, notwithstanding the absence of required parking minimums, builders were continuing to provide parking as part of their proposals. That has always been the premise of our approach to parking, and we wanted to confirm that that was happening in multiplex. And our work did confirm that parking was being provided. And our work did confirm that parking was being provided, notwithstanding that there are no parking minimums.
At a ratio?
We did not have an ability to count or assess whether future occupants of those buildings will drive cars or in what numbers they'll drive cars.
Of course, exactly. And I think you had mentioned roughly it was closer to 2 spots per 4 units. Is that correct? I wanted to clarify.
I think very typically 1 to 2 spaces tend to be provided when a multiplex is built, and parts of the city that are in the suburban districts those multiplex developments tend to be providing 2 spaces more often than 1 space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. It's questions to staff. Multiplex development. So your proposal speaks to this type of development could be introduced in any community anywhere across the city?
Madam Speaker, the proposal here is to make a few modifications to our existing multiplex bylaw in order to improve its implementation. But I think I should emphasize that those permissions for multiplex already exist in all in all parts of the city, in all neighborhoods. That was a decision that council made in 2023.
Okay, the current permissions for multiplex, forget that. Okay. You said you monitored 222 applications. Out of that process, what was the outcome of that monitoring?
The outcome of that monitoring is generally what I've spoken to. We saw uptake across the city. We saw more building permits issued in in the Davenport ward and the wards around it than in other parts of the city. However, when we then went the next step and looked at a higher level at the next tranche of building permits, we found that those trends continued. We found that the sizes of units were larger than the development industry is typically producing in larger scale developments. We found that the rents for multiplex developments, generally, whether new or older, tended to be more affordable than newly built units in high-rise or mid-rise buildings. There were a number of other findings that we found. The data is quite extensive based on our collection of building permit information.
Okay, thank you. So the consultation process for the multiplexes, did the consultation process incorporate also the next time we'll talk about later, sixplexes as well, or was the consultation done separately?
Madam Speaker, we largely integrated the 2 consultations because the subject matter is so closely related. And so for example, at our in-person open houses, we had information there both on the information we were finding about multiplex and how people were experiencing the current multiplex bylaw. And then we also provided information and sought feedback on the proposal to permit 5plexes or 6plexes.
Well, since multiplexes and/or sixplexes, for that matter, through the consultation process, impact existing established communities, do you have any data as to how many members of those communities that it's directly impacted attended your public consultation?
Madam Speaker, I can't really say that with any confidence. We did hold in-person consultation in all 4 community planning districts. We did not ask people to identify which ward they lived in. It was a more free-flowing consultation than that. And so sometimes residents would identify that, but and generally residents would attend in the district where they live, but we didn't create data on that or kind of tabulate the residents of the different participants.
Okay, well, it's quite unfortunate because I could tell you, factually that areas in my community were not consulted. There were 2 or 3 organizations that were consulted, none of which were organizations that represented the communities that I spoke to. So we're moving forward with this. You're still comfortable with moving forward, given the knowledge that we really haven't consulted directly with members of the community that are impacted by these new policies.
Madam Speaker, I think in response to that question, I can only reiterate the extent of consultation that we did, which comprised of 2 meetings with targeted to residents association representatives, in-person events in all 4 districts, a citywide online meeting, a survey tool that was distributed online, and these events were advertised through social media with quite extensive number of impressions.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. So we are not dealing with a new item with respect to this report. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker, that's correct. There is a proposal on this agenda for 5 plexes and 6 plexes. That is not this item.
Right, because it seems like some of the questions seem to be surrounding that. Is that what you're getting from some of the questions?
I sense a general interest in the level of intensification that's enabled through multiplexes.
So what you're doing here today with this report, you are clarifying and amending to make better what's actually has been approved by Council in 2023?
Madam Speaker, that's correct. And there are a couple of key changes here. The recommended limit on the total number of bedrooms in a multiplex building.
Right.
The approach to dealing with legacy site-specific exceptions in the bylaw that would frustrate the intent of Council's decision in 2023, and other minor changes that we think will improve the overall implementation.
Right. Now, you've talked in the report about the environmental benefits and other benefits and so on. I'm just curious, though, when we were dealing with this issue, and currently we have a very challenging situation in terms of people needing accommodation places to live at an affordable rate. Have you tested the affordability based on the EHONG in terms of more multiplexes? I mean, what is, for example, the rental amount for a specific unit here versus a standard apartment in the city?
Madam Speaker, we weren't able to specifically correlate rents of newly built multiplex with rents generally. However, our staff were able to look at the rental market, and they were able to review the rents for units in multiplex dwellings, both existing and newly built. And they found that those units tend to rent for less than a newly built unit in a mid-rise or a high-rise building. And so that's likely not definitive. However, it is encouraging that multiplex units both tend to be larger and rent at more affordable rates.
Sorry, just want to make sure it's really clear to me. So newer buildings are not necessarily cheaper, or the rates do not correlate with the rates of existing units in the city. Is that what you said?
That's generally right. I think the real finding is that new buildings in a high-rise form or a mid-rise form cost more to construct on a per square foot basis.
Right.
And as a result of that, they generate higher rents and higher sale
costs.
Got you.
So how is it then that we continue to use the phrase, the more of these multiplexes that we build will make things cheaper? I'm not sure if you can answer that, but I keep hearing that time and time again, because what you've just said, that's not really the case. But the reality is that the cost of material, labor to build new is much higher than what has already been built.
Madam Speaker, to clarify, what I said was that the cost to build a new mid-rise building or a high-rise building is generally higher. Multiplexes are simpler to build, and therefore, generally, construction costs may be lower. I think what we've also found, though, and I'll reiterate, we've always been careful not to say that the multiplex program is an affordability program. What it is a way to enable broader housing opportunities across the city. And over the long term, that will have benefits in terms of the match of housing types to the needs of Torontonians. And over the long term, it may make more housing available at more affordable options.
And so my final question for you, Mr. Connect, and hopefully you can help me with this. I gather that we've looked at other areas with respect to other municipalities who've gone through a similar situation in terms of implementing the multiplexes. Whereas I know places like Montreal, for example, where they were built in well in advance, obviously, of our experience. What has been sort of the differential experiences, if any?
I think I could probably speak most clearly to recent experiences that we've looked at in Edmonton and Vancouver, because those are two cities that have been compared frequently to Toronto in recent years. And from our review of those municipalities, they have permitted multiplexes broadly with different numbers of maximum units. Those permissions tend to apply, there are minimum lot size requirements and minimum lot frontage requirements that we have not imposed in Toronto. And so the Toronto solution has been to provide permissions much more broadly with a limit of 4 units and in addition to a permission for accessory units.
Thank you.
And our focus has really been on multiplex dwellings, whereas the permissions in Edmonton, for example, also encompass row housing, town housing, secondary suite. So they had a broader suite.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go to speakers. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Will not be supporting this report. And I will invite members of council to imagine an image of a pig. And not a cartoon, endearing one, but one in a farm, maybe in a sty that it lives. And there's a saying, you can't put lipstick on a pig. And what that means is that you can't dress up something that many people don't like or don't desire or imagine an image that they don't like by putting some decoration on it. I heard a few things in the questions. One of my colleagues was saying, based on these numbers, it's just a few applications that have occurred. And that's only a mid-rise building in the city of Toronto. And my question is why are we doing it? Why is it so important? What I can tell you is that I have heard from residents within Etobicoke Centre that have gone through the process of seeing these multiplexes evolve. And what's not mentioned, what's not focused on are all of the issues that come out of that. And I heard the argument in the questions, but the box, it's the same box of the house that's being built on that lot to that lot. They just divide it up inside. Those rules apply until they do not. Because we know that multiplexes offer a whole number of exceptions. And so those include things like decks, like the size, like the limitations in the Chapter 900 exceptions that are mentioned in this report. So the rules work till they don't. How convenient. So it's not really the same argument. But I go back to my analogy of lipstick on a pig. Yes, the report talks about something that a lot of people are worried about. The number of units and rooms sunk into these places. My goodness, they're rooming houses. But that distracts from the other parts of the report. I will point out and remind members of council that this creates permissions around creating multiplexes in semis. I know you can't call a semi a multiplex, but it's like those nesting dolls, right? You've got a multiple housing unit building that then has multiples within it. Please don't tell me that that doesn't have an impact to the neighborhood that it's in. Please don't tell me that that doesn't have implications when we start thinking about pressure to sever lots and do different things. And finally, it fits in the box till it doesn't. Of course, this report introduces ideas and conversations around Chapter 900 exceptions. Some of those exceptions are defining characteristics of neighborhoods that people like. They wave their fingers and they say that the people in these neighborhoods, they don't want the change, they don't want things done. But all of a sudden, we forget to think that, maybe they have something to say as well. Maybe they're happy with their neighborhoods the way that they are. Maybe they experience joy in these neighborhoods and they're not desiring this amount of change. And they find these particular projects so upsetting. Unfortunately, I've had to have that conversation many times that, council made this as of right. You no longer have a say in the development of the lands. And so why is this conversation so sensitive? If it's the box that's the same size. Well, it's because all of the other pressures that come with this type of development that nobody wants to talk about. Things like what happens when there's light and shadow created by these large boxes from one to the other. Things like parking that dramatically change a neighborhood. Whether you have on-street parking or you don't, there's an effect in either way. And if you're not seeing that and understanding that, then you're missing the point. You're missing why people are so upset about this. I think the one piece in there that nobody wants to talk about is who is building these. We have neighborhoods full of people that, and yes, some people rent in the neighborhoods, but a lot of them are people that chose to invest in themselves, to put their money, their savings into a home to live in, and have that as an opportunity to collect a little bit of money for themselves, maybe pass it along to someone else one day in the future, but to have the joy of living in a home in one of these neighborhoods and looking after it and having pride with it. And again, we're not going to turn around and say the people that are renting these places don't care, but I wonder if the property owners and the developers of these sites that have now become a commodity for business see it the same way as the neighbors. I wonder. I wonder why people are so stressed out about this if the box is the same. Because the circumstances are not, and nobody wants to have that conversation. Why are conversations like sixplexes so sensitive? Why do you see so much interest now in these type of decisions? Because of experiences coming out of this. So I will not put lipstick on a pig. I will not simply accept the multiplex program the way that it is. I'll be voting against this. Despite the idea that there would be some limitations in this, there are other things that are not limitations, and they're an expansion. And I think council really needs to turn its mind to the state of affairs and the way that the citizens of this city view this council, view the decisions that it has made, view the ways that it has reshaped neighborhoods with these decisions, even though there's just a few examples. They are profound and acute, and people feel it. And so there is a distrust in the municipal government. It is growing. There is a tension that is growing, and I think you're seeing evidence of it right now with residents associations across this city banding together in ways they have not done before to push back on what this government is doing. Please pay attention to what they are saying. Please pay attention to the differences that they are highlighting in this city. It is not a single fabric. And do not forget, there are lots of people in this city that really love the neighborhoods they live in, and they have something to say about it.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak. Oh, she's not here. Oh, okay. I have your name here to speak. My name off. Okay. Councillor Bravo to speak.
I have a motion. I know that there's a lot that's been said around multiplexes in general, but I think that we cannot pretend that the world isn't going to change. And this motion is actually addressing some of the concerns that have been raised by my colleagues. And it is built on experience because Davenport has 15% of all the multiplexes that have been approved in the city. This is about really looking at what we can't do anything about, which is the amount of land on the street, and looking at limiting on-street parking as we turn one unit into potentially 4 or 5, and then maybe 6 later. This is a structural change attending to what we're seeing in our community, and it also cements, I hope, the notion that as we intensify, we're also encouraging people to use different modes of transportation and not just a single car, an owned car, but actually other collective modes of transportation, walking, cycling, and transit. I heard a lot about, from Councillor Holiday, about how terrible it is that change is happening. I think that it is irresponsible to pretend that we don't need more housing. I think that we build communities for 30 years from now. The majority of us in this chamber are not going to be around in 30 years. That's who we make decisions for today, except for Councillor Manton is very young. He's making a face right now. We're making decisions for the future of the people that are young, that are in school right now, coming out of school, and they don't have a place to live. Our kids are not going to have a place to live. And I can tell you a story about the little boxes, Councillor Holiday. In Davenport, we had a very highly dense population, and they were tiny homes, some of them bungalows, and there were multi-generational families living there together. As those families aged, the population went down, and now those houses are becoming multiplexes, and they are intergenerational and multi-generational. Where are the people that run our buses, our personal support workers, our childcare workers, are working in manufacturing, are working in construction, are working here in the city of Toronto? Where are they supposed to live? We need the supply and we need the affordability. And one thing that I think we have to really face with our eyes wide open is that this kind of housing has proven to be more affordable than condominiums. Square foot compared to square foot, multiplexes are more affordable. We're providing a kind of housing that fits into a neighborhood, a scale where you can get to know your neighbors at a better price to renters, to the families that are shaping our communities and that are attracting services. Because the other part of this dimension is that many of our colleagues here are saying, we don't get as many services. We want more investment. Well, we are taking the people. In wards like mine, where we're building towers on former employment lands, bringing in thousands of units, and we're bringing in multiplexes, we're bringing in the people. And the people come with their gifts, and some of them with their challenges, and therefore we get the services. I think that we have to face the reality that if we're not making these kinds of choices, we're telling working class people, we're telling young people, we don't care about you, where you live, and what your future is in the city of Toronto. I won't do it, but this motion actually starts to attend to the kinds of details that we need to pay attention to as a council to make this multiplex strategy work. And for this one, I hope you'll support it. It's to really take a look at parking as with respect to what these multiplexes bring, and to realize and to cement that we're encouraging people to intensify, and that we'll have to provide a better transit system to go along with it, and that's the part of the deal that we're making and the bargain that we're making with people. Finally, I'll say that Edmonton has done it, and it hasn't been the end of Edmonton, and it's not exactly the most progressive province in the country, but they're doing it and it's working. And I also think that if you think that if there's a disaster that's coming, the Plateau in Montreal is a place I wouldn't mind living in. It's multiplexes all the way down, beautiful neighborhood streets, and to think that if you're renting in a multiplex, you don't care about your neighborhood and you don't care about your street and your neighbors, I invite you to come to Davenport and walk on the streets where these exist, because you're going to see pride and you're going to see a neighborhood that loves where it lives.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes.
Need to understand, does the question apply to, the amendment apply to multiplexes or all residences in zones that are at or near capacity?
Here is before us because it's of the multiplex.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you read the list of the people that you think will live in multiplex housing?
The list of people
Yeah, you gave me some examples. People that operate buses, they work in hospitals.
that work as lawyers.
Okay, so now it's lawyers.
Oh, so that's better?
No,
Than a bus driver?
I want to get to the heart of this.
Do you assign
But
extra points for
the impression that I
lawyers?
got, and this is a lead into the question, was that there were people that were seeking affordable housing solutions, and yet the motion before us targets those working people with a limitation on the number of parking permits that they can achieve. So if I'm a transit operator and I work in Peel Region, and I live in a multiplex in the city, and I can't get a parking permit, then I can't continue my job. Was that the intention of this is?
They can all move to Etobicoke Centre. That's fine with me, where apparently there's plentiful parking. However, Councillor Holiday, you know that hundreds of thousands of people in the City of Toronto are moved by DTC every day, and many of those people work in a range of industries.
Okay.
I think, however, that we need to acknowledge that we need to have a range of housing options and that this is more affordable than condominiums.
So
and they
let
probably
them
can't
take
afford a
transit.
house in the Tony's parts of your ward.
No, I understand the equity in all of this, right? The inference of this motion is that the people in the multiplex houses will have less rights to achieve parking permits, so they can park their cars, so they can just, drive to work.
It's like the essential,
what it means.
it's interesting because it's like the essential contradiction in what you're saying. You don't want anything to change, but if you think about equity, things have to change. You can only address an inequity by making change, and you're saying everything has to stay the same. So your circular argument isn't, I don't understand where you're going with this.
Not just me, it's people, but, so this is, let them eat cake, I guess. Let them take transit.
I don't know that having to take transit when there's limited amount of street parking is the same as let them eat cake. It's actually, they can live in this neighborhood, and we have to manage change in the neighborhood. Given that we don't have enough spaces on our street to park all the cars
Well,
that
then
I think
mandate parking on
you
site.
intend.
Okay,
Mandate
Councillor.
parking on site. Why don't you change it to that?
Councillor Holiday, okay, this is 3 minutes, just clarification of the motion.
I'll
Councillor.
just
No,
answer that.
clarification.
I'll
If
just
the
answer
parking
that
is the
question.
issue, why not mandate it on site instead of limiting parking permits and making life
Mandating
harder?
on site is a very clever way to kill what you don't want, which is multiplexes.
Thank you, thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I have a couple of motions, if staff can help me put them on the screen. I did work with our colleagues in Toronto Water and in Toronto Planning on these two motions, and it's really to ensure that we continue to collect important data and understand the impacts of this approach going forward, and also to mitigate some of the concerns that we understand may come forward. So the first one, sorry, I'll just wait to see which one comes up first so I can speak to it. There we go. So this one is including additional consideration on Part 8 of this report to allow for areas designated neighborhoods in the official plan where increased surface water runoff from reduction of permeable surface area presents greater risk of flooding due to potential stormwater capacity constraints and historical flooding data and studies such as the city's basement flooding protection program studies. We know that our city is growing and we're under incredible pressure. We're certainly experiencing that in Ward 3 Etobicoke Lakeshore as the largest ward in the country and amongst the fastest growing in our city. We want to make sure that we're protecting some of our most established and stable residential communities, but allowing for the kind of density that fits in well there, as opposed to seeing a proliferation of high-rise condo buildings that are not ultimately always serving our needs well. I think my colleague, Councillor Bravo, spoke very eloquently to the need, especially for those in the sort of the missing middle, to ensure that we have housing in neighborhoods that are family-sized units that are affordable for working people as our city grows. And so I hope my colleagues will support that and ensure that as we're moving forward with this type of policy, we're doing it responsibly and we're mitigating potential concerns for local community infrastructure. The second motion that I have is, again, request the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, to include as part of the continued multiplex monitoring program, tracking and information related to lot sizes, lot widths, and consent applications associated with multiplexes. One of the concerns that we have is the degradation of lot sizes in communities, I'm sure in many suburban communities. We've seen, again, a lot of lot splitting, a lot of these kinds of challenges, and so we are wanting to pay close attention to what the impacts of these permissions are going to look like and ensure that we can continue to evolve and adapt responsibly based on the data and the reality as it is taking place in community and through the development process. So those are my two motions. Again, with thanks to staff for this report. I won't belabor it. We are a changing city. We are growing. We've heard a lot about how much more we will be growing in the next, 10 and 20 years. And I do think here in council, we have a responsibility to support that growth, but to manage it responsibly. And I think we're achieving that goal. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motions of my colleagues, Councillor Bravo and Deputy Mayor Morley. I think these are useful additions to the project, to the proposal. But to those who find this proposal frightening or outrageous, I invite you to come for a walk in my ward. The Annex, Rosedale, two of the most desirable neighborhoods in the city, in the country, in fact. And what they are characterized by is, first of all, a wide range of tenures. So you have mansions, and you have subdivided mansions, and you have walk-up apartments, and you've got townhouses. We've got all these different kinds of housing, and we have many, many buildings where there are multiple tenants. Some of them are non-conforming uses. Some of them have been subdivided one way or another. In terms of the extra height that staff are proposing to offer for sixplexes, every part of my ward, residential, already has more height than that. I mean, what staff are saying is that a sixplex, in order to give a decent quality of life in the basement, could be as high as 10.5 meters. Well, my whole ward, every neighborhood in my ward, the height limit is already 11 or higher. So if you think that makes for a bad quality of life, come for a walk in my ward. There are legitimate concerns. My ward is on combined sewers. And so high-rise development can be forced to decrease stormwater infiltration, which creates more basement flood, more sewage going into the lake. We can't do that on the multiplexes, so we are going to have to do more about stormwater and sanitary flows into the sewers, and that's probably going to mean that more areas are going to be ineligible for multiplexes because there isn't the sewer capacity. Just as there are areas of the city that are ineligible because we don't have electrical capacity. That's fine. As long as the maps are clear, people can plan accordingly. But where there is capacity, we need more places, more flexible places for people to live without having to leave the neighborhood. And precisely because my neighborhoods are so desirable, they're very expensive. And most people can't afford to buy even the houses they already live in, much less any place they don't now own. So I support the staff recommendation, very glad to support the recommendations, the motions of my colleagues. And anyone who wants to see what life is like with these kinds of buildings, please come to Ward 11.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, you want to make an introduction?
Speaker, I rise on a point of order. I want to welcome back to the City of Toronto a former staffer of mine, and staffer extraordinaire, by the way, who's been living in Burnaby, BC for the longest time ever. Erin Langs, and she's visiting us today with her two kids, Raken and Noor. So, well, I wanted to just acknowledge that, Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to do that. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Carroll to speak.
Don't mind if I hear.
I don't control
There we
your
go.
mic.
Is that better?
Oh, there it is. yeah.
Okay, thank you. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to show people this chart. I had to have this chart created by my staff member. Her credit is below it, in fact. This isn't in the report. The recommendations to do this are in the report, but this easy chart that would have been a great thing to circulate to residents isn't in the report. Madam Speaker, you know how much respect I have for the public service, but we have failed the community here. This didn't need to have a consultation. A couple of consultations where lots of more neighbors people phone in on virtual, and a couple of downtown locations. This needed to be socialized. This needed to be socialized throughout the city. And that comes before consultation. Long before consultation. And when I say socialize, where would you be doing the socializing? In the suburban areas, you'd be doing it in an area of town which was built in the 50s. The house I live in was built in 1954 and was built in the 50s in contained little single-family dwelling subdivisions. I live in Don Mills, the first planned community in Canada, all designed for single-family dwellings with, miraculously, little bits of missing middle, little low-rises with 3-story buildings on Underhill Avenue near where I live, townhouse developments here and there, but then that's it. People felt a guarantee, buy your station wagon, this is what it'll look like forever. We know that's not realistic, but we're asking a lot of change. And we're asking it of people who have just spent the last decade dealing with an onslaught of illegal rooming houses in all sorts of dodgy living situations, fires happening in suburban wards in those rooming houses, just like they did downtown the 20 years before that. But they're more recent. They're in very recent memory in our neighborhoods. But we took a leap of faith. We went with the fourplexes. And I'm sorry, but the other thing that doesn't hold water is oh, come on, what are you worried about? The numbers in your areas are so small. Most of them are downtown. If you have 2 dogs' breakfasts, go across that counter with poor consideration, 30 bedrooms on one single-family dwelling lot, the fact that that happens spreads like wildfire across a ward that has 100,000 people in it. And now, I'm stuck. You know how much I embrace the housing and density we need. If you don't, then you haven't been north of St. Clair and been near Don Mills and Shepherd if you don't think I embrace density. But we're trying to socialize this living type in an area where they've dealt with a decade of illegal rooming houses and just embryonic implementation of the licensing of that. And that's going very well. Out of the licensing department, that part is going well. More compliance every day. But in fourplexes, you're asking planning counters in North York, in Scarborough, and Etobicoke that are very different counters than downtown. You've put the talent at those counters downtown because you need it there, because most of these things are happening there. But as of right, with multi-unit dwellings, and I wish we could just call them what they are because that would be part of the socializing. These are apartments. They're not rooms, they're apartments. And yet we don't use that word, and that's the first thing I have to overcome when I try and socialize fourplexes and sixplexes. They're apartments contained with kitchens and bathrooms. But you're not helping me. You didn't even create this chart. And we have to do that if we're going to get to the all-important missing middle. And we embrace the federal government trying to do that across the country so that we all have that in common. And I'd like to have the success they're having with it in Vancouver, but I don't have the predominant lot type in my ward to do it. And I'm not getting the help from the public service to socialize it and get to the point where people can embrace it, not fear it. and the kind of social media fear-mongering that's going on right now in this city, some of it by my own colleagues, the rest of it by members of the community, isn't helping either. We all got to get together on this, but today might not be the day.
Thank you. Now, please, no applause in the council chambers, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I don't have a whole lot to say on this. Just simply to say that that from a suburban perspective, this is something that people are not able to sort of quite get their heads around, right? No matter how it is that you try to explain it. What you have, Speaker, especially in a ward like mine, where it's mostly settled from a, and here we're talking about, single, what were otherwise once labeled single-family homes. We're not talking about the small apartment blocks, those lands. We're not talking about major arterial roads where you have other forms of development and so on. You're talking about those suburban areas that's developed in the 40s, 50s, 60s, where developers sold the working person of the day. Let's call them 1960. Let's use a 1960 term, the working man, right? If you were a mechanic, a construction worker, a factory worker, a firefighter, a police officer, you had an opportunity to sort of, work real hard and buy yourself a little castle, right? That was your castle. That was the working man's castle. On the cul-de-sac, the crescent, nice, quiet, tree-lined, The trees were very small back then, but they finally grew out. And, you got to a little place where you could do your own little barbecue in the back, and you had your own parking space in the front and so on. That was the dream, right? I don't know who the developers were back then. I remember the old North York, the Greenwinds and the Greenbergs, and then whoever else was that developed that concept, that bedroom community, that suburban living, right? That's the dream that the working person bought into, right? And they did. And today, that working person's dream is kind of like being smashed, right? 4-plexes, 6-plexes. I got it. We're doing under the guise of, what's that acronym? What's that fancy term that means nothing? I remember Anna Bailao used to use it, oh my God, all the time. It nauseated me, not Nana, but the term nauseated me then, nauseates me today. Missing middle. Like, what's the missing middle? Like the belly? Like, what's means nothing, right? Creates nothing. What it does, though, is do this. It takes that little home that working person worked so hard to acquire, essentially their retirement, the future for their family. It takes that and then makes it really, really expensive for future workers to be able to acquire. Why? Because you're introducing density, ever higher densities in residential neighborhoods, right? What's the real estate term? Highest and best use. So the higher you increase the use, the more you increase the value. So you take the working person's home and now you turn it into an income-producing property that capitalizes at a higher rate, more value, and then the home next door becomes more valuable still. Right? So you got these 4-plexes out there now. I think what we should do is take a pause, relax, see how all of that works out. You've done it, right? And then perhaps, take the next steps. Because really what you're doing is you're taking home ownership, you're smashing that. The ability to own a home, you're smashing that. And it's like now a working person can only dream of renting forever. Because that's what a 4-plex, a 6-plex, an 8-plex, a 10-plex, a 13-plex, a 20-plex will do. They become properties of landlords, and then everybody else gets the privilege of renting. Right?
Thank you, Councillor Bruce. Your time's up.
Sorry, I took a few more words than I
Yeah.
otherwise intended
Okay.
to take. Speak.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak before the last speaker? Anybody? Okay, last speaker, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I want to begin by congratulating Toronto City Council and the public service, because what we're doing here today is actually a great thing. We're reviewing the work that we have been doing since about 2018 on expanding the kinds of housing options that are available across the city and getting some good information on how that's been going and a few suggestions on how to make it go better still. Councillor Carroll spoke about one, which is, there's going to be the odd unscrupulous person out there who's going to try to sneak a rooming house in as one of these, and city staff have come up with a recommendation to trap for that. And that's great. That's what happens when you implement new policies and programs. You watch them evolve, you see when they're going right and when they're going wrong, and you fix it. So, I don't know what all this acrimony has been about today, but we really should be giving ourselves a pat on the back. And the reason we should be giving ourselves a pat on the back is because Toronto, until quite recently, was heading in a path of having only two types of housing, a single-family dwelling or a little box in the sky, and nothing in between. And that was becoming a tremendous failure. It meant that people in different phases of life were unable to find the kinds of housing that they wanted. I was lucky when I, left my parents' home and managed to convince my partner to move in with me. We were able to get a little apartment downtown Toronto. We couldn't have afforded a house then, but we did that, and eventually we got enough money to rent a house, and then we got enough money to buy a house. And, my kids are pretty much all gone now, and at some point I'm going to want to leave that house and, stay in the same neighborhood. This is a great way to build a city, to have different kinds of housing options within the same neighborhood, so you can stay in touch with your family and with the kids that you grew up with, and all of those things that make the neighborhoods of the City of Toronto really robust. And I'm proud of the work that we're doing, and I wish it was accelerating more. I'm frankly a little bit disappointed to hear that in the ward that is getting the most of this kind of development, Davenport, we've approved pretty much the equivalent of the number of units that go into a small mid-rise building. That's it. That's how this dramatic change that some members of this council have been talking about goes. Think for a moment about that. I was actually reflecting on this. Councillor Fletcher and I, who've been on the Toronto East York Community Council for a while, we probably are the two elected officials in North America who have voted on more development applications than anyone else on the continent, and it's almost all been condos. I wish we could have been approving more garden suites, more laneway houses, more small apartments, more multiplexes, more townhomes. Because if we had done that, there would be more options for people to live in the City of Toronto. And you're quite right, by itself, that is not a pathway to affordability. Except we have a couple of land trusts in the City of Toronto and a couple of not-for-profit housing operators who own what we call scattered houses right across the City of Toronto. And these permissions, and the ones we're going to be debating next, give them an opportunity to turn 2 units into 4 or maybe 6 and expand their footprint and their ability to deliver more affordable housing. It's a great thing. This is literally about recognizing that human lives don't get frozen in amber at some moment, like when you've got 2 kids living at home, but they evolve. Your kids move out, they want somewhere to go. They have their first kid, maybe they don't have enough for a down payment, they rent. And then, when you're an empty nester, you don't want to leave the neighborhood you've lived all your life in. You go move into a garden suite or maybe an apartment nearby. This is the way you build a city that everybody lives in. And I'm sad to hear that there's been sort of a moral panic, if you will, that in some parts of the city, we might, oh my God, have tenants living in them. Shock. Everywhere else in the world, communities have a mix of owned homes, socially owned homes, and apartment buildings. Toronto and North American cities are quite frankly unique in that respect, that they have some neighborhoods that were built entirely for single-family homes. And all of the municipalities where that happened in the 50s and 60s and 70s are going back and retrofitting them.
Thank
so
you.
good job, Council. Give yourself a round of applause.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, Councillor Morley's motion 2A. On favor? Carried. Motion 1 by Councillor Bravo. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza and Mayor Chow, please. Councillor Crisanti, may we have your vote, please? Affirmative, thank you. And Mayor Chow, affirmative as well. Thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 22-3.
Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote. Pardon? Oh, sorry, there's another motion. Motion 2B by Councillor Morley. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, your vote, please. Negative. Councillor Matlow, please. Affirmative. And Mayor Chow, please. Affirmative, thank you. Motion 2B carries. The vote is 18-7. The item is amended carries. The vote is 18-7.
Okay. So our next item is PH 22.4, where we'll be discussing sixplexes. Okay. Councillor Perks?
Yes, Speaker, just as the committee chair, I want to speak first on this one.
Okay, well, we're going to go for questions first.
Yeah.
Okay, so members, if you have questions, we're on PH 22.4, which is expanding permissions in neighborhoods for sixplexes, low-rise sixplexes. Questions? So I'm sure that if we have questions on the other item, you'll have questions on this item. You could put your name on the screen. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I saw comments made by a member of council that attached the approval of sixplexes to access to the Housing Accelerator Fund. I wondered if staff could confirm or refute whether that is correct and what the mechanism is.
So through you, Speaker, so the bringing forward the recommendations as it relates to sixplex was one of several actions that was originally submitted by the city to the federal government as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund program. And that program, that funding was approved by the federal government with the commitment of delivering on all of the initiatives within that plan, of which this was one.
So hang on now. What does delivering on the initiative mean? Does that mean that council needs to approve this?
So through you, Speaker, I wouldn't be able to answer that question. I know that what we had heard from the federal government, previous federal government, was around ensuring that we had delivered this initiative by a particular date. That date was originally actually last year. It was then extended to June of 2025.
That sounds like a yes. So am I hearing that planning policy is being dictated by access to money?
To the Speaker, no. So what I can, to clarify, this was one of several actions that was in the city's housing action plan that was submitted to the federal government. And so as part of that, there was timelines to each of those initiatives, and the timeline for this one, as I said, was originally last year and was amended to June of this year.
And exactly what is this initiative? To bring a report to council or to approve this? It matters. Can anyone answer that? Can you hold my time, Madam Deputy Speaker? I realize that there's a lot on this, so just give the staff a minute to...
And yes, so through you, Speaker, I can read from the what was called the milestone 7.3.
Okay.
States that opportunities in any bylaws required from implementation to permit more low-rise, multi-unit housing development through as-of-right zoning bylaws in neighborhoods across Toronto, including permissions for 4-story multi-unit residential development, including multiplexes and its potential to contribute to Toronto's housing supply, and permissions for residential buildings with up to 6 dwellings.
4 stories? That's not in this report, is it?
That's correct. The staff recommendation is for 10.5 meters, which would be approximately 3.5 stories.
So we don't have to follow those because we're not. The report's different. We didn't do 4 stories. It's less than that.
Yeah.
So I think the answer, and confirm if I'm wrong, if council votes this down, we haven't violated anything. We can still have the housing accelerator money. Is that not correct?
So through the Speaker, that's not a question I can answer. I can tell you that based on that item in the action plan, staff brought forward the recommendations that we thought were an appropriate response.
Can somebody else answer that? If I vote no on this, am I giving up on an opportunity for money? Is that what I have to put in the equation? Can anybody answer that?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, I can confirm what our Chief Planner has indicated, which is we have followed through on not only what was identified as far as a deliverable from our half requirements, but this is the advice from our Chief Planner's office as far as advancing opportunities to increase housing.
Okay. A little different question. Ward 23 was the pilot for 6 plexes. That was approved in February, is that correct? Has any been built? We have a single example out of that program?
Madam Speaker, there has not been a building permit for a 6-plex applied for in Ward 23.
Do we have any predictions on how many 6-plexes will be built each year going forward? You did great work in one of the other planning and housing items.
Madam Speaker, the recent research bulletin produced by city planning with respect to opportunities for multiplex housing in low-rise neighborhoods focused on the existing permissions that are in place.
Okay.
We have not made a forecast of what uptake of sixplex permissions there would be if council were to adopt these permissions. I think we have heard feedback from the building industry that there is interest in pursuing this building type, but I couldn't quantify that for you.
Okay, so just in terms of interest from the building industry, we hear lots of things. Is it true or not true that having 6 units changes potential access to different types of funding that may change the pro forma for a builder or developer if they're interested in developing this type of property?
Last question.
So through you, Speaker, I believe the questions may be referencing one program in particular, which we have heard from the builder community from CMHC, the MLI Select program, which kicks in at 5 units. So we have heard from some builders that the ability to access that program, which has a number of other requirements related to affordability and environmental performance, but one of the requirements is around a minimum of 5 units, that is something that would make this more viable. It's available today if you do a 4-plex plus a garden suite, but it forces you to meet the 5-unit threshold by building one of those units in the garden suite. This would allow you to build all 5 within the principal residence and still be able to access that program.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to ask about a letter dated March 11, 2025. It was sent to the Mayor of Toronto, Olivia Chow, and signed by the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Have you seen this letter? It was with respect to the timelines and the conditions under which Toronto would receive Housing Accelerator Fund.
So through the Speaker, I do not have it in front of me, but I do believe there was a letter that spoke to the timing for these initiatives.
And would it surprise you to say that one of the conditions in the letter specifically says report back to council with opportunities and bylaws required for implementation of low-rise multi-unit housing, 4-story multi-unit residential development, including buildings up to 6 dwelling units, to be completed by June 30th, 2025?
Yes, that's correct. That's the initiative that I spoke to previously. That's taken out of the city's housing action plan.
Right.
And that does note the revised timeline. As I said, the timeline was originally last year, and it was extended to June 30th of this year.
So no member of this council can say we haven't received very specific direction from the federal government that this item on sixplexes is part of the conditions for receiving the Housing Accelerator Fund. And further, did you read the section that says, as we work to ensure compliance with over 200 Housing Accelerator Funds agreements across Canada, we're establishing consequences for noncompliance, and that the consequences include cutting funding equivalent to 25% of the annual payment. Would you agree that that was in the letter?
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct. That's tied to all of the initiatives that was in the city's housing action plan, of which the sixplex one is one of them.
Okay. What would be the consequences of not receiving 100% Housing Accelerator Fund? What kinds of projects would be put at risk in the City of Toronto should we not be able to receive the full funding that we're counting on in this agreement?
Through the chair, Councillor, there's a number of programs that are in place that count on the funding from the Housing Accelerator Fund, inclusive of programs through our Housing Secretariat, and certainly they would put those projects at risk.
Thank you. So that means that some of what we've used funds for have included initiatives like revitalizing TCHC. We've used it for multi-unit residential acquisition, which keeps existing good stock, affordable rental, affordable, transforming Toronto's waterfront, expanding missing middle housing. I know that some Councillor Prusa said he didn't like those words, but it's something that's not a tower and not a single family house. So we would be in a situation where, should we not make progress today on this particular item, we will be putting the people of Toronto who are in need of housing in peril in some way, correct? We're taking a risk on the backs of people who need housing.
Through the chair, it certainly would impact our ability to advance housing options for Torontonians.
Okay, and then I have another question about jurisdictions where we have this kind of housing. What are some of the lessons that we can take away in the City of Toronto where there's been transformation of communities that had more single-family dwellings and to multi-residential dwellings, even up to 6 units? Does anybody have any comment on how it's been implemented in other places?
So through the speaker, I would say a number of municipalities made similar commitments. The details vary, but also as part of their housing accelerator programs. We've seen fourplexes in a number of cities. We've seen City of Edmonton as high as 8plexes. So different cities have approached it differently, but there has definitely been a trend across the country in cities to introduce low-rise multiplexes as a new type of housing option available in neighborhoods for a variety of reasons, part of it being related to the general improved affordability of that scale of housing. In some cases, it's introducing housing into areas that have been experiencing population decline or population stagnation for a number of years that was threatening things like school closures, viability of retail, those sorts of things. So the examples vary across the country, but yes, there is a trend towards this.
My last question, is Edmonton okay? After what the changes, are they okay? Are they surviving?
So through the chair, yes, I understand that Edmonton's doing all right.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. Our procedures bylaw under the principles provides members of council have the right to information to make decisions. Councillor Bravo, in her questions, referred to a letter from the federal government. She used the words direct about council. She inferred putting people in peril. There's also a very large question about the financial availability of our budget to be successful if we're missing $300 or $400 million. I would ask for you on the point of order to rule whether or not this item before us is in order. If we have been directed by a federal government to do something, then there's no decision to be made. And if not, could you at least ensure that that information is provided to members of council so that we can be sure that we're able to make this decision?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, if you'll recall, we actually had a debate on sixplexes not that long ago. And at that debate, it was said verbally and repeated frequently that the federal government had told us that we had deadlines that we had to meet in order to be eligible for the next tranches of the Housing Accelerator Fund, and the sixplexes were part of it. So this information, the particular letter the member may not have, but this information was used in open debate last time we talked about sixplexes.
Yeah. Okay, we do have a letter of communication. We'll circulate it as soon as possible. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Holyday.
No, I would like your ruling on the first point is whether or not the entire debate is in order. If we don't have the ability to make a decision and the federal government has told us what we have to do, then why are we debating this?
Yeah, this item is in order, Councillor Holyday.
So we do have a decision.
And we will circulate the communication, and this way you can review the communication.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, under our existing multiplex permissions, people have the ability to build a duplex, triplex, or fourplex. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker, that's correct.
Okay. And I know we just discussed this on the last item, but for clarification, what percentage of the multiplexes that have received building permits to date have in fact been fourplexes?
In the order of 25%.
25%, okay. So even with permissions to build 4 units, only 1 in 4 approximately are taking advantage of that. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think what we found in monitoring was that multiplexes sometimes emerge as new construction and sometimes emerge as renovations of existing houses. And when there are renovations of existing houses, the number of units is set to match what that house can
comprise.
Okay. I want to follow up on Councillor Holliday's questions about the Ward 23 pilot. Is it true that in general, Scarborough North has some of the largest lots in the city, if in fact, maybe actually the largest lots average?
I'm not sure I would say that. I think I could comfortably say that lots in Scarborough North tend to be larger on average than lots in older parts of the city.
Okay. Would larger lots make it more feasible to build a sixplex, given the setback requirements, lot coverage, things like that?
The size of those lots will make it easier to achieve performance standards. And that when we studied these permissions, we looked at how we would model sixplex houses on lots of a variety of sizes, and that the starting point for that was our work in Ward.
Right. So if in Ward 23, we haven't seen a rush to uptake on the permissions that have been there, which arguably has the best physical suitable conditions and characteristics for sixplexes, what does that suggest about the likelihood or uptake in neighborhoods with more constraint lots? Is it more likely or less likely based on lot configuration?
I think any answer to that question is going to be somewhat speculative. What I would observe is that Ward 23 has had less uptake of any multiplex form, and what we have seen in our
Can you tilt your mic towards you a little bit?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
What we have seen is that there have been some parts of the city that have had more uptake than others. For whatever reason, Davenport Ward has had a particular interest in executing multiplex permissions. My personal prediction is that we might see some sixplex proposals emerge in Davenport Ward, just simply because that's where there has been interest over the last couple of years. And we will see them emerge in other parts of the city, just as we will see other multiplex proposals come forward.
Right. And so we could say, though, that just because we introduce permissions like we have in Ward 23 for new forms of housing, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be built. There might be non-zoning barriers. So if you look at Ward 23, Scarborough North, might be something about the market, might be something about the characteristics of that part of the city that are a little bit different. And while you might have more of a demand for it in Davenport than you might in Scarborough North, but the zoning permissions in themselves might not be the only driver for where we're going to see uptake of this program. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker, that's correct. And I will try to make simply brief comments that we've historically had permissions for a variety of building types in some parts of the city, and those have not resulted in a rush or a singular form of just the largest type. It's resulted in a variety of building types that take advantage of a range of permissions. Secondly, we did engage the land
Hang on, Madam Speaker, can you pause my time? Could folks up there just keep it down for me? Councillor Fletcher, et cetera, could you just keep it down? Thank you. Appreciate that courtesy.
Actually, Councillor Moyes.
I think it's on the phone there, but
all right.
I just couldn't even hear. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Back over to you.
I would also point out we did engage a land economic study to understand what the land economic impacts would be of both multiplex permissions and also sixplex permissions. And what we generally found is that land economics is in part a driver, that other housing types will continue to have a force in the market and continue to be present in our cityscape, and that multiplex permissions will not squeeze out forms of housing that we have historically seen.
So based on that information and engagement with stakeholders, what take-up of sixplex does staff expect?
Yeah, as I've indicated before, I'm hesitant to give any kind of quantitative.
Have you looked? Have you sort of given a guesstimation what that might look like if you legalized it?
I do not have a number that I would be comfortable relying on.
Last question for the Chief Planner. Councillor Bravo asked if Edmonton is all right. I have recently read that Edmonton went forward with sixplexes, then they went to eightplexes. Now they're looking at going back to sixplexes. Since you were able to comment on Edmonton being all right, could you provide a little commentary on what's happened in Edmonton, how they went from 6 to 8, and now they're looking at going back to 6? Provide some commentary.
That's
Thank you.
your last question.
Yes, through your speaker, so that's correct. I don't know the status of the approval of that, but what was proposed was going from 8 in all neighborhoods to 6 mid-block. So to still permit 8 units on corner lots. I've not looked close enough to understand all of the reasons behind it. I think there's a number, the concerns were related to I think some of the design issues around the eightplexes and the scale of the buildings, and I don't know what the decision is or if a decision has finally been made in Edmonton.
Okay. Yeah, just one sec. There's so much noise in here. Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, point of personal privilege. Folks over here, like, I can't hear.
No.
It's super rude.
Everybody's
and in the staff
talking.
gallery here, like, I can't hear. So just,
Yeah.
if we could be a little bit more courteous, Councillor Candival here, Shelley Carroll, et cetera, like, I can't hear. So if we could just be a little bit more courteous, I'd appreciate that. Yep, thank you.
Please, and I've been saying this, everybody's having their own discussions. Okay. All right. Councillor Morley, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. The building form outlined in the narrow lot case study before us, with few, if any, large-sized family units and no on-site parking, has been of particular concern to me and to some of my constituents who believe that really won't work in a context like Etobicoke. What would you say to those residents and me who are concerned that this will become commonplace?
Madam Speaker, the modeling that we did for sixplex shows at least one two-bedroom unit in every model. I think also one of the findings of the multiplex monitoring is that we did not impose limits on bedroom sizes or requirements for a certain number of bedrooms or a certain size of units. And yet, the units that have been produced are responding to a demand for 2- and 3-bedroom units. That's consistent with our official plan policy, which encourages units of that size. I do think there may be an open question. What will be the outcome of sixplex? Just as there was when we first adopted multiplex. That's one of the reasons why we will continue to monitor. Right now, based on all the information that we have, I would not recommend imposing a requirement for certain sizes of bedrooms. I think it is something that we will continue to look at, and if that results in recommendations for modifications at the outcome of monitoring, we'll bring those forward.
Thank you. Unlike the report we just dealt with before this item, on sixplexes, we know the pilot really didn't provide much to go on. Why does city planning feel comfortable expanding these permissions citywide without a data point from the pilot program?
Madam Speaker, we're comfortable based on the modeling that we've done. Also, I think we're comfortable because the permissions that have been granted in Ward 23, as we've stated, have not resulted in sixplex permissions. The multiplex permissions have also not generated a lot of uptake in Ward 23. I think if Council's desire is to base a decision only on that one ward, we may be waiting a long time for a sizable number of proposals and data to base a decision on. Despite that, based on all the work that we've done, our understanding of the issues, our consultation with our external and internal stakeholders, we're confident that this is a continuing growth of gentle density within a building envelope that we're comfortable with.
Thank you. I asked earlier about some of the potential challenges for communities like mine, we're a waterfront community, we're also prone to flooding. Will basement units be more prevalent, do you expect, in 5- and 6plexes?
Madam Speaker, our modeling suggests that in the building envelopes that we're working with, basement units will need to be part of a 5-plex or a 6-plex proposal. So yes, they will be more prevalent in 5-plexes and 6-plexes than we've seen in triplexes and 4-plexes, for example.
And then as a result, do we expect that larger or maximized basement units will come along with these potential proposals?
Basements will continue to be regulated by our building depth and building length regulations. And as you may be aware, we have a proposal that's out for consultation right now to impose setback requirements below grade on houses to limit the size of basements. And any final decision on that would apply to multiplexes as well.
Great. That gives me some comfort. Thank you. Just a couple more quick ones. With respect to impact planting and growing space for trees, how will this proposal impact planting and growing space for trees? on these lots?
The approach to that question is the same as we've taken with the previous multiplex bylaw. Council has previously directed the general manager to refuse tree permit applications to destroy trees in association with multiplex development. Sixplex proposals would be subject to that same requirement. Notwithstanding, we've seen that tree preservation has not been an impediment to construction of multiplexes, and that there have been no applications to destroy healthy trees that have been approved in association with multiplex development.
Great. So my last, on the last item, and again, thank you to staff for supporting on the monitoring piece. I'm wondering if the monitoring related to multiplexes will also capture and include some of the amendments that council has put forward today.
Madam Speaker, certainly we will be reviewing all those amendments and making sure that we are able to respond to questions that council has demonstrated an interest in. Some of those, I don't have them in front of me, but certainly lot frontage has come up, parking has come up. Those are all matters that it's very clear to us that council will have an interest in following when we report back.
Thank you.
You let the members know that the letter has been posted on the item.
Okay, so the letter has been posted under communications on this item, okay? It's under communications. It was just posted. All right. Councillor Carroll, you're up to ask questions.
Am I on?
Okay.
Yeah. Just a couple of quick questions, Madam Speaker. So we have the prototype drawings. We have them to look at, and they're very similar to things that I saw in Vancouver recently. So they are really common looking prototypes, and I've seen them work there. My question is, was there any work done, because we've known for some time this is where we wanted to go. This is a long-standing neighborhood intensification study. Have we done any field study? Have we sent planning staff to see working, living, built examples in other cities?
Madam Speaker, I think we've really focused on looking at examples here in Toronto, recognizing that urban fabrics do vary greatly, and I mentioned earlier Vancouver and Edmonton both have requirements with respect to minimum lot sizes and lot frontages that would be very difficult to work with in Toronto's context. So we've really focused more on how to apply a multiplex concept to Toronto's context. We are aware of what's happening in other jurisdictions, but no, we haven't sent staff to do field visits there.
I know that you get into the challenges when you go to look at other places. They might be differently legislated. They might have different options for ownership models, and we're looking at primarily at rental, and some of them may have, in the case of fourplexes and duplexes, condominiumization abilities that we might not have here. So there are some legislative differences, but just how they work in neighborhoods. You're confident that we can sufficiently figure that out here in the context of our neighborhoods, and I'm talking particularly of north of St. Clair now?
Madam Speaker, yes, I have. I think there's a great capacity to expand the range of housing types, to create building types that will offer apartment options in a low-rise scale that haven't generally been available across the city.
Yes.
The multiplex up to fourplexes was a first step to that. And as this report lays out, we think there is a real opportunity here for those 2 additional units within that multiplex built form. It may play out in different ways, but we think that opportunity
before the benefit of the federal government, should they be monitoring our council deliberations today, that's not the only things we've done, is it? I have, for instance, at the very end of the street that I live is the major street in our neighborhood, and there's a 28-unit approved building about to start construction there. So these aren't the only thing we're doing in terms of meeting their requirement that we look at housing opportunities in neighborhoods.
Madam Speaker, that's correct. We've had a very broad range of actions, first under the Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods program, then under the Housing Action Plan. You've just referred to our Major Streets bylaw. We looked at the opportunity for apartment buildings, not just plexes, but with larger number of units. We found opportunities on major streets. That bylaw is under appeal, but we know there's lots of interest in proceeding under those permissions. So housing options come in a broad range of built forms, sizes, and types of units. Our goal is to enable them in ways that make sense in Toronto.
So you went to where, I do have time. That's where I was going with this next, is the difficult subject of appeal. Where we got to with major streets, and we have some approved projects. Are they now stalled through developer appeal or citizen appeal?
I don't know if I would use the word stalled, but I know there are a number of, I know there have been many pre-application discussions with applicants who have proposals that would be consistent with our major streets bylaw, but they're not able to submit for building permits as of right.
Right,
While
they can do
those
everything up
appeals
to
are
the
underway.
permit.
That's right.
Okay. And last but not least, I have just a couple of seconds. Is there an ability, former councillor McKelvey asked in the licensing of multi-tenant houses, rooming houses, asked for a parking bylaw, a specific parking instruction on site. Can't remember if it was specific to her ward or throughout the city. Is it possible to apply something like that here, or does it fly in the face of some other parking language?
My comment on that is it's technically possible. The council could direct to do that. That's not the staff recommendation.
Yeah.
It would be a different direction than council's previous policy direction to remove parking minimums, but there's nothing, the parking minimums could be put in place, and I think
Okay, your time is
we'd want
up.
to be careful and make sure that we're doing it correctly.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you very much. Through you, Speaker. So I just want to go through some of the consultation that we did in Ward 23, because I think it's important, because a lot of the questions my colleagues are having, we were able to answer. So can you just give me so initially, when we sent out the letter saying that there was this proposed changes, how many people roughly showed up at that community meeting? Is there anyone here who was part of that?
Madam Speaker, I'm afraid that the staff who really led that initiative aren't here today, and so I don't have specific numbers. I know that there was good participation in that. I know the community was quite engaged. As the process went on, I think participation came down a lot, and I think that's reflective as people learned more about the proposal and had a comfort level with it. They maybe didn't come out to meetings with quite the same enthusiasm as they did at the start of it.
Right. So we did the work of just, answering a lot of questions, making sure there was no misinformation, having as many meetings as people wanted. And we eventually got people there so that maybe if they weren't 100% on board, they at least understood why we were doing this, i.e. that we needed to build affordable housing. This was a way to do it because we needed certain funding, and that funding was only available from CMHC, and CMHC said you need a minimum of 5 units in order to build these types of housing that we were looking to build in Ward 23. Does that sound roughly right to you?
That sounds roughly right. I would say from a planning perspective, we are less interested in that CMHC funding. We want our planning rules to be able to transcend any particular funding program from other levels of government at any point of time and represent a good form and set of building typologies for the city.
Right, and it's fair to say that there are still some questions that we don't know the answer to. We don't know, for example, how the parking situation is going to be built because we haven't yet issued a permit for a multiplex.
In Ward 23, that's
in Ward 23, we haven't issued a permit for a sixplex. We have issued permits for multiplexes.
That's correct.
Right. So there's still learnings to be going on, and But it's fair to say that because we did the sort of the work initially, we got people there, and even when we were candid with them that we still didn't have all the answers, people were okay with that because we had seen that we had taken the time to answer their questions.
Madam Speaker, I think that's correct, and I would also observe any as-of-right zoning permission is going to leave questions about the future. And in fact, we want there to be some flexibility within our zoning permissions because that enables property owners to make a range of decisions without coming in and asking for permission on every single detail of their proposal. That is the nature of as-of-right zoning. Our goal is to get to a place where we are comfortable with new building types, new housing options, and to be able to do it in a way where an individual approval at a zoning level is not required for each and every property in the city.
Correct. And part of the reason behind this pilot was that, unfortunately, in Ward 23, we're seeing population decline as a ward as a whole. But, you know, as planners, you're seeing this in neighborhoods across the suburbs where the population is actually declining. And because the population is declining, there's less and less resources being invested.
There are neighborhoods in all parts of the city, both suburban and downtown, that are experiencing population decline. Some of that's reflective of a natural population cycle. Much of it is also reflective of a demographic trend where household sizes are smaller today than they were 20 or 30 years ago. And as we contend with that kind of demographic change, we will need to accommodate more houses in order to sustain populations, in order to house Torontonians, and in order to maintain the services that we want to provide across the city.
And part of that is allowing more gentle densification in parts of the area, in parts of the city that have been seeing population declines. And one of that is through multiplexes, and in Ward 23's instance, sixplexes, because we want to make sure that we're not just building housing, but we're actually building affordable housing for people who are, you know, bus drivers, teachers, janitors, cashiers, can actually live in these neighborhoods, and they can actually grow in these neighborhoods with their own families.
I'd say that gentle density is one part of a larger solution, and what we are ultimately looking for is a wide package of housing solutions and options that can meet the needs of very different types of households and different sizes of households.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, question.
Thank you very much. And there's been a lot of questions already that my colleagues have covered, and I'll try not to be too repetitive. My first question is where we currently see sixplexes in the city, how many do we see on a typical block?
I don't think I'd venture to say we have a conclusion based on our monitoring of that. I would say we've seen them across the city. We've seen some wards have higher uptake than others. Sometimes blocks might have more than one. Certainly no block has been transformed with a predominant form of multiplex housing. As you are aware, 452 permits across the entire city, even when there are some clustering in certain wards, means that they are spread out. And that's consistent with the incremental nature of change that we would expect as an outcome of this bylaw.
So just to be very clear, we're not seeing a concentration or an overwhelm of this type of housing in neighborhoods that have it.
Madam Speaker, even in Davenport Ward, where 15% of multiplex applications were issued, those were spread in many parts of the ward, not clustered on just one or two blocks.
And where we have seen the uptake of sixplexes, can you describe what that experience is? Or have there been benefits to the neighborhood? Have there been impacts that have reached you?
Madam Speaker, again, to be clear, the building permits have been for multiplexes with up to 4 units, not with up to 6 units, as that proposal is still here. But I would say that where those have come forward, we are still in early days. We've seen about 100 buildings built and occupied. I think we've only heard positive experience in terms of occupants, but I think it's still early to say, based on the stage of construction of many of these, what the overall impact on.
Okay, even anecdotally, can you share what the feedback or the experience has been that you're
I would
seeing
say
that would have informed?
Anecdotally, I've only heard positive experience from people who have moved into these residents. I haven't heard I've heard issues of where they may be under construction and people are concerned about the change or concerned about construction impacts, but I haven't heard any negative concerns about buildings that are built and occupied.
And I guess even on a regular house, if you have an ambitious construction or renovation project, you will hear complaints. It's not that distinct.
Certainly, construction does create noise. It does create dust. It needs to be well managed. We rely on our neighbors to do a good job of that and to be considerate. That's going to be the case whether it's a multiplex development or any other kind of construction project.
Okay, so as you mentioned, there have been fourplexes, and we have some experience under our belt as a city about moving that forward. What are some of the changes in services that often come with, adding more density to a neighborhood?
Madam Speaker, I think it varies from neighborhood to neighborhood, but certainly when neighborhoods are in population decline and there's more density that comes in, it might mean that there are more residents to support local retail. It might mean that streets are more vibrant. It might mean that parks are better used and have more clients. It might mean that local schools have more children enrolling to fill those schools. Any community service relies on populations around it to support that service. And then, of course, those service provides great benefits to the people who live around them as well.
And understanding that, better used public spaces, higher enrollment in schools, more used roads, I guess also multimodally. What then from the city side are we doing to better prepare to service those communities knowing those impacts?
Madam Speaker, I would say that we are constantly monitoring the demographic changes that happen across that city. City planning collaborates with other city divisions that are responsible for delivering those services, whether it's parks, whether it's children's services, whether it's seniors and long-term care, whether it's our hard infrastructure services, Toronto Water, transportation services.
Okay, thank you.
We do work hard to understand where that growth is happening and make sure that our partner divisions are able to plan for the future.
Thank you. Trying to speed this up. Councillor Pasternak. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I've got this letter from the Honourable Nathaniel Erskine Smith, and I find the conditions for Toronto to meet for the Accelerate Fund to be ridiculous. And I'm just wondering whether there was any pushback on this to speak to the minister and renegotiate these conditions. Which,
who are you asking the question to?
I can ask it to, well, the
CFO or the city manager?
I can ask it to the city manager.
Okay, question to the city manager, guys. There's a question for the city manager.
I don't mind repeating it.
Yeah, go ahead and repeat it.
So I consider this letter dated March the 11th, 2025 by the Honourable Nathaniel Erskine Smith is bordering on the ridiculous and has no sense of planning processes and the urban environment in Toronto. Was there any pushback on these conditions to access 100% of the Accelerator Fund?
So, Speaker, I'm not going to comment on the assertion around the letter. There was a lot of discussions at the official level as well as the political level prior to receiving that correspondence. We have been in conversation with the federal government around the Housing Accelerator Fund on and off in lots of instances as we got here.
So this letter written to the mayor and the city of Toronto is do this or else. Was there any negotiation to come up with a plan that would provide new supply in housing, but not these kind of deadlines and micro conditions that are really unrealistic at this city?
Well, Speaker, if we go back to the Housing Accelerator Fund work and the reports we've brought, the whole key to the Housing Accelerator Fund program was deadlines and dates. And as the chief planner had mentioned, we actually had to ask for extensions and changes to dates. Some of the dates that we had proposed originally when this came before council were earlier than we're looking at now. So dates have always been part of the conversation around the Housing Accelerator Fund.
All right. Just very quickly, I noticed similar letters to London, Ontario, and Halifax, Nova Scotia. In the letter to London, Ontario, it seems they're only asking for threeplexes and fourplexes, triplexes and fourplexes. And in the letter to Halifax, there's actually, I can't find any requirement to intensify in established neighborhoods. Was this is this a made in Toronto, or is this a more draconian requirement for Toronto? It doesn't seem like these other cities have to meet these requirements at all.
So I'll begin, and then I'll ask our chief planner to comment as well. What I can say about the Housing Accelerator Fund is that these were discussions between municipalities and the federal government. It was not a blanket approach to, it was not a funding program, for instance, where they outlined the process and then we simply applied for money from it. Jason, I'm not sure if there's more you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, through you, Speaker, I would just add that of the different plans put forward by different municipalities across the country, I certainly didn't read all of them, but I had reviewed a number of them back at the time and had worked on the one that Hamilton had submitted. And within those, I did see various commitments related to multiplexes. Many of them were fourplexes. We spoke earlier about Edmonton that went to eightplexes. So cities submitted different plans, but many of them did include commitments around multiplex housing.
But we've already met the commitment to multiplex houses based on what we've adopted, the threeplexes in established neighborhoods. Did we then go right back and say we'll do 6?
So through you, Speaker, looking at the letter, if you look at it, Initiative 7, Milestone 3, that was one of the actions that the city put forward through its plan to the federal government in applying for the Housing Accelerator.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So the units in the sixplexes, would they be rental or ownership, or it's up to the property owner?
Madam Speaker, the zoning bylaw does not regulate tenure for any type of residential use. So it would be up to the property owner whether to pursue an ownership tenure through condominium or rental. Our experience with multiplex is that all but a handful have been rental.
And can a garden suite go on the same parcel?
Madam Speaker, yes, it can.
And I know we've talked about this offline, but can multiplexes be adjacent to each other? In other words, can you have 2 in a row?
Yes, and I'll be specific. Our sixplex proposal permits sixplex in detached houses, not in semi-detached houses or townhouses. So that's a distinction.
That was your last question.
2 neighboring properties could each have a detached sixplex.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, I understand as a city we adopt a variation in land use policy practice. I wonder if staff can confirm that and perhaps share an example of where policy may vary by geography. I think semi-detached housing policy is an example.
Madam Speaker, I think there are a number of examples where different OP policies apply in different parts of the city through secondary plans. An example of zoning difference is that we have different residential zones in different parts of the city. Some of those zones permit a full range of residential building types. Some parts permit detached building types. Some zones permit semi-detached or townhouses. So there is variation that's built into the zoning bylaw.
Thank you, staff. On the question of affordability, there was a bit of confusion on this. I think just for the record, this would result, if approved, in market rate units.
Madam Speaker, that's correct.
The impact on land values, the memo that was shared at PHC on the day of, the language is not certain. I think the language in at least two places by NBLC indicates that there may have impact on land values as a result of this approval.
So through you, Speaker, so we did commission NBLC to do a review for us of potential impacts on land values. I won't read the full report. It was attached to the Planning Committee. Yeah. The key item being at the end, they note that it's not likely that the incremental increase in density from 4 to 6 units will have any meaningful land economic impact.
I know
for the
earlier
reasons stated above.
there was, it may or may not, that language was used. I just want to circle that with the professor at Guelph, who clearly stated if you increase the number of units you could build on a piece of property, that will increase land value. For many of us, that rings true from a common sense approach.
Yes, and I think what NBLC has noted is what's being proposed here is an incremental increase from 4 to 6 units, not being able to increase the building envelope beyond the additional 50 centimeters of height. The particular, I believe the word they used was economic headwinds that face the viability of this form of development would mitigate against any significant land value uplift, which is why they reached the conclusion that I noted earlier.
But I think the natural follow-up is that land value obviously varies from neighborhood to neighborhood across our city, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Would staff agree that there's value in monitoring programs given the perhaps lack of a comprehensive data set coming out of Ward 23?
So through you, Speaker, we did note, and as was approved in the previous report, the monitoring program will continue, and we'll look at all forms of multiplexes.
In reference to the sixplex pilot.
So through you, Speaker, that would be continuing to monitor the sixplex pilot, and the full multiplex program will be part of that monitoring program, yes.
Okay, but would staff say there isn't sufficient data from the Ward 23 pilot?
No, I think I would agree with what Mr. Connect said earlier in terms of having that the 400 plus permits for all forms of multiplexes, which again are of a similar size and scale to what's being proposed for sixplexes, gives us confidence what we're recommending here today.
It's a 50% uptick in number of units, so I'm not sure if it holds. But anyway, on the letter to perhaps Chief Planner and City Manager, on the letter that was communicated, that was March 11th from the previous housing minister. What is your read on the language up to 6 units? Because that's the third milestone.
So through you, Speaker, what I can say in terms of the report we brought before you is that in our view, this is good planning. This is meeting the intent of the city's housing action plan. We think this represents a good form of housing and a good way of accommodating that missing middle low-rise housing in neighborhoods. As I said earlier, I can't comment on how the federal government will respond in terms of the recommendations that we have in front of you today, but we think we've brought forward a strong report in terms of introducing that form of housing citywide.
Gotcha, but on the language and the what follows from up to 6 units, wouldn't fourplexes satisfy that language?
Last question.
It would. I would just note that if I have my timeline correctly, the fourplex provisions were already in place at the time that was put forward.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, question.
Thank you. There's been a lot asked about where did this sixplex thing come from in terms of the federal government, and I'm going to ask someone who actually knows all about this because she negotiated it. Ms. Faria, when you were previously working in the Affordable Housing Office, did Minister Sean Fraser write to the City of Toronto and say that we needed to add sixplex permissions to our plan?
To the Speaker, Councillor, yes, we did receive correspondence from the former Minister of Housing requesting that our Housing Accelerator Fund application be more ambitious, and that included adding multiplexes, especially sixplexes.
Especially sixplexes. And that was made available to Council, and there was an amendment to our submission to the federal government that Council voted on. Council had a copy of that letter at that time. That's the history here, right?
That is correct. This item came to council in December 2023. There was a staff report attached, which council amended via motion, asking us to be more ambitious in our plan.
Based on the correspondence from the minister of the day. So frankly, the new letter that we've been discussing is just a reminder of what council has known for a couple of years already.
To the speaker, yes.
Okay. To the chief planner, we don't build greenfields in the city of Toronto in any meaningful amount, do we? Everything's redevelopment.
Through the speaker, yes.
And some neighborhoods are older than other neighborhoods, and they've been through a cycle of redevelopment. Houses age, new families move in, they might want to make an addition, something might get converted to an apartment building. This is just the normal course in a mature city.
So through the speaker, I would agree with that, but both individual lots and neighborhoods do go through an evolution over time as households change and demographics change, yes.
And because we have had restrictive zoning bylaws for 20 or 30 years in the city of Toronto, some neighborhoods haven't been through that renewal process yet. Is that a fair characterization?
I'd go back a little further in time and say it's probably more like 40 or 50 years that the trend was towards a much more restrictive zoning that did not provide for that kind of evolution. What we're seeing now in cities across the country over the past couple of years is kind of going back to a time when there's a bit more flexibility in what's permitted in neighborhoods.
Right, but if I'm like in a city anywhere else in the world, you know, I can frankly dig down and find stuff underneath. I mean, this process of renewal and change in form and use, this is just a natural part of the evolution of a city.
So through the speaker, yes, I would agree that that evolution in neighborhoods is natural to most cities.
And on the issue of affordability, and we've discussed this on the last item, this isn't so much about creating affordable housing directly. It's more about creating different kinds of housing so that people in different cycles or parts of the childhood through senior cycle have different housing options available in a neighborhood.
To the speaker, yes, a healthy housing spectrum has housing available at all elements of the spectrum. What we've seen with the multiplexes to date has been referenced is that they have typically been at the lower end of the market rate housing.
And just to put a fine point on it, given that we've had zoning bylaws in some parts of the city that have sort of frozen them in time in the 50s, 60s, or 70s, we have some neighborhoods that have yet to evolve that range of, that complete range of housing type.
So through the speaker, I would agree there's parts of the city, as there are parts of all cities, where you have certainly less variety of housing type available.
Right. And I had a final question. Oh, it's escaped me. Okay, that's going to do for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order?
If you want a point of order, like, don't turn your mic on. Let me turn your mic on, please. Councillor Pasternak.
Overly ambitious. Madam Speaker, there's been a reference from the last set of questions to a correspondence between the Government of Canada and the City of Toronto that references sixplexes. I'm wondering whether we could dig up that letter and put it in communications on this item.
Okay, we'll dig up that letter. Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you. Through the speaker, what is the estimated price difference between a unit and a multiplex unit versus a condo?
Madam Speaker, I don't know if I can answer that specifically. I can say what we did when, referring back to our previous item, when we looked at the rental rates for multiplexes in the rental market, comparing those to the rates for units in newly built high-rise and mid-rise, that multiplexes were more affordable. There have been only a handful of multiplex buildings that have been condominiumized. My sense is that they tend to be fairly pricey, and they're a small minority of our overall experience with multiplex. And I'm not able to give you specific numbers in terms of the sale prices.
So the example, and I think I saw this in the Toronto Star, $1 million a unit, it's a fourplex, and that would be similar to market price. if not even more expensive.
Madam Speaker, I've also seen that example. Yeah, that strikes me as similar to market price. And what I emphasize is, although those have gotten a bit of media coverage, again, it's a number of buildings that we could count on both hands. And the reason for that is the condominium process. It's a fairly simple application at the city, but it involves drawing up surveys. It involves maintaining a reserve fund for the building, establishing a board of directors, an annual general meeting, annual engineering studies. It's cumbersome to maintain a condominium. The legislation was really built with large buildings with lots of units in mind. The governance framework isn't suited well to multiplex buildings.
Is there an estimated cost of what a brand new sixplex versus a renovated sixplex would cost?
Madam Speaker, I'm afraid I'm not able to answer that question.
Because that's a lot of kitchens and bathrooms. You know, typically a house might cost, well, it used to cost $600,000-$700,000 to build a brand new house. What would that ballpark be for a project like this?
So, through the Speaker, I can give you a ballpark based on conversations we've had with builders. As you can imagine, it's, how much does the house cost? There's a lot of variety in that question. Generally, they're looking about $350 per square foot, which probably puts you in the range of 1.5 to 1.6-ish million in construction costs in order to build one. That's not including land costs, soft costs, those sorts of things. But as a ballpark, that sort of 350 per square foot is a good ballpark number.
$1.6 million to build a sixplex.
In that range. Not including land, not including some of the soft costs that would be involved.
That sounds a little low to me. And is this aimed at developers, or are we thinking that regular folks will be able to get loans to be able to build this?
Through you, Speaker, I expect we'll see a bit of both. You do have to be an experienced builder to be able to build one of these, but I think one of the advantages of this scale of housing is especially to raise the funds and do the financing. That's something that can be more accessible to either a small builder or an individual property owner in a way that obviously building a 10, 12-story building would not be.
So if this does present a lucrative opportunity, let's say it starts to multiply and people discover that they can actually garner really good revenue from this type of investment, is there a risk that it further prices regular folks out of our neighborhoods?
So through you, Speaker, that very question is actually why we asked NBLC to take a look at it through the lens of land economics, and the excerpt that I quoted previously from their memo that was attached to a report suggests that going from the incremental increase from 4 to 6 units is not adding enough density to significantly impact land values, plus the fact that even with that, there's a lot of lots in the city that wouldn't feasibly be able to support a sixplex, so they didn't anticipate a significant impact.
At Committee of Adjustment meetings and in meetings with residents, we often hear about character of the neighborhood as something that people really want to preserve. It's important to them. It's something that is considered at C of A hearings. And so where does that fit into this consideration? Is it true now that in the city of Toronto that character of neighborhoods doesn't really matter anymore, and whatever you see as your current reality could always be subject to change at any given time?
Yeah, the last question.
So I think character is something that we heard a lot about and we took quite seriously, and it is one of the reasons why, and look what we brought forward to you in terms of the standards, the heights, those sorts of things, do not deviate significantly from what you'd be permitted for an existing fourplex, or in many cases from even the large single detached home.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I think my first question is for Mr. Conforti. Can you tell me what is the total amount that the city receive in the accelerator funds on an annual basis?
To the Speaker, it's just over 117 million annually.
Right. And so in the letter, and I'm hoping you have a copy of, you've read it, dated March 11, 2025 from the minister, it states that a cut of funding of about 25% from that amount would take place if these items in the letter here are not agreed upon? Is that what your read of it is?
To the speaker, yes, if there was a cut of roughly 25% of the annual amounts, that would equate to roughly or just under $30 million in terms of funding loss to the city.
Right. Thank you very much. I guess to our chief planner, the same letter here, and you've, I believe, Councillor Candoval, you reference about the 4 stories which we were already doing as a city. So the expectation was that the minister expected us to go to 6-unit dwelling. Was that your indication to the councillor?
So through you, Speaker, yes, given that the 4-plex permissions were already in place at the time of this letter.
So the discussion we're having here today, is the City of Toronto simply implementing 6-plexes, or is it based on an agreement that's been in place, put in place, as it relates to this letter, the funds from the accelerated amount, which is about $117.5 million. So we are essentially responding to an agreement to go to 6 based on our need to have the $117.5 million. Would that be correct?
So through you, Speaker, I could speak to the planning recommendation that you have in front of you, and I would say that is a planning recommendation in terms of what represents good planning for the City of Toronto.
No, and I appreciate that. So maybe my question might be, Speaker, to the city manager then. Thank you. So to the city manager, I don't know if you heard my question. I may repeat.
I did, and
okay.
Speaker, I characterize it as this was a direction that we were heading from a planning perspective.
Right.
That matched an opportunity for us to receive some funding from the federal government.
Yes. And so if we were not to proceed with respect to this overall scheme and plan, we would lose about $29.5 million.
Correct.
Per year. I got it. Per year. Right. And so would I be safe to say that part of the issue here is actually this council's failure to actually inform Torontonians about our agreement with the federal government and what we need to do as a city? Would you agree that we perhaps have failed to inform Torontonians as to the specifics of these agreements that we're entering in with the federal government?
Speaker, I don't know how to characterize it as failure, but I wouldn't say it's widely
Could
understood.
we have done
the
more?
Intergovernmental work, and yes, we
could we have done more?
We could have done more to position this as over the intergovernmental work that's going alongside this.
Right.
And if you contrast this, and I'll give you a contrast to the New Deal, which I think more people understood what was happening with the New Deal with the province of Ontario.
Right.
There may be less of a knowledge of what's happening on this.
Right. So for those who, like myself, oppose the 6 because I didn't have this letter as such, part of this understanding of losing almost $30 million a year would mean simply that we're going to have to move ahead if we want to get that money to 6 and not simply say no, irrespective of all the challenges with respect to planning. Would you agree that the only option we have now is essentially to go down this road?
So in order to protect the funding, as referenced in the letter, the answer is yes. I would also say, though, that this is also a planning approach which has been planned for a number of years and moving forward. So it's not simply related to money, but there is a consequence from a financial perspective. Yes.
So this, in other words, it's accelerated that aspect of our intended plans for the future.
It accelerated it in the first iteration. This is actually a delay on our original time frame, but yes, it accelerated it when we were first talking about it.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. We do have housing options already on the books, correct? And what are the housing options that we currently have that we can speak to, that are active right now?
Madam Speaker, we've got a range of zoning permissions in place. In our low-rise neighborhoods, we have permissions for detached houses and semi-detached houses, and those can accommodate single units. Excuse me. multiplexes, garden suites, secondary suites such as basement suites. We have, you may recall, Council adopted as of right zoning permissions and avenues last year to permit densities and heights for mid-rise development on our avenues across the city. We have secondary plans in place that enable greater intensification in around the city, and we've got systems in place to consider site-specific planning applications for tall buildings and high-rise development in many different parts of the city.
And we're still expanding our avenue study currently as we speak now too, right?
That's correct, and there is a proposal on the agenda of this council meeting that looks at the next phase of work with respect to implementing our avenues policies.
So if we kind of package all those things together, is there like an estimated number of units that all of that could result in additional housing options? Wasn't there one more? Isn't there like approximately 850,000 units of housing in the pipeline too, in the development pipeline?
Yes, I referred to that earlier. We have just over 800,000 in the housing pipeline. Some of those are constructed, so the unconstructed is about 740,000. I would just note and stress that not all units are the same, so it's not sufficient simply to have a lot of units in the pipeline, but to make sure we have units that are actually going to meet the future market demand. What we noted in the pipeline report is there is a large percentage that are bachelors and one-bedroom units in larger buildings, which is meeting part of the market demand, but we do need to make sure that we're providing for other forms of housing for other Torontonians.
Okay, so again, back to my former question then, if we package all of that together, is there an estimated idea that you may have of how many units of housing, additional housing options so that we reflect over the next year or two, 3 years?
So through Speaker, I'm not sure I can give sort of a number of how much we would expect. I know our housing target is to hit about 28,000 units per year. We are currently behind that target for 2025, as we were slightly behind target in 2024.
And do we have, you're saying 28,000 units per year. Do we have people knocking on the door? Are we short of units? How many units are we short as we speak today?
So through you, Speaker, the last number I saw, which was to approximately mid-June, was we had about 10,000 units that had building permit issuance. But we have been seeing a tapering off, especially in May and June, and are expecting those permit starts to taper off throughout the last half of this year. So at the moment, I would predict that we will fall short of that 28,000 unit mark for 2025.
But if there's a number of people out there right now looking for housing, knocking on doors, are you saying that it's not possible to find a rental unit, 2 or 3 bedroom now as we speak? It's not possible to find a detached home for sale or a semi-detached home for sale? There's nothing out there, nothing on the market. And I'm just trying to get to the point, like, why are we now taking this to another level and sprinkling sixplexes all over the place as of right?
So through you, Speaker, yes, I would. There are units on the market now. I would say they aren't necessarily meeting the needs in terms of what households are looking for at the price point they're looking for. I'd also just stress that both this report you have in front of you and every time we bring forward a planning report, we're not just looking at the next 6 months. We're looking at the next few years in terms of housing, the kinds of housing starts that we're going to need. Anybody who's even on a sixplex scale of development, anybody who's starting to think about that right now, you're a good 18 months away from before somebody moves into that unit.
Okay, last question. Have you checked in with the private sector, people who own rental buildings? My understanding is that there's people in the private sector who actually do rent out units and so on, that they have inventory available. They can't rent them out. Do we know how many units are available there?
That was your last question.
I don't have a unit count for you, Councillor, but yes, we are starting to see rents come down and rental incentives being offered to fill some of those units.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just wondering, because I've heard now from a lot of councillors, since this has been in the hopper for a few years, what was the nature of the consultation that you may have had in all the suburban areas, particularly North York and Scarborough, on this matter, deep into community, and with the many community associations who've written into this council.
Madam Speaker, the consultation that we did on our sixplex proposal was combined in many cases with the work that we did on multiplex monitoring. And so the answer I'll give you may sound a bit familiar. We had 2 meetings where we invited representatives of residents associations, knowing their interest in the subject matter. We had 2 meetings with those groups. We offered an in-person meeting in each of the 4 districts at those district civic centers for members of the public to come and find out information and give us feedback. We held a second meeting in Scarborough because our first meeting was on a Friday night and we wanted to make sure that people could still participate.
Okay.
We had an online survey, and we advertised that heavily.
Thank you. So I'm hearing an online survey. Do you have the postal codes from those surveys? M1, M9, M3, or just M4?
We do have the postal codes. I can't give you specifics. They
Well,
were
let's
generally
see if they're mostly from downtown or if
They were
they're
across
from
the city.
suburb. I'd
They were
like to
across
know,
the
and I'd like to have that put in here. I'd like a copy. The other thing is, I'm noticing you say there's a lot of consultation with residents groups, and I'm looking at the letters in here, and there's just name after name after name of different residents groups. So I'm going to assume that they don't feel like they were really well consulted with, because they're writing here, or else they wrote to you and they said no. Did they write to you and say no after the consultation? Because they're saying no here. Yes or no?
There were ongoing communications.
The numbers that you're seeing here in the communications, those folks?
My answer to that would be we consult groups. We take their feedback and we consider it. That's not a guarantee that every group will agree with our recommendations at the end.
Did you get, I don't think they wrote to you after the consultation. They're looking to me like that might have been not something in the consultation that was really clear. This is about affordable housing, because many of the homes that may be converted perhaps are rental housing already. So I'm not sure what protection for renters anybody has thought about, particularly if it's fairly significantly low-end rent. Has that been any of the thinking, yes or no? Because I have many questions.
Any rental units would be subject to City Council's rental protection bylaw.
Okay.
So they would, a rental unit to be demolished, we need to go through that application under Section 1.
So as of right wouldn't include taking out somebody who's renting for 3 or 4 homes, correct?
It would be subject to the bylaw.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to ask now about the letter. So what I heard was that there was a conversation and somehow into the letter from the second Minister of Housing that we've had on this file, that would be MP Erskine Smith. In here it says, we are establishing consequences for non-compliance. In this case, if Toronto does not fully implement the above initiatives and milestones by the newly extended timeline, the federal government will cut funding equivalent to 25% of the annual payment. Is this anywhere in the report that's clear that we have the blackmail clause in from the federal government? Did you tell us that in the report?
So through the report, through the speaker, the report speaks to this initiative, speaks to the deadline that we had within the Housing Accelerator program to deliver this by June of 2025.
Yes, but does it have the blackmail clause in? Did you report that to council, that we have consequences, that should we not approve this by June 30th, that we will lose 25% of what is, you've told us, $117 million? I'm having a hard time finding it, except in this letter from the former minister to the mayor.
The Speaker, the letter was not in the report. The requirement to
No, I
deliver
understand
on
the
this
letter
initiative
wasn't.
by June
I understand the letter wasn't.
was.
You did put the June deadline in, but did you fail to put in the consequences and the threat from the minister of the day? I don't believe you put the threat in the report.
We did not put the text of
So,
that letter in the report.
You did not put not the text. The consequences of not complying were not made clear before this very moment at City Council. Am I correct?
What was your last question?
So the consequences of not delivering on this initiative being a failure to meet the terms of Housing Accelerator is part of what was identified in the report in terms of the Housing Accelerator plan. Whether or not that will lead to cutting the funding, that's not something we identified in the report.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Yes, Speaker, I have a motion. Actually, two motions. Motion A deletes recommendation 1 and 2 from the report as was approved at Planning and Housing. That's the citywide part. And motion B replaces it with a 4-part motion. The first part amends the recommendations so that it only applies to the Toronto East York District and to the lands generally bounded by Steeles, Midland, Highway 401, Nelson Road, and Rouge River. That's the pilot project area in Councillor Myers' ward. The second part of it sort of lays out what the 6 plexes will be, but also says that those wards that are participating will have access to additional community services such as street cleaning, public realm maintenance and improvements, appropriate support from Toronto Building to review and approve permit applications. Part 3 determines that no further notice is needed to be given. Part 4 requests that city councillors outside the Toronto East York District and Ward 23 wishing to have official plan amendment 818 and the zoning bylaw amendments extended to their wards send correspondence to the chief planner and executive director. Part 5 directs the various officials to report to the Planning and Housing Committee as needed if any requests are received to extend the official plan amendment 818 and zoning bylaw to deal with additional wards. I'm moving this very reluctantly. I've spent a considerable amount of time and effort working with my colleagues on council, trying to find a majority support for doing what this council already committed to in 2023, which is citywide 6 plexes, but I've been unable to find that. So as a result, we're going to be extending those permissions within the former city of Toronto and East York and in Ward 23 and any other ward where the local councillor wants to be included. This creates some risk in our relationship with the federal government, particularly since this council voted over 2 years ago that 6 plexes would be part of our plan. We agreed to do that. We agreed to do that because we had correspondence from the federal government, Minister Fraser. It was debated on the floor of this council. We amended our submission to the federal government and made a commitment that we would do it. So members of council have had 2 years with full knowledge that this was coming. We could have maybe done more work with the planning department to prepare the community. But certainly everybody here, except maybe Councillor Candevel, who wasn't on council at the time, knew it, knew that this was coming, knew that it was an obligation. I would add that despite the answers that Councillor Thompson got, the risk isn't simply to the funds that are coming in future years. There is a potential that funds that have already been dispersed to the City of Toronto could be clawed back, meaning that affordable housing projects that we already have plans for in the City of Toronto could fall by the wayside. I don't do this lightly. Part of the reason that I find myself in this position is that some members of council have told me that they spoke to their member of parliament and we didn't really have to do this. So I say to the federal government, if you want to achieve this citywide, tell the members of your Toronto caucus to stop giving Toronto City councillors mixed messages. If you want this to be a condition that we need to have in order to get affordable housing funding, Get your Toronto caucus talking to residents associations, advocating for this, and do the hard work. Don't leave it just to local councils to solve your housing problem nationwide. It's unacceptable. I want to talk a little bit about the substance of this. Cities grow or die. Neighborhoods grow or die. It is unique in North America that we have neighborhoods that have never been reinvested in. Nowhere else in the world is this the case. If the communities in the inner suburbs want to thrive, they need to attract reinvestment, and that reinvestment comes in forms like this. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just clarification of the motion. In the letter we received from the Honourable Nathaniel Erskine Smith, when it comes to as of right zoning in neighborhoods, the letter specifically says they have to be across all of Toronto. Your motion puts it in a certain section of Toronto. Do you think we're going to lose this $30 million a year because of your motion?
So in answer to that, I would say a couple of things. First of all, it's not simply the letter from Minister Erskine Smith. It's the letter from the previous minister that we received over 2 years ago. It's the decision of this council. It's the housing plan that we submitted to the federal government. It's something you voted for. So yes, it does create some risk. And I wish that more councillors who were aware of it and had been aware of it were willing to support a citywide plan. I wish that with all of my heart.
So we could lose the money anyway, even with your motion?
We could lose the money, and I hope that members of this council decide that they will join in and we get many more wards. I hope they work with their members of parliament to understand that they've asked us to do the heavy lifting for them here. There's risk. There absolutely is risk, and that's why I'm heartbroken that this is the only way I can get this approved here at council this month.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to expand on Councillor Pasternak's questions, and Councillor Perks is the Chair of Planning and Growth, so I know he'll know this. I'm reading the letter in front of me, and it says that Initiative 7, Milestone 3, is to report back to Council on a bunch of things, including sixplexes. So have we not then met that requirement already because staff have reported back?
No,
is there
we have
something
not.
more that we need to know?
Yes, and frankly, you've known it for over 2 years. This council submitted a plan to the federal government that said this is what we will do in order to be eligible for the Housing Accelerator funding. You were here when we voted on it. You've been aware of this for over 2 years. You've had every opportunity to advocate in your community and to help us get it done, and I'm disappointed you didn't.
And so do you think that going forward, this is good to plan a city based on the availability and handouts of money from another government, that we should be shaken down?
No, I don't believe we should be shaken down. I agree with the chief planner that if our neighborhoods are going to thrive, we have to have housing types available for people in all stages of life. We have to have that apartment you move into when you're 19. We have to have the place you go when you're an empty nester. We have to have the first place you get when you and your partner decide to set up a household. And I'm disappointed that more members of council don't understand that, as our official plan says, official plan that I hope you're familiar with, we need to have those housing types in every neighborhood in the city.
And do the laws not require us to be considerate of the input that we receive from members of the public?
Planning law is actually much more complicated than that, as you know. Planning law puts the ultimate authority for planning decisions in the hands of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, not in local communities.
And so at the end of council, when we do a council resolution that says that council consider the submissions from the public in making its decisions, should we be voting no or yes?
The tremendous irony of that vote that we have to make every month is that the province of Ontario requires us to vote on that motion every month. On the one hand, they write planning law that says they make all the decisions and we do all the work. And on the other hand, they require us to have a fantasy vote saying that we listened. It's really quite dispiriting, and I hope that any member of this council who, say, represents a place where the Premier lives would certainly advocate that we do better.
And finally, on this, just there's a part of your motion that talks about the integration of 6-unit multiplexes into communities, and they would have enhanced services such as street cleaning, public realm, and maintenance and improvements. Are you implying that 6plexes are more dirty?
No, I'm actually taking your
That was your
implication
last
that they are and
question.
providing services to those councillors who are willing to do the hard work.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification of the motion, please.
Yes, it's just a clarification. But before I get to the clarification, I just want to go back to an answer that you gave Councillor Holladay. You listed in very human terms some types of housings that need to be available. Are you implying that those could not be created in a 4plex or a triplex or even a low or mid-rise building on a major street?
So one of the things I think that's worth bearing in mind...
Madam Speaker, for some reason,
Yeah,
whenever
could
I
you
ask a
stop the
question,
time?
the answer comes from Councillor Perruzza, whether I asked it of him or not.
Councillor Perruzza, please quiet.
So if I could have my time back,
Yeah.
because it's actually Councillor Perks I want the answer from. Really like to hear the chair's
Councillor
answer.
Perruzza. Okay.
I believe Councillor... Yeah, okay, there we go.
Councillor Carroll, go ahead. I
got the question. I'm
Yeah, you
prepared
did.
to start
Thank you.
answering it. So, Councillor Carroll, one of the things about this and the whole expanding housing options in neighborhoods approach is to build a variety and to recognize that it's a generational change. We're not going to see 50 or 100 of these in each block anytime soon. And certainly in current market conditions, we're likely not going to see any of these at all, in some words, for some time. But having the permission there over the next 25 or 30 or 40 years helps each neighborhood to become more whole. I will say that if you go around some parts of the city that haven't had restrictive zoning and have had wider permissions, you will see 4plexes, you will see stacked townhouses, you will see 6-story apartment buildings, you will see a wide range. And, you know, for example, my son was born in an apartment over top a fish store on St. Clair. We have to have that kind of housing option.
Councillor Perks.
I'm in over a minute, and I did have
Councillor
other
Perks,
questions, so if
please
I can get
answer
the
the
answer.
question. Please.
Are you submitting that those human types of housing that you described so eloquently cannot be created inside 4plexes or other types?
I think 6plexes give them a better shot.
There you go. Thank you. That was the one I was looking for. So, yes, we adopted something, but you and I have been around here a long time. Are there no other cases where we agreed to something years back, 3 years, 2 years, whatever, but in fact had a difficult implementation and thus had to regroup and make adjustments 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road? Are there no examples where that ever happened?
That happens with everything we do. In fact, the last item that we just debated was an update on 4plexes. And, you know, we're going to get those kinds of updates as we do this. I'd say also that, you know, I had to bring rooming houses to council 12 times before it got adopted citywide. This stuff takes time.
That's correct. Thanks. That was my question, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mantis, please, just clarification of the motion.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the part that says about street cleaning.
Yes.
Is this considered to be more of a carrot and stick approach?
No.
So do the streets change, in other words, that need the same quality of care than the ones that are going to be... So do those streets have a different quality of care than the streets in the wards that are going to be, let's say, opting out?
Yeah, I would say that, you know, those parts of the city. I'm sorry, when Councillor Perruzza is done, I'll answer your question.
Councillor Perruzza, if you continue, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Okay, please. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think Councillor Mantis was at about 30 seconds. Yes, I think that those parts of the city that are willing to accept change, that are willing to accept growth, that are willing to accept additional population will require additional services, and that those wards where the local councillor is refusing to do it, I don't think they have an argument that our scarce resources should go into those wards at the same rate.
I was going to ask that. Thank you, Anthony. So high rises don't count.
Actually, no, you get development charges and community benefit charges associated with high rises. We have waived development charges, and community benefit charges don't apply on sixplexes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Speaker.
quite welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, please be quiet. Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes. Councillor Burnside?
I think he's muted.
Yeah, my apologies. So just wanted to go to the street cleaning and other amenities, the public realm stuff. So are you suggesting that those street cleaning, public realm would be changed, the funding would be changed immediately in anticipation of growth? Or would you suggest that these changes are made if there is additional growth?
I think that we should do it in those parts of the city that are willing to accept growth. And again, I think Councillor Mantis's question actually really put a fine point on what the issue is. For larger buildings, we receive funding associated with those applications that enable us to pay for additional amenities like development charges and community benefit charges. The council has taken the position that on sixplexes and multiplexes that we don't collect those fees. So what this says is that if a ward is prepared to accept growth, that it should get the services necessary to accommodate that growth. Councillor Mantis asked an excellent question.
But I'm still confused because when we approve developments, there's the community benefit, the development charges and all that. That's an anticipate. We know what kind of growth is coming, and those fees are in reaction to the growth that is being approved at that time. You're suggesting we get there to get ahead of the curve, basically as a reward, because there could be no sixplexes in those wards, but they're going to get, you're suggesting they get funding in anticipation of something that may or may not occur, yeah?
I will confess that it's inelegant, but there is no better mechanism that we could conceive of at this point. I would also say that, we have a provincially permitted tool that allows us to deal with additional needs. If you feel that your ward is a ward that would benefit from having those services, your ward should also be a ward that is prepared to accept the additional growth in neighborhoods. And I would encourage you to opt in.
Okay, then my last question, because I believe I do have 3 minutes for clarification, is I don't see a number attached to this. So who's going to decide additional street cleaning or what funds go for public realm? This is very opaque to me.
That's because I'm not in a position to make amendments to the budget. Only the mayor can make amendments to the budget, or 2/3 of council.
Thank you. That was it. Councillor Candeval, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to the mover, Councillor Perks.
Yes.
I appreciate the approach that you're bringing. Why do you include the option for the opt-in? I would imagine that it would be a cleaner process if it's Toronto East York, and then from there, perhaps, why put in a potential patchwork of opt-ins?
Well, we currently have a pilot project running in Ward 23. So we've already found that some members of this council are prepared to support this kind of development because they agree with me and the chief planner that this is a way to build healthier neighborhoods. If other members of council who aren't in the Toronto East York Community Council agree with that approach, they're welcome to join.
And on the question of the additional amenities regarding public realm and street cleaning.
Yes.
Is it in order to not attach a budget direction?
I cannot write a motion that contains a budget direction under the Strong Mayor Act. I can't legally do that.
And I guess it's a request to consider these additional.
So the mayor will now be aware of this, and when she develops the budget in future years, she'll be aware that council has taken this position.
Finally, on the question of a district-wide approach, do you think there's value as opposed to the opt-in? There's a scenario where districts could make the decision by the councillors therein. Would that not allow a more systemic approach?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. One option is opt-in, what's the other option?
As an alternative to the ward opt-in model, which you're suggesting, that the decision lies with the district to make that.
What district are you speaking about?
Like say Scarborough or North York or Etobicoke York?
No, I disagree.
Okay, no problem. Just a question of clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the chair, I'm just wondering about the street cleaning, public realm maintenance. These are operational pieces. And in a new development, we rely on development charges and community benefits to pay for capital improvements that are necessary to support the growth. So how are you connecting those two pieces? How is it that this is replacing the community benefits and development charges that could be garnered from a larger development to support these activities when...
Street sweeping is one part of it. There are other parts. So public art was another part. That's a capital investment. Another part that we're considering is looking at available parkland. With street sweeping, if we're going to enhance the amount of street sweeping that takes place in the City of Toronto to accommodate new population, we would need to buy more equipment. So there is a capital component there.
So Willowdale's grown 145% in the last 20 years.
Yes.
That's a lot of people, and I have a lot of people still complaining about our street cleaning quality. And so even with the growth that I've seen and the funding that has brought to the city, we're not even sustaining those levels of service qualities that we should be aspiring to achieve. So now you're saying we're adding a few sixplexes. I don't know how many, maybe you're adding 100 new people. While in Willowdale, I have 50-story buildings coming in. I'm not adding a parallel amount of maintenance budget, nor art. And even with community benefits, now it goes into a pool. It's hard to pull it back into your neighborhood. So I'm not seeing how this actually supporting these sixplexes, carving out this special support. But how about those of us who are taking 50-story buildings on an almost weekly basis?
Okay, Councillor Chang, please clarification of his motion.
Okay, so on that, a couple of notes. The first note is, I absolutely agree with you that development charges only pay about 60% of the costs associated with those new residents, and I encourage you to take up that fight with the Premier of Ontario and to join the chorus of those people who are pushing back against an industry saying we should eliminate development charges. So I think you and I are on the same page there. As I said in an answer to a previous question, I don't have any other tool available legally to me because these will not be eligible for development charges or community benefit charges. And a final note, I would disagree with your claim that there's a difficulty pulling back community benefit charges into your ward. We had that debate. It was made very, very clear to all members of council that over time, those expenditures will match the ward they come from.
Thank you, thank you. No, Councillor Chang, your time's up, sorry. Just one sec, please. Councillor Holliday, point of order.
Yes, Speaker. I wondered if you could rule on whether the motion is in order for the following reasons. Councillor Perks has moved two distinct propositions. The first is to delete the first two recommendations from the committee. That ceases the OP and the bylaw from going forward, and then has brought a different motion providing an alternate. But if you go back to the committee recommendations, committee recommendations 3 and 4 are contingent on the first two. And so they're considered together. And the 3 is about the city solicitor making stylistic and technical changes to the plan and bylaw. And without those bylaws, you would be leaving the delegated authority. And then finally, the last one refers to 5-plexes and 6-plexes.
Councillor Holliday, I'll review the motion. Thank you. Okay, next speaker, Councillor Holliday, to speak. Okay.
Speaker, I'm moving two motions. The first is to defer the item with a number of conditions. They have to do with additional work, including consulting with neighborhood groups and taking a close look at the question regarding as of right. And of course, all of the context concerns that go along with these particular proposals that have been brought up by the neighborhood associations. I want to make sure that we focus on this element here that's before us that is about the money. And it keeps coming up over and over again. We heard about it in the committee. So we had the industry that came out and said, you know, we want to build this. I understand. They're talking about the money that's important to them. Some people said, well, there's the cost of housing. I mean, argue about how much a couple of hundred of these units would tilt the cost of units across the city. But, you know, once again, about the money. Of course, there's this piece about the Housing Accelerator Fund. I'm reading the letter. It says Initiative 7, Milestone 3 is report back to council. Well, that's what we have here. We have a report. So that condition is fulfilled. I'm not going to stand here and get strong-armed into making a decision about money. In fact, I'm not going to sell out the residents of the city that have been very clear. Madam Mayor, I know you're listening to this, and I want you to make sure that I leave you with a thought. I attended a consultation on 6-plexes in Ward 2 that I held. The number of people would have filled this chamber. Hundreds and hundreds of people. They were very upset. They were very concerned. They were very opinionated on this matter. In fact, a group called CIRA...
Sorry, Councillor, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Do you have a second motion? You said you had two.
I'm sorry, yeah, the second motion is to receive the item for information.
Okay, so you're moving that too.
Yep.
Sorry, go back to what you're speaking. Thank you.
CIRA is a coalition of Etobicoke residents associations that came together in response of this. What members need to understand is these issues are so significant and so severe, they've driven together residents groups across the city. In fact, we've got a situation of east meets west. I've been working with Councillor Candeval and residents groups in Scarborough on the very same issue. So credit to Councillor Candeval and his leadership for bringing together people across the city, including people from North York and North Toronto who have come together. And you see the letter with over 50 residents associations expressing grave concerns. You know, a little note on consultation. CIRA did their own consultation of associations across Etobicoke, much bigger than Ward 2. They got 1,000 responses to their survey, 2,400 comments. They actually out-consulted the city in Etobicoke. And I mean meaningful data. And I want to be clear, these aren't residents associations that are responding to catchwords like evolve or frozen in the 60s and 70s. Some defamatory comments about, made about people being NIMBYs or not wanting to change or evolve in the suburbs. There's a lot of people that are actually really like where they live, and they're not looking for change. But these associations have come together with constructive comments about how to make this program better and reactive to this idea of painting the city with one brush. If I could ask the clerks to put up that map that I provided to them, There's an important lesson to take out of this, and it's hidden in the number 2 report on the Planning Committee that didn't make it to council. But I extracted it for you, and this is a color-coded map of neighborhood types done by staff. And it tells us there are 6 neighborhood types in the city. And what do you know? If you look at the pink and the blue and maybe the orange, you start to see a pattern. These are places where there's a lot of objection to sixplexes, and there's a story behind this map. And the story that the Residents Association are telling us is that the city is starting to split right now. And there's different neighborhoods that define what may be successful and what is not. So we're seeing this pushback. It's a reaction to council ramming through these policies. So I urge you, listen to the people that elected us. Understand that the city is not painted with one brush. This is the evidence right here. Take a breath. Listen to the advice that they have. They're not partisan. They just want to have better planning in the city. They've got constructive ideas on how the housing supply can be increased. They have constructive ideas about what and where things may be done with sixplexes. So the last thing I'd say is I think I've seen pigs fly. Madam Deputy Speaker, you did interrupt me.
No, I told you to move your motion.
This
so
is
just finish
a point at 5 seconds. Councillor Perks is suggesting that now councillors will decide with respect to rezoning in their wards. I think we should take very close attention to that particular proposition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Holyday. Are there any, sorry, yes, Mayor?
Let me extend the time to finish this item, please. So move.
Sorry, Anthony?
A motion by the mayor to finish this item. Those in favor,
Question of the mover? Question of the mover?
Extend the meeting to finish the item.
Question of the mover, please.
Yes, Councillor.
To Madam Mayor, would you extend the meeting to finish the time item afterwards, given tomorrow I will be away at a wedding and not able to participate in the member's motion?
Why don't we make a decision at that time, because it depends on how fast we can finish the item.
Well, if you're moving to extend, I would just rather, would you consider moving to extend to do both items? So
the mayor's moved to extend to finish this.
Shaking of heads. Let me just do this item.
Do
and
this
then
one.
Once we're able to finish it, see if it's not too late, then we might be able to do so. But I can't tell right now.
The will of council to finish this item, and then if we're still got any juice in the engine, finish the next item. Right. I think that, so the motion is to extend to finish this item, and then commitment by the mayor, once we've finished this item, if we still have any energy, we'll do the other one to satisfy Councillor Bradford. Yeah. So that's, I can, well, to make that decision after. Any questions, or are we just to move to do that? You have a question, Councillor Sachs? Yes, please. Yep.
Yeah, extend until what time?
I think the mayor's motion is extend to finish this item.
No matter how long it takes.
That is correct. That's the way that works. Might take that long, it might not take that long. That's the standard SOP.
All right.
So I'm just going to ask for that vote. All in favor? Do we want to record it or just a hand vote? Okay, it's a hand vote. Happy hand vote here at 5:30. Thank you very much. We've now extended that. And then Councillor Holyday, I don't know if there's any debate or questions or anything on your motion. One is to defer and the other is to receive. I think that's both of them, right? You have two motions. So shall we just say 3 minutes on both motions, councillors, if you wish to ask questions? Anybody wish to ask questions, or just move to the vote? You wish to speak on the referral, Councillor Perks? All right, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Members, the version of, if I could start my clock again, the version of the proposal that I put forward contains considerable risk. The federal government could say no. Referring it is absolute risk. It simply puts at risk our ability to continue our affordable housing program. So if any of you are supportive of any of the 18 affordable housing projects we have in the City of Toronto, your duty, your obligation, your commitment to a livable City of Toronto is to vote no on Councillor Holyday's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And anybody else? Okay, so we'll be voting, which is the deferral of receipt motion first. Okay. Okay, on the deferral motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, oh, thank you. The motion to defer the item does not carry. The vote is 7 to 17.
Okay. Councillor Candeval to speak.
I've got a motion, if clerks can put it on. My motion is similar to Councillor Perks in that it's looking for the same permissions for what's described as Toronto East York Community Council, and for it to be conducted as a pilot as opposed to an OPA approval. So my motion is before.
What's your motion?
Okay, it's on the screen.
Yeah.
It's to do it as a pilot in the Toronto East York Community Council. Just want to start, my concerns, comments that have been shared were similar to what was shared at PHC, and where we learned from staff, really only hear from a motion, an amendment by Councillor Bradford in December 23, which included and amended moving up to 6 units. And then furthermore, last December at PHC, another motion amendment by Councillor Bradford, I quote, to consider lessons learned from Ward 23, 6-unit multiplex for citywide implementation. And I know there's ideas he has about Scarborough earlier this week, and I encourage everyone to get to know Scarborough, especially those wanting to lead it and understand the sensitivities and layers behind the impacts of such a proposal, such as sixplex legalization. And as part of this conversation, we saw many groups from across our city, and very proud to share in an unprecedented fashion, more than 50 residents associations across Etobicoke, North York, and Scarborough came together to share the concerns of these impacts. And I encourage members to read the letter in the communications. It's clear that we need smart, informed, and inclusive city building. The approval of as-of-right citywide sixplex proposal, in our opinion, is putting the cart before the horse. It's important that we learn from recent planning changes to permit greater densities and how that impacts this proposal. And Councillor Carroll was completely right that it requires a great deal of socializing to our communities. And at PHC, we spoke to the need for a governance approach that takes this report, that takes the proposal before us to our communities, and to come back given their feedback and a comprehensive opportunity to understand the implications. My motion, unlike other motions which may come forward, seeks to introduce a new pilot program that would permit sixplexes in the wards comprising the Toronto East York Community Council District. This motion is responsive to the various comments we've heard, both in relation to this item and 22.3. We feel it's a middle road approach that better fits the realities and complexities of our suburban Toronto neighborhoods. This motion will allow us to responsibly address the need for housing, particularly in neighborhoods, adhere to the spirit of our agreement with the federal government and permit the city to consider the outcomes of this pilot across the Toronto East York district. Ultimately, this speaks to the impact on land values. We heard from the NBLC memo, we heard from the University of Guelph professor, the permissions you provide for more units on land will increase the value, particularly in lands in suburban neighborhoods. We saw that through COVID in Scarborough, where typical Scarborough bungalows, accessible to so many working and middle-class families, bought out by developers for illegal rooming houses, etc. The point is, let's do good city building informed by data and studies. And I'll close with what was a remarkable night last night in New York City. Zoran Mamdani ran and won, not on a YIMBY platform, but on complexity and affordability. In fact, their candidate was Brad Lander. It was addressing the needs of all the 5 boroughs. We are risking suburban alienation by this, and there's a good deal of lessons we can derive from last night and apply to how we govern our city through all our neighborhoods. A one-size-fits-all approach does not fit the bill.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we do. Okay. Councillor Candeval. Councillor Candeval, please sit. Hold on. No, but hold. There's questions for you. Councillor Candeval, there's questions. There's questions for you.
Point of order. Point of order. Madam Speaker, we noticed that this at last council, you have variation how you respond to councillors and when we have incidents that are out of context.
Well,
so I'm just putting it out there.
But I'm telling you to please, because there's questions from staff.
Got it.
You were walking away. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. As much as I'd like to ask you questions on your read of the New York mayoralty race, I'll let that go. And instead, I want to ask you this. Why are you canceling the pilot in Ward 23?
This motion does not speak to canceling the Ward 23
yes, it does.
pilot. No, that's continuing independently. But if you're willing to do an amendment to ensure it continues, my understanding, the motion that I'm bringing forward is bringing a pilot to Toronto East York Community Council. It does not in any way negate or cancel. But if it does by virtue of that, I'm completely supportive to a friendly amendment that would allow Councillor Myers to continue.
Okay. My next question is, which Toronto East York community councillors indicated to you they would rather be part of a pilot than to actually have the bylaw passed?
I don't think that's relevant. It's an idea I'm bringing forward.
Fair enough.
If if you support it, you support it.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
So just to sort of pick up where Councillor Perks left off, why are you making a pilot in other people's wards?
Okay.
Just
that's a legitimate question.
Yes,
and
that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, and it's up for debate if you support it or not. I think there's a history to Toronto East York Community Council that we've heard that is a tradition of legalizing, approving, and supporting multiplexes going back multiple decades. There's a context, a social and planning context that allows it to occur there. We've heard from councillors speak in favor of this predominantly from that district. So to me, it made sense, perhaps akin to the context and rationale of Councillor Perks for introducing his motion. The conceptual difference is that we're framing it within a pilot as opposed to Councillor Perks, which is amending the OPA. The fear for many of us is
I just want to use my time.
The fear, just last bit, the fear of that approach is that it will lead to creep into the other districts.
Councillor Candeval, please have Councillor Myers ask the question.
I'm answering his question. Why? No. Because it would lead The concern is that an OPA would then lead to multiple wards, whereas us limits the framework to pilot. To answer
So there
your
are
question.
10 councillors here from Toronto East York. Who did you consult on your amendment?
Okay, again, Councillor Myers.
Zero? The answer is zero.
I'm trying to answer your question. If you
It's
allow
a
me to
zero,
speak.
it's a one.
Point of order, the councillor is not allowing me to answer the question.
That's not a point of
I'm
order.
trying to speak. You asked me a question, Councillor Myers.
So then
I'm trying to
answer
answer it. Can you let me speak? Yes or no?
Okay, this is not a point of order.
Okay. So to my response to your earlier question and Councillor Perk's question, what I'm proposing is an idea that
how
limits
many
it.
councillors did
if
you
you support it, then you support it.
How many councillors
I shared
did you
that
ask?
answer. I did not speak to any. It's an
Okay, so
idea
you
that I'm
consulted
presenting
no one,
vis-a-vis
and you're
through a
making a
motion.
pilot in someone else's ward. I just want to be clear.
Councillor Myers, please.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Did we ever talk about, or did you see the map that was in PH report number 2 that shows the neighborhood types across the city?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Did you ever see the map that has the one that I put up on the screen that has the neighborhood types?
Yeah.
And would it surprise you that green and yellow, by the staff's information, are the highest likely to succeed on multiplexes? You can't see the bar chart, but I can. Oh, there's the map.
Yeah.
The bar chart in areas 4 and 5. Now, 4 and 5 is yellow and green on that map.
Yeah.
Would you say that yellow and green is largely representative of Toronto and East York's catchment area?
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. I think that's a very valid point, and we heard from staff that those areas traditionally have not only seen the bulk of the building permits, but also the inclination in the context.
So your point about a pilot is not about arbitrarily sticking it to a bunch of councillors downtown. It's rooted in very specific policy that was brought before the committee. And more importantly, the policy is about the success factors that would contribute to multiplexes getting created. It's the information we've got.
Completely. We hear time and time again that we base evidence-based decision-making is central to our strategy on planning, and this would fulfill that, as you pointed out.
And finally, some people say, well, this is redundant, this is the same as Councillor Perks, but the distinction about wedging something in as of right and creating a pilot project that has guardrails around it, reporting around it, and the ability to tweak as this goes along, there's utility in creating a package that is a pilot project as opposed to slamming something forward.
Exactly. I think there are neighborhoods or residents in our wards that have concerns or watching. They see the clear distinction between an OPA and a pilot. What this allows us to do, to earlier comments, allow the conversation of socializing this approach in the context-appropriate areas, and it risks, in my opinion, not expand.
And are you aware that in Ward 23 to date, because it came out in the questions, there isn't a single sixplex for us to look at in the pilot project. So if you want to have a pilot project that works, maybe pick a geography and a territory that might actually support these so that we could learn something after a few of them are done.
Exactly, and I think that's the important distinction, that the pilot allows us to look at the data before essentially approving.
Residents Associations Plus asked us for that. They asked us to look first before we leave.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, clarification of the motion, please.
I'm just clarifying that you're asking for a pilot in the Toronto and East York area, which does border your ward. And I'm just wondering if you had any communication from your MP about this, because it is a requirement from the federal government that this proceed in order to get that affordable housing money. Just out of interest.
Yeah, no, I think many of our.
Has MP Bill Blair been in touch with you about the urgency of the federal money?
No, I think many of us spoke to the lack of communication from the federal government.
Oh, so you haven't had any MP call you and say,
No. Did
the
you?
lot is at stake here, Councillor.
Yeah. Did
And-
Bruzen contact you?
I'm asking you.
I know, I'm just wondering. Just
No, it doesn't work like that, but that
It's a
was
more
a good
enriching
try.
conversation.
I'm just asking you about that.
Sure,
And so, you're just worried that if it's not a pilot and then it's established, that might be easier to cross the border, Victoria Park, or is that what you're concerned about? Well, I'm just going to talk about your ward, not everybody.
Your
Into
question is-
Scarborough or into North York, that's your worry then, is it?
That's the concern I shared in my earlier response to Councillor Myers, is that by going down Councillor Perks' approach,
Yeah.
is that it allows for an easy adoption across the board, whereas a pilot keeps it to an area and scope of study before committing to legalization.
Are you, no, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
To Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment here that I'd like to move to Councillor Perks' motion, which would remove the suggestion that some wards should get extra street cleaning and public realm improvements based on having permissions for sixplexes. To my mind, and when I read this, I thought it seemed petty and divisive. I think it perpetuates this narrative of suburban versus downtown. I don't think it brings Torontonians together, and I think it actually accentuates this narrative that sixplexes are going to be a big burden. So I don't think that's helpful, and my motion is just to remove that component. But I will be supporting the rest of Councillor Perks' compromise motion, and I want to take a minute or two to explain why. I've been a champion for expanding housing options here in the city of Toronto. I do believe that we need more options as we continue to grow for more people that want to call this city home. And I do believe that that should include sixplexes. But today's debate is about more than just the zoning. It's about how we manage our growth, and it's about how we bring people along in that process. Leadership has always been about managing change, and change is difficult. And I think we've seen that in some of the conversations that are taking place here on the floor today. I know I've spent time with Sarah and other residents associations in Scarborough and North York and Etobicoke, and I've heard some of their concerns. And I just don't think today we're ready across the board here in the city of Toronto, and that's why Councillor Perks is moving that motion, because the votes aren't there for it. And you know what? We have to do the work to build the capacity and address the concerns, not admonish people for having concerns, but actually try and work with them to bring it along. Now, in my community of Beaches, East York, I've been happy to lead on the issue. And my community is ready for sixplexes. We have multiplexes, and in fact, you go south of Queen, Kenilworth, Kippen Davies, streets like that, they've been there for 100 years. It's part of the neighborhood fabric. You see the same sort of thing in the annex and other parts of Toronto. And we know that this is the type of gentle density that can support families. It can make use of the existing infrastructure that we already have and help keep our neighborhoods vibrant and inclusive, because there's a critical mass of people there. But I also recognize in the 640 square kilometers of Toronto, it's a big city. And I agree with Councillor Holiday and even Councillor Candeval. What works in one part of town might feel new or unfamiliar in another part of the city. And so, at the risk of having something fail here on the floor today, and I think that's why Councillor Perks moved this compromise motion, there's something that we can move forward with today in parts of the city that are comfortable and ready, and we should move the ball down the field. I think that the conversations with local councillors are really important. And we ought not to admonish them. We ought not to perpetuate the divide between downtown and the suburbs. And, frankly, suburban councillors ought not to perpetuate that divide either. It's just not helpful for us as a big city. It's about public trust and admonishing and ostracizing people, talking down to them, assuming this position of self-righteous moral high ground. That is never the way that we build capacity and trust. What matters most today is that we move forward, and I hope with my amendment to Councillor Perks motion there. We can take out some of that divisiveness and, we can move forward in parts of the city that are ready today for sixplexes and do so in a way where we're bringing the entire city along with that. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perks, I understand that you're prepared now to introduce your revised motion to address some of the concerns?
Yes.
Okay.
So actually, I have two things to do. This has been back and forth with the clerks and the solicitor for a couple hours now. They feel it's cleaner if I withdraw my motion A, which deleted the couple of recommendations, and instead moved a revised motion that simply does all the work at once. Okay?
Okay.
But the substance doesn't change in any way.
Okay, so, okay.
And Councillor I've conferred with the clerk. Councillor Bradford's motion is unaffected because the part 2 that his motion refers to is unchanged.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak. Oh, sorry. Councillor Carroll?
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm not trying to prolong the meeting, but I really do need clarification now. If we don't think that anybody should be self-righteous or smirky or anything like this, in this amendment where communities like your own that are ready to go and communities elsewhere in the TEY district are willing to make the first step on behalf of all of us, but they're asking for a few of these conditions, why would you need to remove the things that they're asking for just to make things go
Councillor
smoothly?
Perks, the question is to you.
I need to clarify why that needs, no, it isn't. It's why is Councillor Bradford removing what Councillor Perks put in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was to Councillor
On behalf of the
Perks.
communities that are willing to make this massive leap on behalf of all the rest of us.
Sorry. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the question. If you listen to Councillor Perks' comments when he was replying to, I believe it was Councillor Mantis, there was the commentary about apartment buildings. There was a commentary about growth that was coming in different forms, and development charges were referenced. And he said, oh, you do get additional money for that growth. You get it for development charges from those buildings. And we all know that development charges are...
That's not what you're deleting. I'm asking about your deletion.
I'm giving you the explanation. If you would just listen, I'm happy to explain it to you.
As long as I don't run out of time.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, are you...
Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So, Councillor Perks referenced operational. Yeah.
Oh, Madam Speaker,
So
now...
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Do you want to pause the time or just... Yeah, so Councillor Perks references operational components, things like street cleaning.
Yeah.
That's not a development charge related service. And I just don't believe that it's helpful to from a multiplex perspective, it's sort of saying, oh my goodness, we're going to need more street cleaning because we're putting in multiplexes, which I think is a little bit silly. B, I think it's disingenuous to suggest that development charges that go for, bigger apartment buildings would be paying operational costs, because we know they pay for the growth-related costs for capital. And C, I think it perpetuates this divide of different levels of services in different parts of the city, and I don't think that's helpful.
So do you not agree that I think the wording in there is it's not really about development charges at all, because these are operating costs, but I think it's based on the premise, I understood the motion to be, it's based on the premise that if you increase the density in a neighborhood, you have to increase some of the neighborhood operating nature, truly OPEX neighborhood infrastructure, and we've got a part of the city that are now agreeing to go first in doing that. Should they not have some of the neighborhood infrastructure that is OPEX, not CAPEX, actually proceed along with that intensification?
Well, when
Is that not a basic planning principle?
Do you want me to answer or just?
Yeah,
Okay.
on the basics of planning principles.
Okay, so when Councillor Perks responded with clarification of his motion, and he was asked about that, he referenced development charges, which of course, as you know, are capital related for growth. And so street cleaning is, as you said, operational. If you think multiplexes are require more street cleaning, that's That's your perspective. I don't think so. But I think more importantly, we ought not to be setting up multiple tiers of services in different parts of the city. That's my view, Councillor. That might not be yours.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes clarification of the motion, please.
There we go. I think there was an indication, and this has been in front of us a number of times, and you'd know that, Councillor, because you were on that committee, that this is kind of easy to do an as-of-right sixplex. I think we're finding today it's not quite as easy as we thought it would be. And when I'm looking at this letter that, who handed that out? I think it was Councillor Candeval. There's a lot, I don't know if you've seen it, but St. Clair Avenue West, Annex Residence, Bayview Village, Bedford Park, Bedford Wanless, Blue East Neighborhood, Edward Gardens, Eglinton Park, Governor's Bridge, Lytton Park Residence, North Rosedale, South Rosedale, Witchwood Park, that a lot of the residents associations that are on this letter actually are in the Toronto and East York Community Council, correct? That I've read out. You aware of that? You're getting tired, Speaker.
Yeah, I didn't get a copy of that dropped off, but I agree with, like, you read a bunch of residents associations.
So these are all people that have said they don't want to do that. And I know you've been a champion for sixplexes. And I don't see any of your or my residents association in there. But what the suggestion from Councillor Perks is that despite all of this, that we actually take the step in Toronto and East York. And I was assuming you agree with that.
I'll be supporting that.
And then the situation is take the step, which apparently is not an easy step to take anywhere in the city and quite controversial. And so I know it's not a development charge, but making sure that folks doing something difficult know that they are cared for is sometimes something that we do. Would you agree with that?
I mean, like, we care for people in Toronto for sure. Yes, I agree with that.
No, that you're doing something beyond and above and beyond. You're being asked to do something. We're taking that step and taking these residents associations with us, with that motion, and to just out of respect that making sure that their neighborhoods and their areas that they know we care about them, and it's not capital dollars, but just to make sure that the neighborhood looks great. We're not going to create any issues. We don't think it will, as you've said, but just as a goodwill gesture. You're wanting to take out the goodwill gesture from that motion I'm seeing.
When I read it and when I listened to the questions from some of our colleagues, I'm not sure they received it that way.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, I think the city has a responsibility to make sure that adequate services are provided. We're providing good value for money. I know not everybody feels like that's happening right now, but when there is growth that's coming, we need to make sure that we're providing the services that are at a level and standard that's acceptable to Torontonians, but it shouldn't be based on the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I missed yes, sorry. Councillor Moyes to speak. Go ahead. Where's Councillor Moyes? He's not here? Okay. Councillor Myers to speak then. Councillor Myers, go ahead.
So thank you, Speaker. I'm rising today to offer my support for Councillor Perks and thank him for his leadership on this. This has been a very difficult and contentious debate. And, you know, it really shouldn't be, because at the end of the day, what we're really talking about are families. Like, we're really talking about keeping families together. In Scarborough, about 14% of all households are multi-generational families. So this already exists. different generations of families living together. I grew up in a multi-generational household, and many of us, particularly immigrant families, have similar experiences. What this proposal really does is try to make it financially viable to actually build multiplexes in a place like Scarborough North, where residents are often house rich but cash poor. We have some of the biggest lots in the city. Unfortunately, a lot of residents are struggling with the maintenance of these properties. They're struggling with the snow clearing, they're struggling with the roof, they're struggling with the winter maintenance, and they would like the opportunity to downsize, but those homes just aren't available in Scarborough North. It's only single-family homes or condos, and many of these condos are unaffordable. So what I really would like us to think about is just, this is about families, whether it's about letting new families move into the neighborhood, letting kids who actually grew up in these neighborhoods actually continue to live in these neighborhoods as well. It's really about, making sure that we're revitalizing a lot of our neighborhoods, which unfortunately have seen population decline. In my ward of Scarborough North, unfortunately, for the past 2 censuses, the population has been declining. And that was one of the things that I pushed for when I decided to move ahead with this pilot, was that we need to do everything in our power to reverse these population trends, to make sure that we're getting the residents that we need, so that our schools are full, our businesses are doing well, and the services that we're offered are being well utilized by citizens. So I think it's, it was, and I got to add, as a Scarborough kid, it's very disappointing seeing a lot of the scaremongering and commentary about sixplexes, about how it's this, monster thing that's coming for your house. Sixplexes are going to fit within the existing built form of fourplexes, which are already allowed as a right. So to the casual observer, you're not going to notice any difference. The only difference is that you're going to have 2 more families potentially living in a neighborhood where they otherwise might not be able to. And I think a lot of the fear comes, that's been sort of a lot of the fear that's been sort of heard in this debate is just because, the city is changing, and we have to recognize the change. And, part of the reason why I was able to get my residents behind the idea of sixplexes is I explained, look, we're getting a subway. So you're either going to get towers, or you're going to get this kind of gentle densification that we're talking about. And how do you do it? You do it smartly, you do it by working within the existing framework, and you do it in a way that it, complements the characters of the existing neighborhood as it is, rather than trying to fit something that doesn't really belong in the built suburban environment that many of us represent. So I would just like to sort of add my voice that I think this is an important step forward. I also support the additional amenities that will be going along with the wards that are taking this step forward, because yes, there's going to be additional pressures on the neighborhoods, and we want to make sure that these neighborhoods have the resources to adequately deal with them. So I'm looking forward to this passing, and I'm looking forward to Scarborough North getting that first sixplex in the city of Toronto built. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking staff for this report, and also to echo the thanks to Councillor Perks for the amendment that he's brought forward and for the leadership on this issue. And I also want to commend and thank Councillor Myers for his leadership on this issue as well, and for the care and thoughtfulness in engaging his community with information, with education, with conversation about those very understandable concerns, many of which we have heard here, and also responding to them in a way that meets and matches the seriousness that we have to take this housing crisis. And every council, we talk about housing, the crisis we're in, how we can ensure our communities grow in a measured, thoughtful way, but with the urgency that this moment requires. The urgency to build more housing that's more affordable and that meets the very immediate needs of our community. And these recommendations in front of us help us to do those things, creating more housing in more communities across Toronto and help us access key federal funds to be able to support our own housing building projects. And I know many of you have raised that you have heard from your residents, and so have I. And I want to share with you an excerpt of a note that I received from one of my constituents, Jacqueline, and I think that many of you and your offices were also included on this message. So Jacqueline says, multiplex housing offers a path forward, creating opportunities for diverse communities to thrive and enabling a range of residents, seniors, young professionals, families, and newcomers to access reasonably priced homes without compromising on quality or location. Personally, I would welcome the chance to live in such housing, says Jacqueline. Multiplex homes provide not only a more affordable option, but also a sense of community and accessibility that is invaluable, especially for seniors like myself. These homes could allow people to age in place, stay connected to their neighborhoods, and maintain their independence without the financial strain associated with single-family homes. And I know that Jacqueline's vision resonates with us. It echoes deeply with me and many people in our city who are struggling to imagine a future here for themselves because of the affordability of housing. Whether they're young people who are taking their first step out into the world of independence, whether they're seniors like Jacqueline who are ready to downsize and maintain their connection to communities to be able to still contribute in all the ways that they can, or whether they're new families who might need just a little bit more space in the neighborhoods that they love. More options for housing would benefit all of these types of neighbors that we know call Toronto home in every part of our city. As a councillor for the downtown and in some of our city's densest communities, I want to reassure all of my colleagues that even in dense, tall building communities, there are incredible neighbors and neighborhoods, an incredible sense of connection and care and advocacy for each other, and we need to make sure that they have adequate public spaces and adequate services and amenities, again, wherever we are in the city, but especially when we are inviting more neighbors in a policy and an approach that is thoughtful and is meeting and matching the moment. I'll leave you with Jacqueline again, who says to us, Toronto's strength has always been its ability to innovate, adapt, and embrace diversity, not only in its people, but also in its architecture and urban planning. Multiplex housing is not a threat to our city. It is an opportunity to foster inclusivity, resilience, and modernity. And I hope we will all embrace this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you. I rise to support Councillor Perks' motion and also to echo the comments of Deputy Mayor Malek, particularly thanking Councillor Myers for his leadership that this is not just a suburbs versus downtown. As Deputy Mayor Malek said, we hear constantly about housing. We talk about it at every meeting. We hear about it at every meeting we go to. And single-family homes in Toronto are very expensive. There was a startling statistic we saw in the papers a few months ago that most people in the city could not now afford to buy the houses they live in already, if they're lucky enough to have a house. And we can't change that by preventing change. We can do something about it by allowing existing buildings to be subdivided, and that's primarily what we're talking about here. Now, admittedly, the communication could have been a lot better. It took me until today to get confirmation that in my ward, none of these changes change anything about the height of the buildings. That would have been really helpful information to get out to the community and to the residents' associations who've signed this letter of concern. Because honestly, our online zoning maps are really, really, really hard to use. So we have not done a good job of explaining to people what this will mean for them. In my community, it means no change at all to the height of low-rise housing, because the heights are already higher than this. What it means is that on that small number of lots, and again, analysis in my ward suggests only about 18% of the lots are big enough for sixplexes. So on a small number of lots, there will be an opportunity to have more families living in the same size building. And it also means that young people will be able to buy something knowing that they've got multiple tenants to help them pay for it. Or, if you're an older person, that you can still live in something that looks like a house, maybe gives you access to the garden, without having to do all the maintenance. So there are tremendous opportunities for a wide variety of people. We're not forcing anyone to change their house. We're not forcing anyone to live in ways they don't want to, but we're creating more options that don't force all the development into high-rises. We hear the anguish of people being faced with 45-story buildings next to them that they never thought they would have to live next to. Being next to a 3.5-story sixplex is much less disruptive and gives us the opportunity to have more housing choice. So I recognize that there's a lot of fear about it. There's no point having a pilot project. We know what we need to do. There's been already a lot of study about it. And as several people have mentioned, the perfect example of it is in my ward, in Rosedale, in the annex, where we have all kinds of different housing tenure, all kinds of different people sharing the same community, and that's one of the things that makes it great. So thank you. I support the motion.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's helpful for my residents to hear the comments, if they're watching, of some of the councillors that have spoken just before me. It's helpful because, as I've said before, we need to do a lot of socializing. I just hope that my colleagues understand that they don't need to be saying those things to their colleagues in this room. We know those things. We know about welcoming diversity. Our diversity owns the homes in our ward. Our home ownership is incredibly diverse. But they just don't have faith in this because they are currently dealing with a great deal of difficulty with as I've said before, what has transpired over the last decade. Really bad process that we finally turned around and got back on track and got to where we could properly license rooming houses. And then we said, yes, let's take fourplexes with lots and lots of assurances, and it hasn't gone well. 30 bedrooms on one single family dwelling lot. 30 bedrooms. And I didn't find it out from staff. I didn't find it out from the counter. We spent 2 weeks trying to get the information about a site from the counter, and they refused to give us the information until I was lucky enough that we were in council. So I said it out loud on the floor of this council, and within minutes, we had the details that our residents had somehow already obtained. 30 bedrooms on one single family dwelling lot. Supposedly a fourplex, but clearly not. And now today, we've adopted changes that fix that. It's wonderful that we've done that. I have another one that's a dog's breakfast because they thought as of right meant you don't go to the planning office at all, and they just started building a fourplex. and oh, as of right, great, I'll get on my way. And he just raised his home on site and started building a fourplex. No permits, no nothing. So it was flagged right away by a resident, and staff were very good to respond and get over there, but said, let me see your plans. Oh, it is a fourplex. Stamp, and away you go. No communication out to the residents, no understanding of, are they being fined in any way? Is there a penalty for this? What's going on? And what's worse is, having stamped that, he then proceeded to start building a garden suite behind it. No separation distance. That's what's going on in the suburban planning counters, because quite frankly, they're not as used as they are in the wards that Councillor Perks' amendment covers. They're not as used to having people walk up to the counter and be handed something as of right and know that they're the only ones that are going to look at it. So it's very important that you know what you're doing now as you stamp this thing. They're just getting started. So we know about diversity. We know about the need for housing. We know about all of those things. We're just saying we have to proceed at a certain pace so that our community can have faith as we go there. That's all we need. And I'm so grateful to Councillor Perks, not for his remarks that quite frankly got a little condescending and I took it on the chin, but I am grateful for his amendment, because what the TEY councillors are agreeing to do, which is really quite extraordinary. I cannot tell you how grateful I am. Councillor Bradford told us his community is ready. And so they're saying, we'll go first, and the federal government should take that as a big fat thank you. Thank you very much. At least you're starting somewhere. Because you know what? That area of TEY, Community Council Service District, gives you more lots to start on than the entirety of Vancouver proper. That's the only other city that smoothly got this through. But we're actually, today, starting on a larger area and more properties, and agreeing to get started on this and to keep coming back, to keep monitoring. And I dare say I'll be opting in 2 years from now if I can say to my community, look how well we did. Here's some fourplexes constructed, and they're fabulous, and they're multi-generational. So-and-so down the block now has her daughter and her kids living in the house right on her lot. That's extraordinary. It's a new way of approaching seniors and full circle of life. Hooray. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Madam Speaker, I rise to vote in favor of Councillor Perks' motion as well as Councillor Bradford's motion. Now, some councillors could be laughing, but we have to understand that not every area will agree with the with the sixplexes. Now, we've listened to Toronto East York, and yes, the data shows that they are most likely to be able to implement these changes, and rightfully, Councillor Perks has put in his motions. In Scarborough, we hear from Scarborough United associations, and we've heard clearly that, and seen the data, that we're not there yet in Scarborough. Now, we're not going to say no to Councillor Myers' pilot project, because that's what it is. It's a pilot project. And we'll have to find out the outcome of the pilot project, of how many of those sixplexes will be actually built. But to say that the services that are needed on the east side of Midland Avenue are more than the services that are needed on the west side of Midland Avenue, I'm sorry, but I don't believe in that. Services should be the same for every resident and every street in the city, no matter if it's on the east side or west side, downtown or uptown. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and those were my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. A few councillors talked about faith, the faith that residents have in the decisions that we make here. And I think it's important to remember that change is happening in every ward, and it's not magically easier because it's in the Toronto and East York Community Council area. half of my ward and where I live, it's the old city of York. And it's very different. There are lots of, interesting built forms. It's much more inner suburban. That's part of Davenport, and we're seeing a lot of multiplexes coming. And when I say that we need any extra support, it's because when we commit to density, we know that we're inviting and we're bringing more people. And more people means more people on transit, more people in limited parks, more people needing to throw garbage out at garbage cans. That does require extra attention, and I'm very happy that Councillor Perks in his motion included that request. Otherwise, I would have moved it myself. What is being asked today of Toronto East York Community Council councillors is to take on a burden that the rest of the city councillors are not willing to take on. I want to recognize Councillor Myers for his leadership, for his attention to this question, and he approaches it from such a powerfully important point of view, which is that this is incentivizing the multi-generational families. It's incentivizing people staying in the ward, moving into the ward, and having the population numbers that allow for the supporting of the services that that community needs. Thank you, Councillor Myers. We need more of you. I find it quite surprising and actually astounding that a councillor would move a motion to create a pilot in a series of wards that he doesn't represent, and he has not spoken to any of those councillors. I don't think it's a good precedent, and I don't think that when we think about consultation, there's been a lot of conversations about how residents don't feel consulted or they don't feel heard or seen. Doing something on us, what about our residents? I will say that some of the groups that have signed the letters that have been circulated here are in the Toronto and East York Community Council area. Our responsibility is to help our communities navigate through difficult change. All change is challenging to people. But when we do our job correctly, we meet people where they are, we listen to them, we solve problems. Like I did with the motion on looking at restricted street parking permits as we add more and more units on limited space and limited road space. That's the kind of attention to detail that will be demanded of all of us. But we cannot ignore that we have accepted federal funds for housing, which we've all declared repeatedly is a priority. And if we ignore that, then we're really looking away from the situation in this city where we have more people becoming homeless, more people unable to pay their rent, and we at the same time complain about encampments or people who are unhoused on transit or in parks. We cannot have everything both ways. We have to find a solution. And so if I will be supporting the motion to have this operate in Toronto and East York, an opt-in option for other council areas. But I think it's really unfair for anyone to try to say that when we are advocating for our neighborhoods, for the attention that they need, that's somehow fake moral high ground. No, we have a responsibility to steward change carefully and bring our residents along. So I will implore all the councillors that have rejected the idea that we have a citywide bylaw, which would have been the right thing to do to begin with, to at least support the communities that are saying, yes, we will put in the effort as councillors and as communities to make this work and to make sure that we have the additional enhanced services for the greater numbers of people. We are not talking about services that are just thrown into the air for the ward. To Councillor Mantis, I would say the services go with the people. To anyone who questioned that, more people, more services. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the councillors of Toronto and East York for being the councillors that are starting this new policy implementation and giving the rest of the city time to catch up in terms of the readiness of our residents. I always like to say that change has to happen at the speed of trust. And frankly, my community has a difficulty in trusting the city. I love the slogan, more people, more services. But unfortunately, Willowdale has experienced tremendous growth, lots of people. And guess what? All along Yonge Street, tons of tree coffins filled with weeds and dust. We are a dystopian Yonge Street. I get complaints all the time, and we have not found a solution of how to beautify Yonge Street. I just showed a picture to the city manager of the river at Mel Lastman Square full of dirt and painted the color of mud. That is very uninspiring for my neighborhood. We have cracked granite and cracked concrete all along our Yonge Street. So I love this slogan, more people, more services. Every week I meet with developers, 50 stories, 55 stories, 59 stories. They want to add so many people to my neighborhood, and everyone's saying, what about our schools? What about our community centers? I can't even get a commitment to fund a new community center, even though the ones that I have in my neighborhood are already stretched and frankly very small in ratio to our population. So I thank the Toronto East York councillors, but I am also advocating for more people, more resources, okay? Show some love to Willowdale. Don't just let us add more people to my community without supporting us with the street cleaning, with the upgrades to serve. I would like a visionary park like Bursey Fountain, Love Park, something visionary that will bring people to Willowdale so that we can have strong economic and cultural development too. And so it's a little frustrating for me to hear about, oh, we're going to take a few sixplexes and therefore we should have more services, when every week I'm adding more people through one development after another, and I'm not getting the support that I need. So I completely agree that, we need to add multiple different kinds of housing choices. But my neighborhood is already very stressed right now with the North York at the Center Secondary Plan, and we need time. We need time to look at the data and the implementation of fourplexes and to figure out how we're going to support the growth. With 145% growth over 20 years in my neighborhood, we need to catch up already with our infrastructure. And if we don't catch up, how can we commit to more growth? We have a red flag lack of daycares. Parents have to put themselves on wait lists when they test positive in their pregnancy test, and they still can't secure a spot. So I love that. More services, more people. I will keep that in my pocket, and I hope that that is true for Willowdale. And so I support the motion to start this off downtown, and we will continue to monitor how fourplexes do in the rest of the areas of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm having a really tough time supporting the jump to sixplexes. We already have committed to fourplexes, and there's a lot of fixing to do to get that right. And I don't really know why we're jumping to sixplexes when there's so many problems with the fourplexes. Whether it's reaching out to our local communities, whether it's the process of applying, the permits, communication with local stakeholders, there's work to do. I would also like to say a big thanks to the Downsview community. I mean, they are the ones really leading the supply of housing and affordable housing across the city. Under the Downsview Secondary Plan, we're going to be adding about 63,000 units in the coming years. 20% of those will be affordable. Outside of the Downsview Secondary Plan, we have a Housing Now site at 50 Wilson Heights, where we're adding 1,484 units, of which 520 are affordable. We have the Downsview West District, which is part of the Downsview Secondary Plan, where we're adding 8,800 units, 20% affordable. And of course, in the Allen East, we've got about 29 acres of city lands, of which 20% will be affordable. I believe about 5,000 units will go in there. In the Taxiway West District, we're going to be adding about 3,000 units, of which approximately 300 units will be affordable. On this council agenda will be a proposal through the ARBO, William Baker proposal, application, which is under the Downtown Secondary Plan, which will be adding at 1,400 to 1,700 units, 20% affordable. And of course, on Goldfinch, we're building a seniors housing development with 158 units, all of them affordable. I would simply say that York Centre and Downsview are doing their fair share. We're pulling our weight, and we're doing our fair share. And we do have fourplexes in our area, but it comes with some problems because people don't know what's going on in the area. There's been a lack of communication. There's been a democratic deficit. I want to also address this federal accelerator fund. And, you know, we're fighting hard to keep this 30 million. But based on the deferral or the waiving of development charges and the infrastructure that's going to be needed for sixplexes, in many ways, Madam Speaker, the chit-chat at the back of the room is quite distracting.
Okay, please, quiet.
We listened to Councillor Bravo when she was speaking.
Councillor Cheng, please.
Let's talk about the federal accelerated funds. We'll probably lose it under Gord Perk's motion. We'll probably lose it under any other motion. But you know, when you look at the waiving of development charges and the cost of adding infrastructure on these various streets where the sixplex is going, I'm coming to the conclusion that we're going to be spending $60 million in infrastructure costs to get our $30 million. We're not gaining anything with those funds. So at the same time, I would simply say that York Centre is pulling its weight. It's building tens of thousands of units, of which 10 to 20% are affordable. We have been implementing the fourplexes policy. We must give that more time to be able to look at that and fix it as we go along. At the same time, we must fix our democratic deficit. This comes with homeless shelters. This comes with stadiums. This comes with much of what the city is doing. We are not reaching out to our populations. They are finding secondhand, thirdhand. We're not doing a good job in reaching out to the people who pay our bills. So with that, I won't be supporting the sixplex jump. I don't think it's going to gain us anything from federal funding. I don't think it's going to gain us anything as far as affordable. These sixplexes will not be affordable units, and I think we have to stay the course. Let's make fourplexes work. Let's make intensification on vacant lands work, and that way we increase the housing supply. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I spoke to this earlier, but I want to take a different tone. Do I believe that the single-family home that we have known in the city of Toronto and in the suburbs is viable in the future and will exist in the future? Absolutely not. We all understand that. The notion that that these homes are going to continue, with the kind of growth that we have been experiencing, it's a sort of it's a pipe dream that will go. It will go in time. But as I look at this and this program now in the suburbs, and I've heard the conversation about affordability and more affordable rents and housing options and making it easier for people to buy. That, quite frankly, is just bogus BS, right? Because that's not what this is. This is not about creating affordable housing or giving people more affordable housing options or whatever those fancy terms are. Can you today go out and buy a suburban house for $1 million, create 4, 5, 6 apartments in it, rent those apartments at $3,000 each, very, very expensive apartments, I might add, right? And make that work at the end of the day? No. No one's going to do that. Because when you add those numbers together, no one can make that work and with a return at the end of the day. So who can do this? I'll tell you who can do this. I could do this. I own a home. I don't have to go out and spend $1 million on a property. What I can do, though, is borrow some money, add 3, 4, 5 apartments to my home, very, very expensive apartments to my home, and now what I've done is made myself that much richer. That's what I've done, and that's who can do it. What have I also done in that process? I'll tell you what I've done, is I've made my neighbor richer. Why? Because the home he owns, he fundamentally could do the same thing, and now the price of that goes up. So, yeah, who's the winner here? Yeah, if you own a property and you want to, build it out and, have more people move in, you're going to win. Because now you're making $150,000 a year on rent. Yeah, you can make that work. Right? Hip hip hooray. Is that person coming to live there? Are they getting no, they're just, what you're really doing is you're taking them out of somewhere else and you're saying, here, you can afford more, you can afford a better place, there you go. It's going to cost you more money. Okay, yeah, you can do that, and eventually that will happen. But who loses? Who are the losers? Are the people that are coming into this housing, are they winners? No, it's just they're moving into a more expensive form of housing. Those that can pay will be able to do that. Who loses? Well, the neighborhood, right? Now you've added, additional stresses in that neighborhood. Do we need to go there today on this? There's plenty of space in the city of Toronto to build housing. Lots and lots and lots of it. Affordable housing. In places, in areas that are well served by, transit and all of those other kinds of things. That's really where we should be focused. This is much of a discussion about nothing really, other than, yes, potentially having some people who own these properties.
Thank you, Councillor Pruitt. You're way over time. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I know this is a really difficult discussion, and over the past number of years, things have really changed throughout the city, and it's been very hard to have those things change, including the tall buildings people are talking about, including the rapid housing, including the many things that's required of a growing city, growing very quickly, and very complex, with more and more complex problems all the time. And we're really in a bind here. We're stuck because we have this letter from the federal government, from the Minister of Housing, and it would have been great to have had another letter come to us, but the one that stands, the one that's on the record, is the one from March 2025, actually before the Carney government was elected, but the old Trudeau government, with people that were moved into positions. And that makes it very, very clear what we have to do in order to have the housing money flow. I know we all care about affordable housing, have many projects that are funded, that will be funded, that need to start, hundreds of units of affordable housing, not overpriced condos, not $2 million homes, affordable rental housing. I consider that that's at stake. I'm going to read again the end of this letter to the city and basically to all of us as we work to ensure compliance with the 200 housing affordable agreements across Canada. We are establishing consequences for non-compliance. In this case, if Toronto does not fully implement the initiatives and milestones by the newly extended deadline, the federal government will cut funding equivalent to 25% of the annual payment. I've not seen any letters from any MPs here today saying, councillors, just want to remind you that we're going to cut your money. We're going to cut your money by 25%, 30 million a year. You're not getting it if you don't do this by the 30th of June. Here's the projects they want us to do. Lawrence Heights, housing at risk table, rent evictions, we're doing it. Quayside, happening. Low-rise, multi-units, as-of-right zoning bylaws in neighborhoods across Toronto, and permissions for residential buildings with up to 6 dwelling units to be completed by June 30th, 2025. So we are under the gun. We are under the gun. Did we put ourselves under the gun? If we were normally doing this, we would say, okay, we're going to defer that. We're going to look at this. We're going to go back out. We're going to explain this. We're going to make these arrangements all the time where we go back and back and back and help people with the changes that are coming their way. Instead, we have a hammer. We have a blackmail letter. We have a threat. If you don't do what we tell you by the 30th of June, it's over for 1/4. Sorry. Yeah, 1/4 of all your money. Where are the federal MPs on this matter? Where are they? Do they not care about affordable housing? Should they not be writing to me and you? Because there's only one Conservative MP in the entire city of Toronto. Everybody else is a government minister. I'm assuming they're standing behind that. I'm assuming they're standing behind this letter. I'm assuming they all support sixplexes in every single neighborhood, whether it's Etobicoke, whether it's North Scarborough, whether it's West Hill, whether it's Willowdale. This is a letter from their government. And I certainly will want every one of those groups that have written to us to tell us don't do that, to tell them why we have to move on this issue today.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the speakers. Okay, we'll go with the vote. So the first motion is that Councillor Perks be permitted to withdraw his motion 1A. On favor? Carried. Next motion is by Councillor Holiday that the item be received for information. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cherneslin, may we have your vote, please?
Against?
In the negative, thank you. The motion to receive the item does not carry. The vote is 5 to 19.
Next motion, motion 4 by Councillor Bradford. Recorded.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Motion 4 does not carry. The vote is 11 to 12.
Next motion is motion by Councillor Perks. Recorded vote.
Motion 1B carries. The vote is 16 to 7.
I'm not sure why I'm not being asked.
Councillor Cherneslin, your camera was not on during the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was accidental.
You have to have your camera on to vote.
I thought my camera was on. Sorry. I thought my
Can we
camera was
reopen?
on.
Can we reopen that, Madam Speaker?
Okay.
I just wanted to be I want to be recorded as in favor of Councillor Perks' motion.
Yeah. Motion to reopen.
On favor of reopening? Carried. Okay, we'll
Thank you.
take another vote. Recorded vote on Councillor Perks' motion.
Councillor Cherneslin, your vote, please.
In favor, please.
Thank you. In
Thank
favor. The revote on motion 1B carries. The vote is 17 to 7.
Okay, so Councillor Candavel's motion is redundant, but except for 3. We'll put it on the screen. Okay, so Okay, it's on the screen, number 3. All in favor? Are we okay? All in favor? Recorded. Okay, recorded.
Councillor Burnside and Councillor Cheng, please.
I'm in favor too. Didn't hear my name, but.
Sorry, Councillor Trinison, I was just calling you next.
Okay, sorry. Just trying to make sure I get counted. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Trinison in the affirmative. Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Part 3 of motion 3 carries. The vote is 17-7.
Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please. And Councillor Turnison, may we have your vote, please?
In favor, please. Affirmative. Thank
The
you.
affirmative, thank you. The item as amended carries. The vote is 18-6.
Okay, so I think that's it. Right? Okay, so we're recessed till 9:30. Also, sorry, Councillor Bradford, yes?
Yeah, I'd like to motion to extend to complete the item, and we can have a recorded vote on that.
Are we just voting or are we talking?
Well, there was two motions, one by Councillor Fletcher and one by Councillor Bradford, that we agreed that we would do it after this item. I don't know how long it's going to take. Yeah. So there's a motion for Councillor Bradford to extend to deal with those two motions. Okay. Did we want to take a recorded vote? Recorded vote. No, they're not quick motions. Yeah. Okay. Are we going to take a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote. I think we're all tired. Yeah, we have to do the bill. Councillor Pasternak, we're not finished. Councillor Pasternak?
Councillor Candeville, your vote, please. Against. And Councillor Turnison, your vote, please.
In favor.
In favor. The motion to extend the meeting does not carry. The vote is 11-10. The 2/3 requirement has not been met.
Okay, may I have a motion to introduce a confirmatory bills? Mayor Chow, would you like to read that? Okay. There, it's on the screen. I did turn it on. Okay.
Let leave be granted to introduce bills to
Okay,
confirm
please,
to the
everybody
point of the
sit. We
introduction
still
of this
have a motion.
that proceedings of the City Council
Come
meeting
on.
31 on June 25th, 2025.
Okay, shall leave be granted? Come on, members of council, you know we have to vote on it. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Carried. Okay, you can go home now. See you tomorrow at 9:30.